Looking back at the older forms of society that once existed in Britain is both an interesting and valuable exercise. Studying the past helps reveal how people once lived, what they believed, and how their customs shaped their communities. For many years, scholars have tried to describe the ideas, traditions, religious beliefs, and rituals of the early inhabitants of Britain. Much of what is known has been gathered from scattered references preserved in Greek and Roman writings. These fragments have been carefully collected and arranged by researchers who attempted to reconstruct the ancient world of the Britons. Yet the work remained incomplete, not because evidence was lacking, but because many investigators limited themselves to the sources they already knew. A subject as complex as early British culture demands that every useful source be examined, especially those that bring us closer to the beliefs and practices of the people themselves. One important group of sources remained largely neglected for a long time. Ancient writings preserved in the Welsh language contain many details about the early traditions, religious ideas, and social customs of Britain. These texts preserve information that cannot be found in classical sources and offer a different perspective on the past. They provide valuable material for anyone willing to study them, carefully and without prejudice. Earlier studies briefly suggested the importance of these documents, but at the time there was no intention of pursuing the subject further. Later, however, renewed interest made it clear that these writings deserved closer attention, and that they could reveal important aspects of early British religion and tradition. The foundation of this research rests mainly on several groups of early British writings. Among the most important are the poems attributed to Taliesin, Aneurin, and Myrddin, poets who lived during the 6th century. These works have long been known and studied, and copies of them have been preserved for centuries. Collections of their poetry have been examined in manuscript form as well as in printed editions. Alongside these poems stand a number of historical and mythological traditions, often arranged in short symbolic statements known as triads. Although the names of the original compilers are unknown, these traditions can still be used with confidence when their claims are supported by manuscripts, long-standing tradition, and internal consistency. Some scholars have questioned whether the poems attributed to the early British bards are truly authentic. However, careful study has shown that a body of Welsh poetry exists that can reasonably be traced back to poets who lived between the 5th and 6th centuries. These poems have been tested through comparisons of language, style, and historical references, and the conclusions support the belief that they preserve genuine early traditions. The continuity of national memory has also played a role in preserving these works, since generations accepted them as the creations of the poets whose names they carry. Doubts about their authenticity appeared only in relatively recent times, and were not part of earlier tradition. The poems vary in character. Some describe historical events, and contain information of clear historical value. Others are more difficult to interpret because they use symbolic language and references drawn from ancient religious traditions. These more obscure compositions contain many images and ideas connected with early mythology and bardic tradition. Their meaning is not always obvious, especially to readers unfamiliar with the symbolic language in which they were composed. Yet even when difficult to understand, such poems remain important because they preserve traces of early religious beliefs and mythological ideas that might otherwise have been lost. The difficulty of interpreting these poems does not mean that they are false or invented. Their obscurity often reflects the specialized knowledge required to understand them. When studied alongside other traditional material, they form a coherent body of evidence pointing to the survival of ancient religious ideas among the Welsh long after the Roman period. The same manuscripts preserve both historical and symbolic poems, and tradition attributes them equally to the early poets. The external evidence supporting both types of works is identical, and there is no clear reason to accept one group while rejecting the other. Further support for the survival of older traditions can be found in later Welsh poetry. A number of poets writing between the early medieval period and the later Middle Ages refer to ancient bardic traditions and treat them with respect. Their works survive in reliable form and have never been seriously doubted. These poets frequently mention earlier mystical compositions and present them as part of an inherited tradition connected with ancient religious knowledge. Their references show that these traditions continue to be remembered and valued long after the conversion of Britain to Christianity. Early medieval poets sometimes referred to prophetic traditions associated with the ancient Druids. These prophecies were believed to reveal the future fate of Britain and were treated with seriousness by later generations. References to such predictions suggest that the idea of Druidic wisdom remained alive in cultural memory. Some poets even described well-known prophetic figures as authorities, whose words were expected to come true. This shows that ancient traditions were not entirely forgotten, but continued to influence later thought. Not all poets accepted these traditions in the same way. Some writers preferred a more clearly Christian form of expression and avoided the older mythological style. When they rejected the symbolic language of earlier poets, they did so because it was widely known and respected. Their criticism itself shows how influential the older traditions remained. The symbolic songs and mythological themes associated with ancient bardic learning were familiar enough to be recognized by audiences, even when they were deliberately set aside. Evidence from later centuries shows that interest in ancient traditions continued under the Welsh princes. Many poets from the 12th to the 14th centuries referred to earlier bardic knowledge and treated it as an inheritance from the past. These writers often tried to present themselves as more than ordinary poets. Some claimed a special understanding of ancient teachings, while others traced their lineage back to earlier learned families. Through such claims, they sought to associate themselves with the authority and prestige of the old tradition. Certain lines from later Welsh poets make it clear that the older mystical tradition was still circulating long after the age of the earliest bards. One poet declares an intention to speak to a king of the air, a phrase that echoes an even older invocation addressed to an airy sovereign. The resemblance is too close to be accidental. It suggests that the well-known mystical poem linked to Cerridwen's tradition was already familiar in that poet's lifetime, and that the language of the ancient songs had become a kind of shared repertoire, something a skilled writer could borrow from and expect an audience to recognize. The same pattern appears in the next generation. The son of that poet, writing later in the 12th century, draws on imagery found in earlier verse about sacred twigs and symbolic branches. In his lines, a blossoming tree tip becomes a sign of longing, and the natural image is used to describe the pull of desire toward what the heart loves. This may look like simple nature poetry at first glance, yet the way the image is handled points back to older symbolic material, the kind that often carried layered meanings inside bardic lore. It is not presented like a museum piece, but as living language, adapted for new occasions while still carrying the scent of an older world. In another poem composed as grief spreads through a court, the same bard reacts to news of a prince's death with a raw, almost impatient cry. He wishes the last day had already come, because only then would certainty be unavoidable. What matters here is the detail that finally settles the rumour in his mind, confirmation carried by Druids. That single idea is striking. It places Druids not in legend, but in the everyday movement of information. Figures who arrive with decisive news, whose presence signals that what was whispered is now true. In the middle of the 12th century, that role is described plainly, as if it were understood by everyone listening. A leading poet of the same era speaks even more openly. In praise of a northern ruler, he merges the authority of the bard with the authority of the druid, and presents the learned order as a circle that reaches across regions and dialects. The praise is framed as something delivered by judges of excellence, people trained to measure worth, people whose approval carries weight. In that portrait, the poet does not stand outside the tradition. He places himself within it, speaking as someone who understands the discipline, the ritual language, and the prestige that comes with it. When that celebrated ruler dies, the poet turns to the language of prophecy. He recalls an ancient seer, remembered in tradition as a foundational figure in the older system, and insists that this man's words were not empty. The point is not whether modern readers accept the prophecy as literal truth. The point is that the poet treats the prophetic voice as authoritative, and uses it to frame the prince's memory. The old prophetic register still functions as a respected tool for interpreting events, even in a society that has long claimed Christian identity. A public poetic contest from the same period exposes something else: the importance of lineage and initiation. One competitor boasts of direct descent from the earliest learned tradition, and uses that ancestry as proof of superior right. The rival mocks the claim, insisting that discipline and training matter more than blood. Yet even that reply quietly admits what the argument assumes, that the primitive line carries special dignity. The dispute only makes sense because both sides accept that a deeper order exists, older than ordinary poetry, tied to inherited learning, guarded by rules, and marked by social rank. In another address, the leading poet goes further and describes a group whose true number is hidden from ordinary people. Only the divine and a select class of diviners and dedicated druids are said to know how many belong to this inner circle. The image is wrapped in ritual language, circles, secrecy, and the sense of being carried through a current that outsiders cannot navigate. It reads like a glimpse of initiation. Not a casual club, but a structured fellowship with boundaries, stages, and knowledge reserved for those who have crossed a threshold. An elegy for another prince offers a softer view, showing how rulers were expected to treat learned specialists. The prince is praised for keeping his hall open to musicians and poets, feeding guests, and rewarding cultural service with honours and gifts. The poem compares him to an ancient lawgiver remembered for shaping the people's customs. In the same breath, it describes ceremonial clothing and the prestige attached to those who wore it. This is a courtly world where symbols matter: robes, horses, public generosity, and the visible support of tradition all become part of political legitimacy. Then the poems return again to the old songs associated with Ceridwen, the kind of compositions filled with mythic imagery, riddling language and sacred objects. A poet speaks as if these songs are still being commissioned, still being prepared, still being used as a standard for high praise. He even describes a hero through shifting forms: shield, lion, spear, sword, until the imagery swells into the figure of a dragon and then a wolf. This is not casual metaphor. It is the kind of transformation language that belongs to a mythic system, a style that expects the listener to accept symbolic metamorphosis as a normal way to express power and identity. At one point, the scene widens into motion. Druids and bards moving rapidly in the sky's course, circling in uneven numbers, joined in celebration. It feels like ritual choreography, an image of a patterned dance or ceremonial movement meant to mirror cosmic order. Whether this describes a literal rite or a poetic ideal, it reveals what the poet wants the audience to believe: that the learned tradition is not only a set of stories, but a living practice, something enacted, something that binds a community into rhythm and hierarchy. These repeated references do more than preserve a memory. They suggest that practitioners who claimed the Druidic identity were still tolerated and, at times, actively supported by regional rulers. The poems speak of them not as ghosts of a vanished age, but as people present in courts, associated with judgments, confirmations, ceremonies, and the crafting of praise. The language implies patronage, food, gifts, prestige, alongside the expectation that such learned figures help define what is honourable and what is true. In the South, similar efforts appear, but with a new tension. A poet addresses a prince with a plea that the older mysteries and worship of the primitive, learned order should be granted peace. He introduces the image of a sacred cauldron linked to Britain itself and asks that tranquility surround a sanctuary marked by uneven numbers and disciplined power. The sanctuary is described as rejecting empty noise and useless idleness, while at the same time refusing to attack hidden mysteries associated with Christian belief. The argument tries to make the old and the new coexist, to present the bardic sanctuary as morally serious, patriotic, protective in war, and compatible with a Christian political world. That attempt at reconciliation becomes even clearer when the poet, after invoking Christian themes, openly praises the old mystical songs. He claims that their hidden paths can be understood and insists that grasping their true meaning matters. He presents himself as someone trained enough to interpret them properly. The implication is bold. The ancient symbolic material is not dismissed as nonsense, but treated as a discipline that requires guidance, interpretation, and authority. Yet this posture carried a cost. The same poet was remembered as religiously suspect, someone whose devotion leaned too far toward older, mythic habits. Religious communities were said to deny him hospitality and even the dignity of a Christian burial. The controversy itself shows how real the boundary was. If the bardic, mystical tradition had been purely decorative, it would not have provoked exclusion. The friction suggests that, for some observers, the older lore looked like more than poetic style. It looked like a competing spiritual identity. Other poets of the late 12th and early 13th centuries speak in a calmer voice, but keep the same imagery. One claims the authority to judge across the breadth of Britain and describes his formal training as rooted in the company of the earliest learned order. Another describes inspiration as if it came from Ceridwen's cauldron, turning the cauldron into a metaphor for poetic power that audiences clearly understood. A prince is praised through a greeting that draws on the dowry of Ceridwen and the manner of Taliesin, presenting the ancient poet as a model of liberation and mastery, someone who revealed hidden knowledge rather than keeping it locked away. Prophecy returns again through the figure of Myrddin, portrayed as foretelling the rise of a king from an oppressed people, while Druids are described as declaring renewal and generosity from the mountain eagles. The point is not that these prophecies can be verified, but that the language of prophetic tradition remained persuasive enough to be repeated in political poetry. It became a way to speak about hope, legitimacy, and national fate without sounding like ordinary flattery. As the century moves on, the idea of the chair, the highest seat of poetic authority, becomes a symbol of purity versus imitation. One bard insists that the chair prepared for a great ruler was never meant for shallow performers. If the old judges were present, he argues, the difference between true bards and pretenders would be exposed immediately. In this vision, grave druids still exist as guardians of standards, able to measure worth, able to deny honour to those who merely imitate the surface of tradition. In the same breath, the bard corrects a common misunderstanding about how such learned figures lived. He rejects the notion that they survived on scraps or wild berries, and instead hints at a system supported by deeper resources: ritual knowledge, sacred practice, and the study of nature itself. Symbolic landmarks appear, fruit-bearing trees used for divination, primary fountains linked to world-making imagery, suggesting that theology, ritual, and early natural philosophy were treated as serious pursuits, not as the playthings of superstition. A later poet, writing in the middle decades of the 13th century, offers another telling glimpse into how the old religious memory was still being used as a language of honour. In a formal ode to a prominent prince, the poet measures his subject against an ancient culture hero remembered as a founding figure of the older tradition. The prince is praised as a figure who rises like daylight, firm and assured, and he is cast as the living root from which sacred signs and symbolic tokens once sprang. The same praise links him to powerful animal emblems associated with bardic imagination, presenting him as both eagle-born in spirit and dragon-like in guardianship, a protector of the community of singers and learned men. The implication is clear. The courtly ideal of leadership is being described with a vocabulary borrowed from mythic authority, as if the older system still provided the highest metaphors for legitimacy and protection. Not long after, another poet writes from the hard edge of political collapse, during the period when Welsh independence was breaking under external pressure. His lament for a fallen patron is not only grief, but also a description of a world losing its structure. He pictures multiple halls weighed down by the same crushing absence, as if the death of one patron spreads a single darkness across every gathering place. The dead lord is remembered not merely as a ruler, but as a figure of ancient stamp, a man whose presence carried the bearing of older kingship, and whose household embodied the pride and continuity of the learned line. The poem ties this patronage to an idealized sacred landscape, a wooded place treated as a ceremonial ground, where honor was granted properly and where the difference between true discipline and empty performance could still be recognized. The poet contrasts two kinds of cultural life. On one side stands a court, where the learned are rewarded, where tradition has weight, where dignity is inherited and maintained. On the other stands vanity, swift and flashy, chasing attention like a gust, skimming a shoreline, fast but thin, loud but rootless. In that contrast, the loss of a patron becomes more than personal sorrow. It becomes a symptom of cultural unravelling. By this point, the narrative has reached the generation of the English conquest, and here a familiar story usually enters: the claim that a conquering king ordered the destruction of the bards. That tale is dramatic and memorable, but the surviving record does not support it in the blunt form often repeated. No reliable list preserves the names of bards executed by royal command, and no clear line of evidence shows a targeted slaughter carried out by direct order. What can be traced more confidently is something less theatrical, but more consequential: the removal of the political shelter that had long sustained the old learned order. When the native princely courts fell, the system of patronage that had protected inherited superstition and ceremonial tradition also collapsed. The result was not necessarily a massacre, but a slow suffocation. A tradition that had depended on public support lost its stage, its income, and its social authority, and the consequences would be felt across generations. From the material already presented, a set of conclusions takes shape. First, the older religious inheritance described as Druidic superstition, or at least significant parts of it, was believed to have survived in Wales, without a clean break, guarded and repeated by poets and learned specialists, until the final period of native rule. Second, the princes of Wales did not behave like enemies of that inheritance. On the contrary, many appear to have honoured those who claimed to represent it, offering them status and protection in public life. Third, the most prestigious poets in these courts, especially those who held the leading seat of authority, did not merely admire the old tradition from a distance. They frequently described themselves as true heirs of it, trained in its discipline, familiar with its language, and entitled to speak in its name. Fourth, these poets repeatedly stated that their knowledge did not come from thin air or personal invention. They claimed to have learned from older works that formed the foundation of their studies, texts regarded as authoritative and genuinely ancient. Fifth, among the masters most often named with respect were Taliesin and Myrddin, and particular admiration was reserved for the symbolic teaching tied to the legendary cauldron associated with Ceridwen, which was described as a source of inspiration and hidden wisdom. Sixth, the later poets described the content of their sacred compositions in terms that match what survives, in the mystical poems attributed to those early names, making it difficult to dismiss the connection as accidental. The identity of themes, symbols, and ritual vocabulary is too consistent. Seventh, when these poets appealed to the highest authority for genuine national tradition, they did not point to a long list of alternative writers now available. The same few names keep returning, treated as the top of the chain. From this, a sober judgment follows. However a modern reader evaluates the literary beauty of these poems, they still stand among the most important sources the Welsh tradition preserves for understanding the older religious imagination. Careful attention to the early bards can also illuminate other materials composed in a distinctive, memory-friendly form. Compact, patterned statements, designed to be retained and repeated. These are the documents widely known as triads. Despite the label historical, many of these triadic statements are not historical in a narrow sense at all. They are mythic, symbolic, and explanatory, and they often read like keys to an older mental world rather than reports of events. In more recent times, some critics have treated the triads with theatrical scorn, as if their form alone proves their worthlessness. The argument usually begins with the observation that a few triads seem strange, trivial, or even absurd at first glance. Another point often raised is that this manner of composition appears to have survived later than some would like, continuing into relatively late periods of Welsh political life. It is also true that the testimony of copyists, when it comes to the age of the manuscripts they used, does not always climb beyond the medieval centuries with certainty. But these points do not justify sweeping dismissals. To declare that the triads are entirely modern, entirely futile, or entirely detached from genuine tradition is an easy verdict to pronounce and a hard one to defend. Anyone who refuses them all credit must do more than scoff. Real proof is required, not just confident tone. A broader look at Celtic habits of thought helps explain why the triadic form appears so naturally and so persistently. A strong preference for arranging ideas in threes can be traced widely across Celtic culture. It shows up in how regions are grouped, how peoples are categorized, how social orders are described, and how priestly or learned classes are divided into ranked functions. Britain itself was imagined in a threefold scheme, and later, Welsh political geography was repeatedly framed in three regions, each divided again into nested units. This style of classification was not an invention of a single century. It was a cultural habit, a way of organizing memory and authority. Even the earliest poetic material points in the same direction. The triadic structure is not something that appears suddenly in late medieval writing as a novelty. It is already familiar in the age of the oldest poets, where triads are cited as recognized patterns and treated as established forms of wisdom. Titles and formulas built around three appear naturally, as if the audience already knows what they signal. Some triads named in early poetry still survive today, while others have disappeared. The tradition has not come down in a neat, complete package, It survives in fragments, copied when useful, repeated when remembered, and lost when neglected. Even centuries ago, scholars, trying to recover them, spoke of a larger number once known, with only a fraction still obtainable. Later, research improved the record but could not fully repair the gaps. That incomplete survival is not proof of invention. It is the normal fate of inherited material. Because the triads were quoted with respect by the earliest poets still available, it is reasonable to infer that their content was broadly compatible with the doctrinal world of those poets. The triadic statements do not float alone. They sit inside the same symbolic universe: sacred numbers, ritual language, mythic figures, and moral classifications. A careful reading across the material suggests that many triads preserve the residue of older teaching, even when later hands reshaped wording or placed them in new contexts. Some items do show later influence, and some betray a tone shaped by monastic thinking. Those can be set aside without throwing away the whole body. The remainder can still be used cautiously alongside early bardic poetry, as part of a shared tradition. At this stage, however, new complications enter the story. In the modern era, certain additional records have been promoted as if they offer an even more authoritative version of bardic tradition. These claims rely heavily on the reputation of a bardic society, said to have continued in Wales after the fall of native rule, maintaining a chair, a formal seat of learning, through the centuries. According to this narrative, the institution survived the political catastrophe by reorganising itself and passing down its rules, lists of members, and internal procedures. It is an attractive picture. A hidden college preserving ancient truth while the surface of history changes. Yet when the credentials of this later institution are examined closely, troubling signs appear. The traditional dates attached to key figures do not align cleanly with better attested manuscript testimony. If a founding president is placed decades earlier than his known period, then the neatly arranged chain of succession that depends on that date becomes suspect. Records that present themselves as ratified and authoritative may still contain a blend of ignorance and invention. The story also includes evidence of internal division, even a break that produced competing seats. In such disputes, both sides tend to claim the true inheritance, and the existence of a split makes it harder to accept either party's self-description without independent confirmation. There is also the question of visibility. A tradition that truly held national authority would usually leave stronger traces in public memory. Instead, the later society appears, for long stretches, to have lived in obscurity, noticed only by local rumour and often misunderstood by ordinary people as something suspicious or irreligious. That does not automatically disprove its continuity, but it does weaken claims that its documents represent the unquestioned national tradition. Another uncomfortable point concerns access to early texts. There is little sign that this later society possessed reliable copies of the oldest bardic works. For much of its history, and its own written rules seem to have been compiled and reshaped long after the supposed founding era. A set of documents collected late, altered repeatedly, and ratified after centuries of obscurity cannot be treated as a transparent window into the ancient world. An even deeper issue lies in the philosophy the later institution is said to profess. It portrays itself as a system that can adjust beliefs according to changing evidence, as if continuity depends not on fixed doctrine, but on a social compact. That kind of flexibility may be admirable in a modern ethical sense, but it sits awkwardly beside the image of an ancient priestly order known for guarding inherited rights. A society that openly admits it can depart from earlier principles while still claiming to be the single, infallible storehouse of ancient belief invites a charge of inconsistency. The sensible response is caution, preference for facts that can be tested, rather than trust in dogmas offered on the authority of a late and contested tradition. This leads back to the older documents that have been known and accessible for centuries. Early bardic poetry and the triads. They can be read, compared and judged without requiring faith in a modern institution's internal claims. Their authority does not rest on a single modern gatekeeper. They stand in manuscripts, in language, in repeated themes, and in long-standing cultural memory. For that reason, when assessing early British religious tradition, the strongest foundation remains the early material itself and the patterns that link it to later medieval poetry. A further test can be applied by comparing bardic claims with known historical features of the Druids. One subject stands out immediately: the association of Druid practice with rites that outsiders described as magical. Classical observers use that label broadly, not only for conjuring tricks, but for mysterious ceremonies believed to produce unusual effects through hidden knowledge of nature and ritual. That wide meaning matters. If the early bards truly belonged to the same intellectual and ritual world, it would be strange for their poetry to show no trace of such practices, no symbolic vocabulary for mysterious operations, no interest in signs, tokens, and ritual power. At times, modern defenders of bardic respectability have insisted that the bards were neither prophets nor conjurers, presenting them as practical poets who avoided futurity and never touched magical themes. Yet this claim collapses when placed beside the material itself. Early poetry repeatedly uses prophetic openings and treats certain voices as authoritative foretellers. Works linked to the figure of Merdin, whether strictly historical or shaped by legend, are saturated with the language of predictions, omens, and ritual signs. Even when the precise interpretation is debated, the presence of the motif is hard to deny. Assertions that nothing in the ancient poetry even alludes to such matters do not survive a careful reading. This does not require imagining theatrical sorcery. It requires recognizing a world where ritual symbols and mysterious knowledge had cultural power. The repeated mention of the sacred cauldron alone points toward that kind of imagination. A source of inspiration, a vessel of transformation, a place where hidden potency is gathered and released. The medieval poets who invoke it treat it as more than decoration. They use it as shorthand for access to a deeper order, an inherited discipline that claims to draw extraordinary effect from concealed principles. In that sense, the symbolic vocabulary of the bards fits what historical witnesses described from the outside. Not necessarily stage magic, but ritual practice wrapped in secrecy and presented as effective. Taliesin's own tradition places a cauldron at the centre of poetic power, as if inspiration were not a mood but a substance, something brewed, guarded, and released under strict conditions. In one well-known mythic account of his initiation, the cauldron is prepared by Ceridwen, who does not simply heat water and herbs in a casual way. The story describes a deliberate mixture. Potent plants gathered with careful timing, chosen as if the sky itself set the schedule. The liquid becomes a kind of concentrated force. The moment a few drops touch the poet's lips, the tale claims that the veil of time falls away and the shape of what is coming becomes visible. Whether taken as literal history or as symbolic theatre, the message is unmistakable. The bardic imagination presents foreknowledge as the result of a ritual process, not as ordinary talent. That is why the language around the cauldron reads like the ancient world's idea of magic. It is not a stage trick with cheap surprise. It is ritual knowledge that promises extraordinary results through hidden preparation, timed actions, and specialized ingredients. Those who defend later sanitized images of the bards often try to push this material aside, but the older poetry refuses to stay quiet. And if someone insists that this still does not resemble real magical practice, other poems move from visionary brewing into something closer to spells and tools. One striking example is a Taliesin poem that begins with an anxious prayer against overwhelming waters, as though a flood has already started to rise and the first wave has broken beyond the shoreline. The poem then shifts into a register of secrecy. It names a greater secret, known to only a few, and introduces a wand associated with a legendary figure. The wand is not presented as a mere ornament. It is described like a powerful object that grows in the wood and bears abundant fruit beside a river, imagined as haunted or otherworldly. The poem even links this object to a future ruler who will obtain it at the time of his authority. In the logic of the poem, knowledge, power, and a physical instrument are bound together. A wand that carries secrecy, fruitfulness, and future possession is not far from the standard toolkit of ritual lore. To make the point sharper, later translators and commentators themselves have sometimes admitted what the poetry implies. In their wording, the poet is described as able to sing magic spells, and the circle and wand appear as devices that call forth effects. The same tradition speaks openly of an enricher of the divining magician, of a guardian spell that protects a leader, and of charms strong enough to prevail in conflict. The vocabulary is not coy. Even if the language is read metaphorically, it still shows a culture that imagined words as instruments and songs, as forces that could protect, compel, or overcome. This matters because ancient observers consistently associated Druid practice with rites outsiders described as magical. The term in ancient writing does not have to mean theatrical conjuring in the modern sense. It often means secret ceremony, divination, and the claim that unusual effects can be produced through hidden knowledge of nature and ritual. In that broader sense, the poetry fits the historical expectation well. The bardic tradition does not look like a world that avoided such ideas. It looks like a world that built them into its highest symbols: the cauldron, the wand, the charm, the circle, the hidden preparation. Divination by lots belongs to the same landscape. Ancient testimony describes priestly figures using plants and ritual objects in acts of sortilege. And early Welsh poetry repeatedly returns to the idea of cut sprigs, tally-like sticks, and symbolic tokens drawn from fruit-bearing trees. In this system, nature is not only admired, nature is consulted. A twig can carry a verdict, a branch can become a sign, and selection itself becomes a kind of sacred mathematics. That is why debates over omen sticks and letter-like tallies become so heated in later centuries. They touch the nerve of a tradition that claims to preserve ancient methods of reading fate. From there, the discussion moves into another claim often made about the Druids and their heirs, that they pursued the study of nature in a serious way. Ancient sources portray learned, priestly figures not only as ritual specialists, but also as men who argued about the structure of the world and instructed the young in their explanations. This is not a vague rumour. It is presented as the testimony of direct acquaintance. A named individual is described as both a druid and a man who understood the system of nature and could forecast events through a mixture of augury and inference. In the historical narrative, this matters because the same individual moved within elite political circles and was close to leaders who documented the Druids. The result is a chain of credibility. Not a distant legend, but learned claims observed at close range. If the older priestly order cultivated natural philosophy, it would be reasonable to expect traces of that habit in the poetry that later bards treated as their foundation. And such traces do appear sometimes in a form that modern readers find jarring. Taliesin contains passages that sound like cosmography, offered almost as a test of whether a person truly belongs to the primitive discipline. The speaker challenges those who claim to be qualified instructors and demands that they reveal the hidden structure of the world. The explanation that follows is not a calm, rational model like later science. It is mythic physiology, where the world is imagined as a vast living creature rising from the abyss. The creature is described as monstrous and invulnerable, with a mouth as wide as a mountain, immune to death and weapons. Its body is weighted with an impossible burden of rocks between its paws, and a single vivid eye shines like blue ice. Inside it are reservoirs that hold 3 fountains, and these fountains are used to explain 3 kinds of water. The swelling of salt water that rises and returns to replenish streams, the harmless water that falls as rain through the open air, and the springs that pulse through the veins of mountains as if the rock itself offers a feast. This is not a scientific explanation in the modern sense, yet it is an explanation, and it is framed as privileged teaching. It claims to describe how the visible world functions and where its waters come from. The poem even retains a few imported religious terms, but the underlying structure remains stubbornly non-Christian, a world that emerges from a deep, shadowed origin, linked to an evil principle rather than a benevolent creator. Elsewhere, the same pattern returns through a different name for that hostile power placed beneath the wave of the deep, as if the abyss is not merely water but a domain with rulership and a city of its own. Some later editors dismissed similar material as odd philosophy and cut it away, not because it was absent, but because it embarrassed them or bored them. Yet the survival of what remains shows that such mythic natural philosophy was part of the inherited tradition. It may represent a low or primitive school of pagan cosmology, but it is still a coherent imagination. The world as a living body, rivers and rain as flows from hidden sources, and cosmic order described through organs, reservoirs, and veins. This creates an important tension inside later reconstructions of bardic doctrine. Modern systems that claim a neat, elevated theology often struggle to reconcile themselves with the raw, monstrous imagery preserved in older poems. The older material does not always behave like a polished philosophical religion. It behaves like a layered inheritance, part ritual recipe, part prophetic claim, part divinatory practice, part mythic science. It is precisely that mixture that gives it historical value. It shows not only what later writers wanted the past to be, but what earlier poetry was willing to imagine. A tradition where inspiration is brewed, knowledge is guarded, fate can be drawn from living wood, and the world itself is explained through a creature rising out of the deep. Taliesin's surviving work offers more than grand myth and ritual imagery. It also preserves the sound of a mind that wanted to be taken seriously as a thinker about nature. In a set of teachings framed as questions, he does something revealing. Instead of delivering a neat lecture, he challenges a student with problems that force the listener to look at the world as a system. The answers are not supplied. The value lies in what the questions reveal about the topics that mattered to him and the kind of authority he wanted to project. Someone who could speak not only about kings and battles, but about the hidden mechanics of the natural world. In one instructional poem, the questions turn towards substances that seem ordinary until they are examined closely. Smoke becomes a puzzle. What breaks it apart? What element gives rise to it? And what unseen process turns something solid into something that dissolves into air? Then the focus shifts to water appearing from darkness. A fountain that bursts out above a shadowed cover at a time described through sharp sensory signs. When reeds look pale, when the moon brightens the night. It reads like a riddle wrapped in natural observation, as if the teacher wants the student to connect particular moments in the landscape with the hidden sources beneath it. The questions then pull inward, from the world outside to the world inside. Sleep becomes an investigation. In the moment a person loses waking awareness, what exactly remains? Is it only flesh? Is it only soul? Or is the sleeping state something stranger, like a secret chamber where light retreats and waits? The poem does not treat sleep as simple rest. It treats it as a border state, a doorway where identity shifts and where the student must decide what a human being truly is when the senses go quiet. The voice grows sharper as the questions continue. A skilled son of harmony is challenged for refusing to answer. Where does night go when day arrives, and where does it wait as if it were a traveller pausing off stage? What is the sign or mark of every leaf that grows, as though the natural world carries an alphabet that can be read by trained eyes? What force raises a mountain before the elements convulse, and what supports the structure of the inhabited earth as if the world were an engineered frame? Finally, the riddle turns toward the deepest point of all. Who lights the soul? Who has actually seen that source? And who truly knows it? The questions stack up like steps on a steep path: matter, water, sleep, time, plant life, geology, cosmology, and then the mystery of consciousness itself. A short passage that follows sounds like a jab at rival teachers. It imagines scholars hunched over their books, confident in written learning, yet unable to speak with certainty about the soul. What are its powers? What shape does it have? Where does it live inside the body? And by what current is it nourished? The poem treats this ignorance as a scandal. Not because a poet expects full scientific clarity, but because a teacher who claims mastery should not be helpless before the most important questions. Elsewhere, similar challenges appear in another set of riddling lines that range widely. When will land become fruitful? How wide is the earth? Who governs the space between sky and ground? How can a clear jewel be born from stone? Where do migratory birds vanish to in winter? What are the foundations beneath the sea? And who measured the world when the heavens were set in place? The tone is consistent. The speaker claims the ability to solve what others cannot. Whether the claims were symbolic, philosophical, or partly theatrical, the posture is unmistakable. This is a tradition that wanted to sound like a school of knowledge, not merely a school of song. Ancient accounts of the Druids describe them as studying the sky and the shape of lands. But the remaining bardic material does not always make it easy to judge how far they went in astronomy and geography. Some poems attempt to describe humanity and the universe in a structured way. Yet the content often looks mixed. Partly native, partly imported, sometimes blurred by later additions. One such poem outlines a model of the human person as if it were built from multiple elements: fire, earth, water, air, vapour, a life-giving principle linked to growth, and a final force described as a kind of purposeful wind. It also speaks of 7 senses, counting even appetite and aversion, and imagines layered skies above the head of the diviner. The sea is divided into 3 parts corresponding to 3 shorelines, as if geography itself obeys a triadic rhythm. Then the vocabulary shifts into planetary names that clearly echo foreign forms, and the picture expands into the Earth's zones and continents in a way that sounds less like an old local doctrine and more like borrowed cosmology. Even so, another shorter Song of the World feels different. It reads more like a philosophical meditation than a myth. The poet sings about the world's motion and asks why it does not fall. What holds it up if it has no visible support? If it did collapse, which direction would it go and who would catch it? The world is described as a wanderer that slides without resting, yet stays within its hollow track. The wonder is not only that it moves, but that it remains stable while countless feet trample its surface. The piece is fascinated by balance, orbit, and hidden structure, questions that belong to philosophy even when the language is poetic. Later, scribes sometimes tried to tidy such poems by adding overt religious explanations that do not fit the original tone, and medieval observers themselves complained that older bardic work was often disfigured by pious flourishes grafted onto lines that once stood on their own. That kind of editing matters because it shows how easily a tradition can be reshaped to match the preferences of later ages. The inquiry then turns from nature to politics, because another modern narrative about bardic tradition claims that the Druids taught a radical program of equality and universal peace. The doctrine is presented in sweeping terms. No human can rule another by right, all people are equal, and even the raw resources of the world belong to everyone in common. Whatever the moral appeal of such a creed might be, the question here is simpler and more historical. Does the older record support the claim? The historical descriptions of Druids in Gaul do not point toward a society built on equal power. They describe an order that judged disputes and held real authority. They speak of a leading figure who held supreme influence within the priestly class itself. They describe a social structure where common people had little voice and where debt, taxation, and the pressure of the powerful pushed many into dependence that looked very close to servitude. In Britain, too, tribes were governed by princes with the right to rule and even to pass authority onward. Whatever else Druidism may have been, it did not erase hierarchy or property in the societies where it operated. The poetry of the early bards matches that reality. Their songs are filled with patrons, kings, princes, war leaders, praised not only for virtue but for dominance, command, and royal standing. The bardic relationship with power was not a protest against authority. It was often a partnership with it. If a modern code claims that this tradition taught absolute equality, the burden of proof rests entirely on the modern claim, because neither the classical descriptions nor the bardic voice naturally moves in that direction. A similar problem appears in the claim that bards were bound to absolute pacifism and could not even tolerate the presence of unsheathed weapons. The ancient evidence suggests that Druids were often exempt from military service and were generally associated with peacemaking. But the same evidence also records internal conflicts over leadership that could even turn violent. In Britain, priestly figures are described confronting invaders with curses and ritual intimidation, standing directly in the path of armed men. That is not the behaviour of a system unable to face weapons. The medieval bards go further. They do not merely observe war from afar, they describe battles, praise victories, celebrate destruction of enemies, and urge leaders forward. Some were themselves associated with warfare, and even when they were not fighters, their poetry can be intensely martial. Streams of blood, frantic thrusts, gore, raven imagery, and the grim satisfaction of triumph. In one translated battle song, the poet describes carnage in close detail and then ends by declaring a desire to keep praising a warrior as long as life lasts. Another piece celebrates the justice of slaughter against foes and treats a blood-smeared cup and a heavy spear as gifts worthy of blessing. This is not a literature shaped by a blanket taboo against weapons. It is a literature that can frame violence as necessary, honourable, and even sacred when tied to the defence of a people. What makes the contradiction sharper is that the later institution that claims pacifist rules also preserved rituals that resemble open threats. Symbolic warfare against a degraded member. A sword drawn, a public proclamation. That practice looks less like inviolable peace and more like controlled hostility. It suggests that the claimed ideal may have been either exaggerated, modernized, or unevenly applied. The safest conclusion is not that every later tradition is worthless, but that later traditions require careful separation. What might preserve genuine old material versus what might reflect later political fashions, ideological dreams, or institutional self-justification. Some elements may truly shine light on obscure details. Others may be modern paint applied to an ancient wall. This becomes especially important when considering the personality of a figure sometimes named as an early leader of that later bardic institution. The few surviving pieces attributed to him portray a volatile and combative character. He appears as a welcome guest in one household and then as a furious satirist in another, producing a savage lampoon against a local cleric and his family. The words are not harmless. The poem speaks as if burning a house would be a public good and as if killing a man with a sword would be a worthy act. The story grows darker because, in the tradition that followed, a house really did burn, and the targeted man really was killed on the very night invoked in the satire. Whether the poet directly participated cannot be proven from the poetry alone, but the fact that he later felt the need to defend himself shows that suspicion was real. He becomes a wanderer for years, cut off from former protection, and the idea that such a person founded a peaceful, equality-centered institution begins to look strained. One surviving praise poem linked to this bard offers a vivid picture of the late medieval Welsh martial imagination. It celebrates a local leader as a fierce presence in conflict. The concentrated force of heroism, severe in violence, proud and bright like a dragon as he directs the death of enemies. The poem insists that this figure will remain glorious in memory. It describes slaughter among the people when battle is joined, blood rushing in equal pace, spears driving without pause, and it ends with the speaker regretting ever having been silent, as if praise itself were a duty owed to a war leader defending a valley now left desolate without a chief. In this poetic world, silence is cowardice and commemoration is part of survival. Grief rises first as a public sound, crying, mourning, the kind of communal noise that follows a leader's fall. The man being mourned is described as a force of war, a lion in a world of splintered spears and battered shields, a commander whose advance rolled forward like a storming sea. Enemies in the lands of Loga are imagined as swept away in his descent, consumed as if a violent flame had been loosed across the dry mountain heath, leaving nothing but panic and smoke behind. Yet the portrait does not stay one-dimensional. The same figure who could hurl himself into battle with a ruthless, unstoppable charge is also remembered for calm generosity at home. He is shown leaping into conflict to raid a northern king, hammering at rival dominions with relentless energy, and still returning to sit as a gracious host. In the hall, the tone changes. Bards are welcomed, feasts are spread, hands are open. The warrior's reputation rests not only on violence, but on the older expectation that power must also provide food, shelter, and patronage for those who preserve memory in song. The poem's imagery returns again to the sea. Like an ocean swell, the leader lifts the shield of the three provinces. A sword comes up, crimson-marked, its scabbard flashing with gold. A specific battle follows. A place called Caillou, filled with fear, where destruction spreads so wide that buildings turn to ash. The devastation is painted as more than ordinary raiding, as if ancient forces of legend are being invoked to explain the scale of ruin and the heat of the onslaught. There is even a dark hint that treachery, poison, administered at the edge of action, helped bring the hero down at the very moment he seemed most dangerous. After that, the atmosphere collapses into silence. The mead hall that once rang with celebration goes quiet. the gates where banquets were held and energy was nurtured close in on themselves, not by siege, but by loss. A local remedy is mentioned, the famous medicines of Midvi, yet here it cannot restore what matters. It can only mark the turning point. Feasting ends, the open hall becomes an absence, and a ruler who had been an anchor for strangers and fighters alike is gone. The voice insists on what that absence means. A leader of spearmen, an arbiter in the south, no longer alive to keep the structure of society standing. Praise does not stop because the man is dead. The bard declares that songs are being prepared like provisions for a final journey, a kind of farewell gift made of language. The dead leader is compared to a gem among heroes, an eagle in full strength, and a chief who combined caution with fortune and irresistible force when disorder surged through his land. His spear is said to have driven out outsiders, and he is remembered as an enemy of bondage, someone who pushed back against humiliation and forced dependence, at least in the political sense of keeping a people from being mastered by strangers. The tone then lifts into a prayer that the hero receive a reward no violence can steal. Earthly power can be stripped away, halls can burn, patrons can fall, but the afterlife is presented as a portion beyond seizure, granted by the highest judge and reserved for the faithful. That hope is not only offered for the dead. It is also asked for the living speaker, who needs mercy of a different kind. The bard turns the lens inward, away from the dead chief and onto personal survival. A request is made to the God who sees what is hidden, the supporter of princes, the all-knowing protector invoked by Christians. The plea is practical. Let the chief bard, after being cast out for a long time, be allowed to remain with the generous grandsons of his old patron. The speaker is not asking for glory now, but for a place at the edge of a household, a chance to belong again instead of wandering. Another figure enters the story, Ainion, described as a judge whose blade could be terrifying in war, yet who also presided with dignity in his district. This is a reminder that leadership, in this world, often wore two faces, the warrior and the administrator, the host and the enforcer. He is praised as a patron of poets and a supporter of many, rooted in a great sanctuary of praise singers and public honour. Then comes an abrupt confession. The bard claims the right to speak judgment and uses it to draw a boundary around his own reputation. No reckless satire, he says, will be allowed to toy with the hero's renown. The speaker refuses the role of outlaw and rejects the image of a man wandering without restraint. A promise is made of loyalty toward the clergy, an attempt to show that the poet is not a threat to order, not a man who should be feared or excluded. The poem keeps pressing on that point. The speaker insists on innocence, on the right to live in peace, on the peace of the plough, the ordinary security that even warriors can grant when law is respected. A moral universe is described in which peace is not weakness, but a legitimate gift, and in which light is dispensed by a divine source, portrayed as steady, loving, and unerring. At the same time, the poet does not hide regret. A vow is made to tell a golden tale for the tribe, an account shaped by the natural outline of the muse, something that feels like an effort to rebuild honour through craft. The speaker wants to keep false colourings away, to prevent lies from taking root while the spring of inspiration still flows. There is urgency in that line. Creativity is finite, and death is imagined as a messenger that can arrive without warning. The deepest wound, however, is social. The bard admits that poor judgment, careless words, lack of discretion has cost him the steady invitation to the cauldrons and feasts. The loss is not only food and drink, it is access to the centre of the world, to halls where eloquence is rewarded, where horns of liquor circulate among the pillars of war. where glittering swords hang near generous tables, and where poets are treated as necessary companions of power. To be cut off from that is to be cut off from life's main artery. The lament grows more personal and repetitive in the way real grief often does. The poet calls himself wretched for losing the mead and wine that flow to those welcome in open halls. He remembers the gifts, the frank invitations, the dragon-like chiefs who once showered favour on their dependents. The valley itself becomes part of the address, as if the land is a witness to generosity and now a witness to exile. Night after night, the same thought returns. A single rash act has forfeited privilege and protection. The poet no longer shares in the shining wine or the scarlet finery that marked belonging. The emphasis falls on the cruelty of consequence, how quickly one mistake can strip a person of patronage, safety, and public standing. Even so, praise continues. The bard promises lasting honour to the hawks of Hervrin, the last of a warlike line, and to the eagle-like leader of the spearmen of Dingad. The language makes clear that admiration for martial strength is not being rejected. This is a world where a fighter's generosity and a fighter's violence are both remembered, where a poet can condemn his own recklessness while still celebrating the hard edge of war. Read straight through, the poem also functions as evidence. It shows the temperament of its speaker, someone not horrified by battle, not shy about praising bloodshed when it serves a cause, and certainly not committed to a soft ideal of perfect equality. Hunger, reputation, patronage, loyalty, guilt, and survival are all tangled together. The bard is political in the oldest sense, trying to negotiate a place within a power structure that can cast out and restore. From there, attention shifts to another disputed claim about bardic life. The idea that their assemblies were always public, always held in clear view, always under the sun. That picture does not sit comfortably beside the older aura of secrecy, traditionally associated with sacred groves, hidden instruction, and guarded rites. Public courts and daytime judgments may have existed, especially when disputes had to be heard openly. But internal discipline and religious mystery are repeatedly described in older traditions as private and prolonged, taught in secluded places over many years, protected from casual ears. The fact that only scraps of doctrine were ever said to have leaked out underscores how carefully secrecy was maintained. This older pattern also fits the recurring imagery found elsewhere: caves linked to arch-diviners, torchlight ceremonies timed to midnight and dawn, and the repeated theme of concealment in forests. The picture that emerges is not a society that performs every act in plain daylight, but one that uses both visibility and darkness. Public authority when needed, private rites, when the goal is initiation rather than spectacle. The comparison then widens one last time. The Druids are not described only as priests of superstition or teachers of strange cosmology. They are also repeatedly portrayed as judges, moral instructors, and experts in the laws of their people, an order whose arbitration could settle disputes and whose decisions carried final weight. They are described as teachers of wisdom with their own trained eloquence, and later traditions in the British world linked old legal customs to that earlier authority. That legal and moral reputation clashes sharply with any system that denies human authority altogether, or that treats religious principle as something that can drift endlessly according to fashion. A society cannot function on pure equality without hierarchy of any kind, and it cannot produce stable law if its foundations are always shifting. In contrast, the older moral core attributed to the Druid tradition stresses piety, decency toward others, and personal courage. That triad of virtues prepares the listener to expect concise moral teaching, not endless debate. This is where the bards become most distinctive. Their ethical lessons often appear in compact, memorable forms, short aphorisms designed for a culture with limited books and wide oral circulation. Among the strangest and most effective are the triplets, three-line sayings that begin with something almost childish, a remark about weather, animals, or a drifting leaf, then pivot into a sharper observation, and finally land on a moral truth that hits with unexpected weight. The first lines feel trivial on purpose, because they are meant to be remembered. They are tied to everyday sights: snow on a mountain, wind on a headland, rain on a shelter, so that nature itself becomes a trigger for reflection. This method has a practical elegance. Familiar scenes anchor the memory. When a person sees snow on the hills and hears hungry birds, the mind is nudged toward the line learned by rote, and that line carries the listener into the moral conclusion: the value of friendship in distress. When rain drives someone toward a makeshift shelter, the saying returns and turns into a rebuke of laziness. When a leaf whips in the wind, the image becomes a small parable about how quickly life turns old, even when it is newly born. The trick is not subtle literary art. It is moral education disguised as ordinary observation. Other triplets and stanzas push the same approach across many themes. Discretion in keeping secrets, shame earned for petty gain, patience as a guiding light, the limits of associating with fools, the rewards of steady work, the truth that goodness cannot be purchased for the wicked, and the warning that prosperity can reverse into need. Some sayings focus on rulers and pride. Others focus on social bonds, useful trades, envy, extravagance, and the danger of trusting in pedigree without virtue. Many are blunt, even awkward, but their purpose is clear: to keep moral counsel circulating through daily life. Over time, the style fades from fashionable poetry. Later, bards favour more elaborate forms and leave this older, rustic device behind. Yet the sayings themselves continue to travel, detached from their original triplets, reused as common property. Longer moral stanzas appear that seem to gather older maxims into new arrangements, often repeating a simple natural cue like "snow of the mountain" before pouring out a chain of ethical reminders. A collection of such proverbs could fill an entire book, and that abundance tells its own story. The bardic tradition, whatever else it carried, myth, ritual imagery, cosmology, praise of kings and songs of war, also preserved a steady interest in character. It watched human behaviour closely, packaged its conclusions into portable lines, and seeded those lines into the most ordinary parts of experience, so that nature itself could become a page of wisdom each day. Earlier examination has linked the medieval Welsh bardic tradition to the older religious culture often associated with the Druids. When bardic poetry is compared with classical descriptions of ancient priesthoods, many of the themes and beliefs appear closely related. The poems preserve references to sacred knowledge, mythic ancestors, divine beings, and ritual practices that resemble what ancient writers described among the priestly orders of Gaul and Britain. Mythological triads and early poems form a body of tradition that appears to continue older religious ideas, even though they survive in fragmentary and sometimes altered form. These scattered records do not present a complete system, yet they preserve enough detail to allow a broad reconstruction of early religious beliefs. The surviving material does not permit a complete or perfectly precise picture. Anyone attempting to follow the threads of early British mythology soon encounters gaps and contradictions. Many of the poems were composed in periods when older beliefs had already begun to fade, and later influences sometimes reshaped older traditions. Still, these remnants contain enough clues to reveal the main features of the belief system. They point toward a religious tradition formed gradually over time, rather than created as a single unified doctrine. The fragments that survive provide glimpses of ritual, mythology, and theology, even if they rarely offer a clear or systematic explanation. The bardic writings suggest that early British religion included many divine figures, each known under different names and associated with particular powers. These figures often appear to have begun as human ancestors, or as symbolic representations of natural forces. Over time, memory and myth blended together. Heroes and patriarchs became sacred figures, while important objects and natural phenomena acquired religious meaning. The sun, moon, and stars eventually became linked to these traditions, and celestial bodies were honoured alongside the legendary figures connected with ancient events. The development of these beliefs appears to have followed a familiar pattern found in many early societies. Older religious ideas centered on revered ancestors slowly merged with forms of nature worship. Ceremonies intended to preserve memory gradually transformed into acts of devotion. The result was a mixed system of belief combining ancestral tradition with the worship of natural powers. This type of religious development was not unique to Britain and resembles patterns found across much of the ancient world. Some writers have suggested that the Druids believed in a single supreme god. That idea may contain some truth, but it does not fully describe the religious practices suggested by the bardic material. Even when ancient peoples spoke of a highest divine power, they often continued to honour many lesser beings who acted as intermediaries between the divine and human worlds. Evidence from historical accounts suggests that early British religion included numerous divine figures with specialised roles and attributes. Ancient descriptions of priestly teaching mention long discussions about divine powers and the structure of the universe. Students were instructed in the nature of the gods and their influence over the world. Among these divine beings, certain figures received particular attention and were credited with important discoveries or skills. Others were associated with warfare, healing, or wisdom. The pattern resembles what is known from the religions of the Mediterranean world, where multiple gods formed part of a broader religious framework. These similarities suggest that ancient religious traditions across Europe and the Mediterranean may have developed from related sources. Different peoples preserved their own versions of the same underlying ideas. Names and stories changed from region to region, yet the basic structure remained recognizable. Religious beliefs, rituals, and mythic figures often show clear parallels, even when they appear in distant lands. Some scholars have argued that ancient mythology preserves distant memories of a great flood and of a patriarch who survived it. According to this interpretation, early traditions transformed historical memories into sacred narratives. The survivor of the catastrophe became a revered ancestor, and the vessel that preserved life acquired symbolic importance. Over time, these memories were reshaped into myths and rituals. Such a development is not difficult to imagine. The earliest generations after a great disaster would naturally honour the individual believed to have preserved the human race. A figure remembered as the ancestor of all nations could easily become an object of reverence. His descendants might also be honoured as founders of different peoples. Traditions built around such figures would gradually take on religious meaning as memory turned into legend. Objects connected with survival could also acquire sacred importance. A vessel associated with preservation might be remembered with special respect and eventually become the focus of symbolic worship. In many cultures, important objects linked with divine intervention later became sacred relics. What began as remembrance could gradually turn into devotion. Attempts have been made to trace the names of ancient gods and heroes back to older languages. These studies sometimes suggest that religious vocabulary spread across wide regions and preserved traces of early cultural contacts. However, Such linguistic reconstructions are uncertain and often controversial. Similar sounding words can be interpreted in different ways, and conclusions based entirely on word origins rarely provide definite proof. In the case of the Welsh material, many sacred names appear to belong naturally to the local language and carry meanings that fit their mythological roles. These terms do not appear to have been borrowed directly from classical sources. Instead, they seem to represent an independent tradition that developed its own religious vocabulary, while preserving some connections to older cultural influences. Certain poetic passages even suggest contact with traditions originating far beyond Britain. Some fragments include words that resemble ancient Eastern languages, hinting at the possibility that parts of the tradition were transmitted from distant regions. If this is correct, early British mythology may preserve echoes of beliefs that once spread across a wide area of the ancient world. Despite these possibilities, the interpretation of early mythology must rely primarily on the surviving texts themselves. External comparisons may help clarify certain points, but the strongest evidence comes from the traditions preserved in the bardic, poems, and triads. These sources provide direct insight into the beliefs and stories that shaped early British religion. Among the most striking elements preserved in these traditions are stories describing a great flood. One account tells of waters bursting forth from a vast lake and covering all lands. Only a single man and woman survived the catastrophe in a small vessel, and from them the population of Britain was said to descend. The story clearly describes a universal destruction followed by renewal, even though its details differ from later written versions. Another tradition describes a great ship that preserved pairs of animals during the same disaster. After the floodwaters receded, a powerful leader used his oxen to prevent the waters from rising again. These stories preserve recognizable elements of flood mythology while reshaping them into local forms. They do not appear to be simple retellings of later religious texts, but rather independent traditions, shaped by oral transmission. Like many ancient peoples, the inhabitants of Britain connected these stories closely with their own land. The survivors of the flood were believed to have restored the population of the island, placing Britain at the centre of human history. Such localization is common in ancient traditions, where universal events are often retold as if they occurred within familiar landscapes. Elsewhere, similar stories placed the resting place of the flood vessel upon local mountains. The pattern suggests that each region adapted the story to its own geography, while preserving the core idea of destruction and survival. These parallels indicate that flood traditions were widely shared across ancient cultures. British traditions also preserve hints of migration from distant lands. Some accounts describe an ancestral leader guiding early settlers from eastern regions into Britain. This suggests that memories of migration may have survived alongside the mythological narratives. Different versions of tradition may reflect different layers of memory, some intended for popular storytelling and others preserving older historical recollections. The flood stories themselves contain distinctive details that link them to traditions preserved elsewhere. In one version, the disaster begins with the sudden release of waters from a great lake. Similar explanations appear in other ancient traditions, where overflowing waters were believed to have covered entire regions. Such parallels suggest the movement of stories across cultures through migration or contact. These traditions appear again in bardic poetry, where the flood is associated with a figure named Dylan, often described as a son of the sea. In poetic imagery, the speaker recalls being carried within a vessel while overwhelming waters surged from heaven into the deep. The language clearly evokes a catastrophic flood and survival within a sacred ship. Other poems describe roaring waves striking the shore and recall a distant age when destructive waters advanced across the land. These accounts present the flood not as a distant myth, but as an event whose consequences still extend into the present. Ritual remembrance may have preserved the memory through generations. Later, poetry continues to refer to Dylan in connection with the ordering of the seas and the structure of the world. The figure appears not as a historical warrior, but as a mythic ancestor associated with the ocean itself. In the language of the poets, the sea sometimes bears his name, suggesting a symbolic link between the figure and the vast waters of the world. Some later interpretations attempted to treat Dylan as a historical leader, but the surviving poems do not support this view. The references to him occur within mythological contexts tied to the flood tradition. The figure belongs to the world of sacred memory rather than recorded history. The flood traditions also preserve the names of other ancestral figures associated with survival and renewal. These names appear in different forms across various poems and triads, suggesting that they refer to a single ancient figure remembered under several titles. Although the stories differ in detail, they consistently describe a patriarch who survived the catastrophe and became the ancestor of later peoples. The importance of this figure within early religion can be seen in the titles associated with him. Names linked with heaven, lordship, and divine authority appear alongside the stories. These titles suggest that the ancestral survivor was eventually honoured as more than a historical figure. Memory gradually elevated him into a sacred role within the religious imagination. The same individual appears under yet another name, Hu, often called the Mighty. Traditions describe him as living during the time of the flood and performing deeds that protected the world from further destruction. He is credited with guiding early settlers, establishing communities, and teaching the arts of agriculture. Laws and customs are attributed to him, and he is remembered as a bringer of order and justice. These characteristics match the typical image of a primordial lawgiver and cultural founder. He gathers scattered people, organises society, and provides the knowledge necessary for survival. Such figures appear in many early traditions, where they represent the beginning of civilized life after a period of chaos. Hu is also described as leading different families to their settlements and establishing peaceful relations among them. His role combines leadership, instruction, and authority. The traditions present him as both ancestor and teacher, a figure standing at the beginning of social order. Descriptions of Hu strongly resemble traditions found in other ancient cultures about the first patriarch after a great disaster. In each case, the figure appears as a founder of society, a lawgiver, and a distributor of land among different groups. The similarities suggest that these traditions may preserve distant memories of a shared origin. Before following this figure through the older bardic poems, it helps to pause in the later Middle Ages and listen to how Welsh poets were still describing him. In their verses, Hu appears not as a distant name in a dusty genealogy, but as a living archetype, a protector, a ruler, a giver of plenty, and a force that seems to move through land, sea, and sky. One 14th century portrait paints him as a sovereign presence, quick to defend, generous in gifts, and tied to the very pulse of life in the world. He is praised as the source of vigour and fame, the kind of lord whose hall is remembered for drink, song, and honour. Then the poet shifts the scene to the time after a great flood and shows Hu taking hold of a heavy plough, driving it with skill and energy. The point is not just that he farms, but that he teaches cultivation as a sacred model of right order, an example meant to humble arrogance and reward steady wisdom. In that image, a single figure carries the roles of survivor, teacher, and civilizer in one sweep. It is difficult to imagine a flood survivor patriarch described with more directness, or with details that fit so neatly. Yet the medieval record also insists on something more unsettling. This same patriarchal figure did not remain merely a remembered ancestor. He became an object of devotion. A 15th century moralist, writing with the confidence of a Christian age, complains that people were still chasing an older inspiration that did not come from Christian teaching. He describes two currents that move through the world, one presented as clear and joyful, the other described as deceitful, heavy, with bad omens and false promises. The second current, he claims, is the one pursued by the followers of Hu, and he accuses certain Welsh poets of clinging to it as if it were a stolen authority. This is not a polite academic dispute. It is an accusation that a rival spiritual loyalty still lingered in public life, dressed in poetry and tradition. That complaint would sound exaggerated if there were no answering voice. But the medieval poems provide exactly that. Blunt lines in which Hu is openly treated as the greatest divine power. One poet declares belief in him as a supreme lord, even calling him a hidden god whose presence surpasses ordinary measure. Hu's motion is described as light and swift, and his vehicle is imagined as a bright fragment of sunshine, as if his power rides on rays rather than wheels. The language pulls Hu toward the sky. It links him not only to the flood and the plough, but also to solar brilliance and speed. The imagery suggests a religion that blended memory of an ancestral saviour with reverence for the sun itself, treating the heavenly light as Hu's emblem, or even as Hu's living form. The old symbols expand beyond Hu as well. The oxen associated with him are no longer just animals in a story. They are lifted into the storm. One poet speaks as if those oxen are visible in thunder and lightning, as though their chain flashes in the sky and their harness burns with active flame. It is a striking move. A myth about drawing a creature from waters and preventing another flood becomes meteorology, turning ritual memory into a living spectacle above the mountains. The chain and the golden harness echo an old feat ascribed to Hu and his beasts. A feat meant to explain why the world would not be drowned again. In medieval imagination, that ancient action becomes a cosmic sign, replayed in weather and fire. A pattern emerges. The Middle Ages did not invent a completely new god and paste him onto an older story. The poems read like the afterglow of something much older, a stubborn residue of pre-Christian habit that survived inside a Christian society. The reverence is too specific, too consistent in its symbols, and too deeply woven into inherited images to be a casual late fabrication. It looks more like a relic, a long-standing mythic framework that some people continue to repeat, refine, and defend because it felt ancestral, familiar, and powerful. If that older devotion was real, traces of it should appear in the earliest surviving poetry, and in fact, they do. The old heroic poems that mourn massacres and praise warriors occasionally open a window onto temple life and ritual language. In one lament, describing slaughter near a renowned sanctuary, the poem hints that the appointment of a chief religious singer, or priest, was understood as Hu's privilege. Hu is presented not as a minor local spirit, but as the authority behind the sacred circle. The building itself is described with language that points to a flood memory. A world vessel, a cosmic enclosure, a structure whose form and symbolism call back to a time when waters covered everything. The sanctuary is imagined as a reflection of a greater temple, with the sun's circle mirrored by stone and ritual on earth. Alongside Hu, a female divine figure appears, paired with him in the sacred setting. The name changes between poems, but the role remains consistent. A goddess linked to mystery, transformation, and ritual power. In some later mythic systems, she's treated as a great mother figure, and in the older material she stands beside Hu, as part of the same sacred landscape. The pairing suggests a theology that did not revolve around one figure alone, but around a set of complementary powers. The same sanctuary is also described under different divine names, as if multiple titles were being used for the same underlying figures. One passage depicts a perfect and formidable structure built not merely for human conflict, but for sacred function. It speaks of a guarded fire, of bodies seen within the precinct, of an armed figure who is at once warrior and ritual participant. Then comes a line that matters. The sanctuary is associated with names that are unmistakably flood-connected in later religious memory. In other words, the poet signals an identification between the British divine figure and the flood patriarch. The implication is not subtle. The old god of the sanctuary, the one linked to the world vessel and the sacred circle, is being equated with the flood survivor known from later scriptural tradition. The poet is not claiming that the old Britons preserved the exact original name. Rather, he is recognizing that the story and the role match so closely that they must be the same character under different titles. From that point, the older poetic titles begin to make more sense. A guardian of sacred fire appears under a name that suggests a maritime or flood season identity, like a divine watcher tied to the waters. The same figure is credited with building or strengthening the sanctuary, protecting it, and serving as its central power. Another title connects him to solar imagery. A term meaning sun or shining leader appears, and the god is described as ascending, glorious, and sovereign over the island. The language repeatedly drifts between flood symbolism and solar symbolism, as if the same divine being could be remembered both as the ruler who survived the waters and as the sun power who rules the sky. The animal emblems reinforce this blend. The bull or ox is not simply an attribute. It becomes a sacred sign. A priest is called a radiant bull, and the people devoted to the sanctuary are described as a herd belonging to a roaring divine power. Elsewhere, the same god is described as a lion of vast circuit, an image that fits the sun's path across the heavens. Serpent imagery enters too, suggesting a power that pierces resistance, produces renewal, and moves with unbending course. These are classic emblems of a solar-linked cult, yet they are attached to a figure whose story is fundamentally about flood survival and world renewal. The result is a fused religious identity, a diluvian patriarch lifted into the sky and reimagined through the language of celestial force. When the focus shifts to Taliesin, the pattern intensifies. In later tradition, Taliesin is treated as a master voice of old sacred knowledge, a poet who speaks like an initiate, rather than a court entertainer. In his surviving poems, Hu's presence is not abstract. Certain places are described as belonging to Hu, as if territories and sacred islands were dedicated to him. A well-known island associated with the older priestly order is described as troubled when Hu's chief priest dies. That same island is portrayed as a place of abundant feasting, where bowls of drink are central to ritual life. Hu appears not only as a flood-linked lord, but also as a god of the generous cup, presiding over communal festivals that blend celebration with sacred obligation. Taliesin's story of the flood is not told in a clean historical narrative. It is told in mythic fragments. A sacred vessel, a leader arriving from a land associated with arcane knowledge, companions carried through an overwhelming disaster, and a priestly charge connected to an ark-like object. The flood becomes a theological foundation. Survival is treated as a reward for integrity, and deliverance is presented not as accident, but as the outcome of cosmic judgment and protection. Hu is woven into that logic as the head and guarantor of the saving passage. In another poem, a title meaning distributor or giver appears as the divine source of authority, and a claim of sovereignty over the island is framed as something granted from above. In the poet's era, that sovereignty may have been mostly symbolic, but the symbolism itself reveals an older idea. The chief priestly leader once claimed a right that reached beyond one kingdom, grounded in the favour of the ruling god. Around this divine authority, the goddess figure returns, sometimes as a cauldron power, sometimes as a mystery mother. She appears as part of the same ritual world, implying a paired sacred economy of power, the male floodlord and the female source of inspiration and transformation. Other fragments show ritual procession and symbolic display. A sacred ox positioned at a lake, an eagle carried aloft, a shining sovereign path traced across the sky, and the repeated presence of the drinking rite. The flood is never far away in these images. Water, boundaries, and passage recur as themes, and the generous bowl serves as a ritual centre, tying communal life to mythic memory. Elsewhere, a ruler of the deep appears, associated with a cauldron that demands oaths and punishes betrayal. The sea is not merely geography, it is a sacred domain ruled by a divine presence who judges truth and falsehood. Some poems push the fusion even further by presenting the solar divinity as fire itself, a living blaze that claims it can guard its seat, even during a universal flood. The claim is mythic, but the logic is consistent with the larger pattern. The sun power and the flood patriarch have become one figure in the symbolic imagination. A single sacred authority capable of spanning water and flame, destruction and renewal. The bull cult returns in another form. A divine bull enthroned in a sacred enclosure, an island sanctuary encircled by tides, and titles that emphasize ownership, right claim, and supreme lordship. The language of property and authority is not casual. It frames the god as the rightful ruler of the land and its sacred order, and it frames the sanctuary as the god's chosen domain, defended and maintained as the center of power. One of the most extravagant portraits presents the god as a dragon chief and war power, girdled with the rainbow, a protector in darkness, a ploughman, and a vanquisher of monstrous enemies. He lends courage to heroes, presides over a mysterious vessel, and is described with a mixture of roles that belong to different worlds: agriculture, battle, enchantment, judgment, and creation. The flood survivor becomes a mythic engine that drives every function of society. The figure is even given the traits of poet and musician, absorbing the bardic identity into the god himself. In a later segment of that same tradition, a priest addresses the god directly for the prosperity of Britain and stacks title upon title. Who, as father, king of poets, a shining sovereign, a dragon power, and a victorious lord of the island? The language is ceremonial, as if spoken within a rite rather than written for casual reading. The god is placed within a cosmic circle of stones, linking his worship to visible monuments and public sacred space. The flood memory remains present beneath the surface, but it is now embedded inside a fully developed cultic vocabulary. Another poem claims its authority from the Eight, preserved in the sacred vessel, turning the Ark survivors into a kind of consecrated company whose tradition grants legitimacy to prophecy and ritual knowledge. In that setting, the Flood Lord appears as a battle disposer, described as a priestly figure and surrounded by symbolic animals. A spotted cow brings blessings, bellows as if warning of approaching catastrophe, and is sacrificed at a season tied to emergence and renewal. The ritual calendar is implied, a moment when the saved world begins again, marked by sacrifice, procession, and the signs of spring. Within this mythic frame, the Ark itself becomes a living symbol. It is described not simply as a boat, but as something almost animal in presence, crossing grievous waters with stores of grain, carried by serpents, guarded by stone coverings, and tied to circular sanctuaries. The cuckoo becomes a seasonal herald of ritual movement, announcing a time when the community dances, feasts, and remembers the passage from danger into safety. The language is not historical reportage. It is liturgy disguised as poetry, preserving a religious system that reinterprets ancestral survival as divine drama. Across these fragments, the central idea holds steady. The British Who is repeatedly shown as a flood-linked patriarch elevated into divine rank. His cult absorbs solar imagery, animal emblems, and ritual feasting. His story is stretched until it becomes a cosmic charter. The reason the world continues, the reason society has law and agriculture, the reason the island belongs to its sacred order. Even when Christian poets condemn the tradition as false and ominous, their complaints confirm its persistence. The older devotion was not a vague rumour, it was a living competitor in imagination and practice, preserved by stubborn memory, ritual habits, and the authority of inherited song. Another strand of the old material shifts the spotlight onto a striking detail. This flood survivor god is not only remembered as a ruler and protector, but also as a farmer. In one telling, he is described with a title that essentially means a harvester, a clear nod to the patriarchal image of the first cultivator, the one who turns chaos into order by working the soil. Around him stands a priesthood that borrows the god's own names. A chief officiant carries a title that sounds less like an ordinary personal name and more like a sacred label, as if the minister is meant to speak with the god's voice and wear his identity in ritual. One tradition even hints at a cycle of dying and returning, a pattern that appears again and again in ancient religions, where the divine figure is pictured as passing away and reappearing with the seasons, or retreating and returning with renewed strength. Alongside this sits another unmistakable sign, the ivy branch. It is presented as a ceremonial privilege, not a casual ornament, and it connects the island rites to a wider Mediterranean pattern of ecstatic festival, masking, and communal intoxication. The detail matters because it suggests that the Welsh god was being framed not only as a flood patriarch and solar power, but also as the patron of revel, drink, and seasonal renewal. Taken together, these features point toward a single conclusion. The tradition is describing a people who offered worship to an ancestral figure believed to have survived a world-drowning catastrophe. That figure is repeatedly fused with the sun, sometimes treated as the sun's companion, sometimes treated as the sun's very form. The result is a composite divinity, part patriarch, part celestial power, presented as the supreme supernatural authority of the land. Yet the next question naturally follows. If this figure resembles many ancient gods at once, which one is he supposed to be? Anyone trained only on the tidy household pantheon of later poetry might expect one clean answer, one name neatly matched to one divine role. But the older layer of religion rarely works that way. Early cults often treat sacred powers as facets of one story rather than as separate individuals. Later, poets and artists sharpened boundaries, assigning each god an elegant outline, a distinct emblem, and a carefully limited domain. Earlier belief can be rougher and more crowded, piling titles and symbols onto one central idol, as if many functions are being expressed through a single sacred body. From that older angle, the Welsh flood sun patriarch becomes a kind of total god, a single figure capable of wearing many masks. As guide of early peoples and guardian of skills, he resembles the messenger and pathfinder god. As the light of the sky, he resembles the solar lord. As kingly power above all, he resembles the high ruler of heaven. As master of battle, he resembles the war god. As commander of waters, he resembles the sea ruler. A foreign observer, encountering this cult through scattered descriptions, could easily claim to see an entire classical lineup hidden inside one Celtic divinity. But among all these roles, one image keeps returning with special force. The giver of drink and the lord of feasting. The poems linger on the cup, the hall, the loud joy, and the ritual carousal. In that sense, the god most closely resembles the ecstatic wine deity whose rites were famous for ivy, animal masks, and wild processions. The recurring emblems match that atmosphere too, especially the bull and the dragon, which appear so often that they function like a sacred signature. Those two emblems do not appear in isolation. In wider ancient ritual, the bull and the serpent are repeatedly paired with the wine god's mysteries. Hymns call the deity to appear as bull, as serpent, as lion. Invocations address him with horned titles and animal forms. Women chant to him as a bull worthy of reverence, a powerful presence invited to the shore-side temple and the sacrificial rite. Ancient thinkers even ask why the bull title clings to him so stubbornly, and one recurring answer points back to farming. The bull is the animal that breaks the ground. The bull is the strength that draws the plough. If the divine figure is imagined as the first husbandman, then the bull becomes a natural emblem, a living sign of the same mythic role. In a religion that fuses a flood survivor with solar power and seasonal renewal, such an emblem becomes almost inevitable. This makes the Welsh tale of sacred oxen and a monstrous water being feel less like a random folktale and more like the surface of an older rite. The story is famous across Wales, and its fame is precisely the clue. When a legend is told everywhere but anchored to nowhere, when almost every lake is claimed as the place where it happened, that usually points to a repeated ceremony, rather than a single historical event. People may not remember the original meaning, but they remember that something was done. The proverb that mocks impossible claims by saying even the sacred oxen cannot perform the feat suggests an older memory of staged power, an action believed possible within certain limits, and repeated often enough to become a cultural reflex. Traditions also preserve echoes of sound, a peculiar tune said to imitate lowing, chain rattle, and straining effort, like an audio fragment of a public performance that once accompanied a ritual drama at the water's edge. The likely picture is not hard to imagine. Bulls of prized quality are selected and marked for sacred use. They are yoked, chained, led in procession. The rite unfolds near water in a landscape that naturally evokes the flood story. Dark lake surfaces, reeds, mist, sudden storms, the feeling of depth. The creature being drawn is described in later speech as a beaver, but in the myth it swells into a beast of overwhelming size and force, something closer to a symbolic monster than a zoological animal. In a religious imagination, that monster can stand for the flood itself, for the dangerous power of waters, or even for the sacred vessel entangled in the deep. The act of dragging it out becomes an enacted guarantee that the world will not drown again. Over time, the literal meaning breaks, but the shape remains. Oxen, chains, lake, extraction, relief. In the broader mythology of the ancient world, this is exactly the kind of symbolism that appears again and again. Bulls and oxen are tied to the flood patriarch because he is remembered as the first farmer after the catastrophe. The emblem spreads from idea to image, from image to living animal, until the animal itself becomes holy, treated as a divine representative. Some traditions describe sacred bulls as more than symbols, calling them living oracles, as if the soul of the god animates the beast. Other systems build a chain of symbols. The ark is pictured as a cow or heifer, the sun is pictured as a serpent, and the patriarch is pictured as a bull, then fused with the sun and described as a serpent with a bull's head. In that world, the Welsh combination of bull, serpent, sun, flood, and ritual drink does not look odd. It looks consistent. Even the continent provides parallels that press close to the Celtic languages. There are accounts of warlike tribes swearing oaths by a brazen bull, treating it as a god. The bull is described with birds perched upon it, and the name given to that bull can be read in a way that sounds startlingly close to Welsh phrasing, as if the title itself is built from Celtic parts. The image hints at priestly ranks or officiants, represented by birds, and it suggests that bull worship was not a private fantasy, but a public emblem, visible enough to be recorded and carried off as a trophy. This matters because it implies that the bull form is not a poetic metaphor only. It can be cult, idol, and state symbol all at once. One bull is tied to springtime and yellow. One bull is tied to springtime and yellow brightness. An obvious fit for the season when a solar religion holds its great celebrations. Another bull is linked to blocking a channel which fits the theme of preventing waters from returning. Another is described as brindled, wearing a thick band across the head, loaded with knobs or studs, as if the animal is not merely livestock but a consecrated figure dressed for ceremony. Alongside these, triads speak of battle bulls, bulls of sovereignty, and bull-like demons connected to whirlpools, seas, and the mass of the world. The pattern circles back to the same central point. The chief sacred power is tied to land and water, to kingship and war, and the bull is the emblem that carries those meanings. The poetry makes the connection even sharper. In some heroic verse, the god is spoken of as a roaring power, and the priest is given the bull title as if the minister is a walking extension of the deity. Elsewhere, a poem built around the image of an ox stall treats that enclosure as a sacred place beyond the waves, a small rock or island outside the ordinary world. The rock is described as a sanctuary that receives the exile. A poetic way of saying it shelters those cast out from a destroyed world. In that image, the ark is not just a boat. It becomes a holy refuge, a temple that moves. The stall and the rock become stand-ins for that temple. The ritual setting is filled with feasting language, with mead and laughter, with the rush of celebrants into a joyous gathering. The hall is not simply a banquet hall. It is worship. Inside that ritual world, the priest speaks in a voice that blurs building and deity together. The proclamation does not sound like a normal human announcement. It sounds like the sanctuary itself talking, then the god speaking through it. The speaker declares identity with the sacred space and then names the bull as the heart of that identity. A bull of renown. A bull whose fame is woven into the rite. The title reads like an imported sacred phrase, as if old ritual vocabulary survived in fragments even when its language origin became obscure. The meaning, however, is clear enough in context. The bull is not decoration. The bull is the divine presence. Another mythic statement pushes the symbolism into a darker direction. The bull god is said to have been placed under a yoke, not as a sign of ordinary labour, but as a sign of affliction endured. The phrase is important because it links the yoke, the emblem of agriculture, to suffering, the emblem of survival through catastrophe. The same voice claims that the world would have no continuance without the god's offspring. A mythic way of asserting that the living nations descend from the saved patriarch. In this framework, the yoked bull becomes the flood survivor in animal form, burdened, restrained, enduring, yet carrying within himself the future of the world. The poetry then turns to exclusion and secrecy, as ancient initiation cults often do. It speaks of outsiders who do not know the appointed day of the blow, the hour when the stirred one would be born, or the force that kept him from entering the valleys of waters. The language is cryptic on purpose, offering hints of ritual knowledge while denying full clarity. Then the poem returns to the brindled ox with the thick headband and its heavily ornamented collar, as if that animal is a central object of the mysteries. A little later comes an even more direct hint. The grey-headed guardians, the elder priests, protect an animal whose identity is not explained to the uninitiated. In a cult that treats the bull as the god's representative, the simplest reading is also the most consistent. A living beast, marked and adorned, was guarded as sacred. It was not merely a symbol in a line of verse. It was a protected presence within the ritual enclosure. All of this builds toward one cohesive picture. The Welsh flood sun god is not a neatly bounded figure with one role and one emblem. He is a layered, composite power shaped by very old religious logic, then reworked by poets, ritual specialists, and local memory. Farmer and survivor, feast lord and sky power, battle disposer and sea ruler. He gathers multiple divine functions into a single identity. In that identity, the bull is not a stray metaphor. It is the emblem through which the god can be seen, carried, guarded and invoked. The chains, the yoke, the lakeside drama, the music that imitates strain and rattling iron, and the guarded animal in the sanctuary all point in the same direction. A rite where myth was not only told, but performed. The maintenance of sacred cattle appears to have been a central element in the religious life of certain early priesthoods. Traditions preserved in early poetry describe the destruction of sanctuaries during the 6th century, when powerful rulers attacked the strongholds of older cults. In these accounts, the priests mourn the loss of their sacred places and the animals connected with them. One scene describes warriors advancing with weapons drawn while a revered leader of a shining herd faces destruction. Stones are overturned, boundaries are crossed, and a sacred retinue is discovered and slain. The figure described as Master of the Radiant Herd seems not to have been a mere symbolic title, but a living creature whose death marked the end of a sanctuary's authority. The story suggests that certain animals were regarded as visible representatives of the divine power honoured in these temples. Taken as a whole, the tradition indicates that the flood-associated solar deity of Britain was often symbolised by a bull. Yet the sacred cattle that served him should not be confused with the famous oxen who appear in the stories about drawing a monstrous creature from the depths of a lake. Those animals were described as servants or attendants rather than as the god himself. One account suggests that they were originally 3 in number, though one failed in its duty during a ceremonial procession in which the sacred vehicle of the deity was drawn. Their role may have reflected a simple, symbolic logic. If the god himself was imagined in the form of a bull, it seemed fitting that animals of the same kind should serve him in ritual. Some interpreters even speculated that the story preserved a memory of human attendants, who later became transformed into animals in the language of legend. In this view, early tradition may have described faithful companions assisting an aged patriarch as he reached land after a great catastrophe, a story that gradually turned into the tale of oxen pulling a sacred vessel from the waters. The oxen are always linked with the flood traditions. Popular memory preserves a dramatic version of their feat. One animal is said to have strained so violently while dragging the creature from the lake that its eyes burst from their sockets and it collapsed dead at the moment of success. The surviving companion, unable to bear the loss, wandered restlessly and refused food until it too perished. The place where the second animal died was remembered for the mournful sounds attributed to its final cries. Whether or not such events ever occurred, the persistence of local tradition suggests that ritual ceremonies once took place in those landscapes, and that the sacred animals were an essential part of them. Sites, once associated with older cults, were often reused when new religious institutions were established. Early Christian foundations frequently rose on ground that had previously been considered holy. The intention may have been to redirect devotion toward new beliefs, yet the memory of earlier traditions often survived and blended with later stories. In one example, a Christian bishop became associated in local poetry with the same sacred oxen that earlier belonged to the flood god. The animals were described as placing their necks beneath a ceremonial vehicle and drawing it forward in a solemn procession. Originally 3 in number, they were later remembered as 2 after the loss of one companion. Their duty was to draw the sacred car of the exalted figure to whom they were dedicated. If this interpretation is correct, the monstrous being drawn from the lake was not an ordinary creature at all, but the sacred shrine or vessel connected with the flood tradition. The ceremony itself would then have reenacted the emergence of that vessel from the waters. Rituals of this kind were not limited to the British Isles. In other regions, ancient writers describe the image of a revered agricultural hero being transported in a shrine drawn by oxen and honoured as the greatest of the gods. The resemblance to the British stories is striking, though the lake setting appears to have been a distinctive feature in the local tradition. This detail leads naturally to the role of lakes in early religious thought. In ancient belief, the Great Flood was often imagined in the form of a vast body of water bursting its bounds and overwhelming the land. A lake, therefore, served as a natural image of that catastrophe. At the same time, the flood was not always seen only as destruction. It was also understood as a cleansing event that purified the world and prepared it for renewal. Because of this double meaning, lakes acquired a special sanctity. Their quiet surfaces suggested both danger and rebirth, and many were treated with reverence. The sacred character of certain lakes is preserved in old place names that refer to worship, consecration, or divine presence. Such names point to a time when religious ceremonies were connected with these waters. Ancient writers note that mountain heights and flowing rivers were objects of reverence among early priesthoods, and lakes were included in this sacred landscape. Later, storytellers preserved imaginative accounts in which particular lakes behaved in strange ways, swelling and shrinking in rhythm with the tides, or appearing to swallow and release water without visible cause. Natural phenomena such as tidal surges may have encouraged these stories, but they were interpreted through a religious lens. A lake that rose suddenly or roared with incoming water could easily be imagined as a reminder of the primeval flood. Traditions about drowned towns appear in many regions. Certain lakes were said to cover the remains of cities, destroyed because of wickedness. The stories often follow a similar pattern. A messenger visits a corrupt settlement and finds its people lost in revelry. One innocent survivor is spared, while the rest perish when the waters suddenly rise. The following morning, the place has vanished beneath a newly formed lake. Tales like this served as moral lessons while preserving a symbolic memory of destruction by water. They belong to a widespread family of legends that appear in many cultures, each adapting the same theme to local geography. Such stories frequently include the idea that a few survivors escaped, sometimes floating on timber or other improvised supports. Even when no historical flood occurred in those locations, the narratives kept alive the idea of a single great catastrophe from which humanity emerged anew. In that sense, the lakes of the countryside became visible reminders of a distant past imagined through myth. Alongside stories of destruction appear traditions of preservation. Certain rivers were said to flow through lakes without losing their identity, their waters remaining clear and distinct from the surrounding depths. Since lakes symbolized the flood, these rivers represented the stream of life that endured within the catastrophe. The names of some springs and streams preserve echoes of legendary figures said to have survived the waters together. In this way, geography and myth, became inseparable, each reinforcing the meaning of the other. Rivers themselves were treated with reverence. Their names often expressed ideas of holiness or life-giving power, and important religious sites were established along their banks. In symbolic language, the sacred river could represent the preserved patriarch and his companion passing safely through the waters of destruction. Similar imagery appears in other traditions where rivers emerging from dark waters symbolize survival and renewal. Another recurring image is that of the vessel that carried the survivors. This vessel was often imagined not simply as a ship, but as an enclosed sanctuary, a protected space separated from the destructive waters outside. In poetic language, it could be described as a fortress, or even as an island. Sacred enclosures built by early priesthoods sometimes imitated this idea by being constructed on small islands or on artificial platforms surrounded by water. Where natural islands did not exist, floating structures or rafts may have been used to create the impression of a sanctuary rising from the depths. Poetic descriptions portray these sanctuaries as places that would remain secure even if the waters returned. Surrounded by waves yet untouched by decay, they were imagined as refugees beyond time. Ritual fires burned within them, while songs were performed in honor of the sacred powers associated with the flood. The imagery suggests a symbolic recreation of the primeval vessel that preserved life. Some accounts describe a sanctuary appearing first on the open sea, then upon a broad lake, and finally near the shore before settling permanently on land. In reality, such descriptions may refer to actual coastal or island sites, later interpreted through myth. A rocky promontory or small island could easily be imagined as a wandering refuge that once floated upon the waters before coming to rest. Stories connected with mountain lakes sometimes describe hidden entrances leading to enchanted islands in the middle of the water. Visitors who entered these places encountered beautiful gardens, music, and supernatural inhabitants who welcomed them but forbarred the removal of any object from the sacred ground. Those who broke the rules suffered misfortune, and afterward the path to the island disappeared. The imagery points again to a sacred enclosure set apart from ordinary life, a symbolic echo of the preserved world within the vessel of survival. Floating islands themselves became objects of wonder. Some lakes contained patches of vegetation or peat that drifted across the surface, naturally giving rise to tales of wandering land. Observers described round lakes, with blue-green water and small fertile islands that moved, like the hulls of ships. Because such waters were regarded as holy, ordinary boats were sometimes forbidden upon them. These drifting islands, resembling vessels riding the surface, reinforced the ancient association between sacred water and the memory of a saving refuge. Across all these traditions runs a consistent thread. Sacred animals, ritual processions, drowned lands, incorruptible rivers, and floating sanctuaries all belong to the same imaginative world. Together, they preserve a picture of a culture that expressed its deepest religious ideas through landscape, ceremony, and symbol. The lakes reflected the memory of destruction, the rivers symbolized survival, and the sanctuaries represented the protected space in which life endured. The sacred oxen, drawing the holy vessel from the waters, formed one of the most vivid expressions of that enduring vision. A strange Italian lake was once described as more than a scenic curiosity. Water flowed out of it as a short-lived stream, then vanished into a cave and travelled underground. Anything dropped into that current before it disappeared was said to re-emerge later at the place where the water rose again. The lake itself was also remembered for patches of land that drifted across its surface like little wandering islands. In the ancient imagination, details like these rarely stayed natural. A sacred lake with floating ground and hidden channels invited interpretation. It looked like a landscape designed to carry a message about disappearance and return, about drowning and survival, about a world that can swallow and then give back. In this way, the lake became a kind of ritual mirror. It is easy to see why communities shaped such places into religious symbols. A floating island could stand for a vessel that rides above disaster. A stream that sinks into darkness and comes back to light could suggest life passing through death and returning intact. When later traditions attached the lake to an old divine name linked with beginnings and thresholds, the symbolism became even sharper. The point was not whether a patriarch literally arrived on that shore in distant antiquity. The deeper pattern is that cultures often place their gods where their worship takes root. A deity settles wherever the ceremonies settle. That is how landscapes become theology. Once that pattern is recognised, Britain no longer looks isolated. Sacred lakes and drifting islands appear again and again across the ancient world, especially where flood stories and sky worship blend together. Some traditions speak of a temple built on an island said to have once floated. The story usually follows the same logic. A destructive power searches for a threatened child of the gods. The child is hidden, and the island loses its firmness and begins to drift. Whether the island ever truly moved is not the point. The tale explains movement because it wants to echo something older, a saving refuge that wandered across a world of waters. It is the same reason other famous islands were once said to roam before they settled. The island's journey is the mythic shadow of an earlier journey across floodwaters. Not every sacred island in Britain should be treated as only a symbol of a wandering vessel, though. Some seem to have represented something else. The stable place of landing. In ritual imagination, survival does not end. At the moment a vessel floats. It ends when a survivor steps onto firm ground. That moment becomes a second holy image, and it needs its own emblem. A reef, a rock, a promontory, a small islet near shore could serve as the stage for that scene. Old initiation stories preserve a hint of how this might have been acted out. A guiding priest, presented as a master of ceremony, placed novices into small boats covered with animal skins and sent them out into rough water. The candidates faced a controlled danger that imitated catastrophe. After the ordeal, they were received upon a particular line of rocks that stood for the place of deliverance. In the drama, the novice hesitates, watching the wave swell and the distant stone. The guide answers with reassurance. The one who dares the crossing will find that stone to be a harbour of life. The stone becomes more than a rock. It becomes the visible boundary between destruction and renewal. This same idea explains why certain sanctuaries are described as rocks beyond the billows, prepared at dawn, adorned for festival, and said to display the face of the one who receives exiles into safety. The language is not ordinary geography. It is ritual geography. The sanctuary is not merely near the sea. It is set where sea and land argue with each other, because that border matches the myth. The rock is praised as the chief place of calm, the place where life begins again. A priest speaking for such a site declares it to be the chamber, the opening into depth, the place of reawakening. This is the landing stone in another vocabulary. It is the place where the world starts over. Once this is understood, the fascination with islands makes sense. People later asked why ancient traditions repeatedly treat islands as the stage for what is sacred, great, and ancient. The simplest answer is that islands fit the grammar of flood myths. They are the nearest natural image of a refuge surrounded by danger. And where an island could not be found, a floating platform could be built to create the same effect. Some sanctuaries were likely constructed on real islets in lakes, river mouths, and bays. Others may have used rafts or buoyant ground, turning a ritual site into an imitation of a vessel. Either way, the sacred space becomes a model, sometimes of the drifting refuge, sometimes of the landing rock, sometimes of both at once. This double symbolism may explain why certain places became famous in later religious memory, even after beliefs changed. Small islands that once carried earlier rituals could be adopted by new religions without erasing the older aura. A holy island in medieval devotion could inherit its prestige from a much older sacred map. Even the language of poets preserves this. A celebrated island is praised as a place of re-exaltation, a place where something rises again. The words sound spiritual in any age, which is exactly why they survive. They can be attached to different meanings while keeping the old shape. From a cauldron of inspiration warmed by 9 women in a 4-sided sanctuary on a holy isle. The cauldron here is not cookware. It is a metaphor for a whole system of teaching and initiation. The myth says that flood lore was the first product drawn from it. That detail matters because it places the flood at the beginning of the sacred curriculum. It is presented as the first lesson, the earliest mystery. The 9 women do not remain only in poems. Their memory clings to stone monuments in the landscape, lines of upright stones still known by names that recall maids. Whether those stones were originally connected to such rites cannot be proven by the name alone, but the persistence of the number and the role is striking. In mythic language, these women are linked to night, to song, to prophecy. They are described as children of evening, performers of nocturnal ceremonies, voices heard across water. Their presence is not calm and domestic. It is charged with ritual danger. A proverb speaks of the fall of one such figure as a sign of hopeless calamity, as if a single misstep in the sacred work could shake the whole order. In other traditions from the Western Sea, an island appears opposite a Celtic coast, famous for its oracle and for 9 priestesses devoted to it. They are said to raise storms, change shape, cure illnesses, and foretell events. That sounds like fantasy to modern ears, but in the logic of old religion, it is a description of authority. The priestess controls wind and wave because the cult is built around water. She changes form because the mythic goddess changes form. She heals because sacred knowledge claims mastery over life and decay. She predicts because the ritual system presents itself as a window into hidden time. The legend emphasizes that these women are approached by sailors, people whose survival depends on reading weather and water. The sea becomes both the stage of their power and the reason travelers seek them. A second account from the same broad world places women on an island where men do not land. The women cross to visit their husbands and return to their sanctuary to honor a god of ecstatic rites. Once each year they dismantle the temple roof and rebuild it before sunset. And if any one of them drops her burden during the work, she is torn apart by the others in a frenzy that lasts until their fury fades. Taken literally, it is horrifying. Taken as ritual language, it suggests a violent myth enacted in a controlled setting, a warning that the sacred work cannot fail, and that the annual renewal of the shrine is tied to blood, terror, and trance. It also sheds light on Celtic sayings about a disastrous fall in the sisterhood. The fall is not just personal misfortune, it is a ritual catastrophe. This leads back to the most dramatic public ceremony, the drawing of the sacred shrine from the waters. The logic behind the rite becomes clearer once the sacred geography is set. The god is imagined as dwelling in a protected cell on a rock beyond the waves. When the festival season arrives, the rock and sanctuary are adorned proclamations are made, and the celebrants hurry toward feasting and frenzy. Old descriptions hint at ecstatic self-wounding and the spilling of blood. A horn is sounded. Cattle are moved in the evening. A dance is performed not as entertainment, but as a ritual circuit around sacred ground. The priests move in a stylized way, sometimes described as sideways, while songs and invocations rise toward the gliding king, the divine power imagined in motion and storm. Libations are poured. A victim is slain. The whole scene is designed to feel like contact with a force that is older than any city. At the center stands a lake or shallow water that represents the flood itself. The sacred ox is stationed before it. Its task is to pull the shrine through the water onto dry land. When the shrine is recovered from the swamp or shallows, the rite is complete. The god has emerged from the waters and reclaimed the world. That is why the act is described as drawing something out of a lake. The object being drawn is not simply an animal monster. It is the portable residence of the deity, the ritual stand-in for the saving vessel, moved from its watery domain to the firm place of life. Descriptions of the ceremony are vivid. Garlands on brows, rhythmic singing, shields clattering in ecstatic excitement around the cauldron that symbolizes sacred lore. The beach itself is said to redden, either with the color of sunset and torchlight, or with blood from the celebrant's wounds. A priest who has earned the right to embody the god appears as a radiant figure in the center of the rite. Then comes a striking moment. The bull that represents the deity is wounded. Whether this was accident, ritual reenactment, or symbolic drama is impossible to prove from the poetry alone. But the story treats it as a tragedy. The bull is praised as a friend of peace and order, yet it falls before the crowd near the sea and the place of contest. The image is memorable because it compresses the whole theology: power, sacrifice, violence, and renewal, bound together in one scene. Elsewhere in the ancient Mediterranean, the same god is invoked as leader of nocturnal choirs, as the one who arrives with island attendants, as master of ecstatic dance. Women call him to a shoreside temple with a hymn that addresses him as bull-like and worthy of veneration. Other songs praise ivy wreaths, the staff carried in revel, the drums in the woods, the armed clashing that accompanies the chant. These details resemble the British descriptions not because the poets copied each other line by line, but because the ritual pattern is shared. An island beginning, a sacred procession, a frenzy marked by song and dance, and a god linked to cattle and to the power of fertility. Yet the British system also keeps another figure close beside the bull god. A goddess whose identity shifts between companion, mother, and daughter, depending on which part of the myth is being told. Her role is tied to the sacred vessel itself. Sometimes she is treated as the presence that presides over the cauldron of inspiration. Sometimes she shares the right to grant authority to the chief priest. Sometimes she is described so directly as the vessel that the language turns her into the ark in all but name. She is the curve and enclosure that carries life. When later layers of sky worship are added, she is also linked with the moon, just as the bull god is linked with the sun. The system becomes a paired cosmology: sun and moon, bull and cow, god and goddess, vessel and voyage. That cow symbolism is not accidental. In many mythologies, a heifer becomes the emblem of the vessel of preservation. It is an image of shelter, capacity, and life-giving continuity. In the British materials, a spotted cow appears as a sacred figure that brings blessing. She bellows before the storm. She becomes part of the great crisis, and the resting place connected with her becomes the resting place of the saved patriarch. Whether the story speaks of boiling, sacrifice, or tossing in waters, the meaning is consistent. The cow marks the passage through catastrophe toward renewal. An island associated with this symbolism can even take a name that ties it to cattle, as if the land itself were branded with the animal emblem of the cult. A closely related rite is described among Northern European peoples. A goddess, believed to visit a sacred grove on an island, drawn in a covered chariot by heifers, followed by priests, while peace and festivity reign. When the circuit ends, the chariot and coverings, and even the goddess herself in the ritual sense, are washed in a hidden lake. The same themes appear again: island sanctuary, portable shrine, cattle-drawn procession, sacred washing in water. It is a ritual language that speaks of a deity who emerges from waters, travels among people, and returns to the watery threshold. Even in biblical-era narratives, there is a moment that resembles this pattern. A sacred object is placed upon a new cart drawn by cows and sent on its way with offerings beside it. Regardless of theological differences, the practical image is familiar across cultures. Honour is paid by moving the holy vessel with cattle, as if the animal's purity and the cart's newness mark the seriousness of the act. When similar forms appear in different places, it suggests that ritual technology travels easily, carried by trade, migration, and shared symbol sets. Stepping back from the details, a broad picture takes shape. Druidic myth and ceremony show repeated fascination with flood imagery, combined with the worship of heavenly bodies. They preserve local traditions of watery destruction and survival, attach those traditions to sacred lakes, rivers, islands, and rocks, and express them through processions, ecstatic dances, blood rites, libations, and sacrifices. A central divine figure is treated as a preserved patriarch, elevated into godhood and linked with the sun. That same figure gathers into one personality the functions that later, more systematized pantheons distribute among several gods: light, sovereignty, war, sea power, fertility, feasting, and renewal. Alongside him stands a goddess connected with the vessel of preservation and with lunar symbolism. Her identity shifts because the cult uses one figure to represent multiple sacred objects: the Ark, the renewed world, and the moon's cycle. The surviving traditions scattered across Wales and other Celtic regions still carry echoes of these old commemorations. Even where later religions built new institutions on ancient holy ground, the older map did not vanish. It remained embedded in place names, in lake legends, in stories of floating islands and drowned lands, in rites imagined around Maytime festivals, and in the persistent image of cattle drawing a sacred presence from water to shore. Taken together, these elements point to a coherent ritual worldview, a memory of the flood reshaped into ceremony, a patriarch turned into a solar power, and a vessel turned into a goddess, all staged across the natural theatre of islands, lakes, and rocks at the edge of the sea. Ancient Welsh traditions preserve a remarkable belief that reaches far back into the earliest layers of myth. In the old triads and bardic poetry, a powerful figure named Hu appears as a sacred patriarch and lawgiver whose story was remembered with deep reverence. The descriptions attached to Hu contain features that strongly resemble the legendary survivor of a great flood, a righteous ancestor who preserved life through a catastrophic destruction of the world. Early poets treated this figure not simply as a hero but as a divine ruler connected with the most ancient religious traditions of Britain. In their verses, Hu appears as the mystical lord of the island and the presiding power of Mona, the sacred centre of Druidic learning. Mona was remembered as a holy place where his authority stood above all others, a land dedicated to his praise and feared for his stern justice. The poets who spoke of him did not present these ideas as innovations. By their time, these beliefs were already ancient, passed down through generations of tradition. It is unlikely that such a complex system of belief suddenly appeared in the early medieval period. The poets who preserved these traditions showed no sign of inventing a new religion. Instead, they treated the stories as inherited knowledge, something that had existed long before their own age. Their writings suggest that they believed themselves to be preserving the teachings of much earlier Druids. According to this interpretation, the Druids honoured a great ancestral figure who had survived the primeval flood and the vessel that carried him safely through the waters. Over time, this reverence may have shifted into a form of worship that focused more on the hero and the sacred ship than on the higher divine power believed to have guided them. Even so, the traditions preserved a memory of the patriarch as a righteous lawgiver whose authority once shaped the earliest customs of the people. The survival of these ideas suggests that distant ancestors may have followed an older and simpler form of belief before later generations transformed it into elaborate myth. These traditions also point toward a larger pattern found across many ancient cultures. Old religious ceremonies often seem to preserve memories of a great flood and the events that followed it. Many of these rites were solemn and dramatic, sometimes performed at night by the light of torches, as if recalling a time when the world was covered in darkness. In these ceremonies, a sacred vessel was often honoured as the source of renewed life, watched over by a powerful female figure who was seen as the mother of humanity. Across different lands, this divine protector appeared under many names, yet the role remained the same. She guarded the vessel that carried life through destruction. Early accounts even suggest that similar rites once existed in Britain, where sacred traditions were said to preserve memories of the same ancient catastrophe. Within Welsh mythology, this protective figure appears in the form of Cerridwen, a mysterious goddess closely linked with ancient ritual knowledge. She was remembered as a primeval mother figure whose powers were connected with creation and renewal. The old poems describe her as the keeper of hidden wisdom and the source of sacred inspiration. Those who wished to become masters of poetic knowledge were said to undergo initiation into her mysteries, symbolized by drinking from her enchanted cauldron. This ritual marked the transformation of an ordinary person into one who possessed insight and authority. Cerridwen's role in these traditions closely parallels the great mother figures of other ancient mythologies, who were believed to guide humanity after the destruction of the old world. Like those figures, she was associated with fertility and the preservation of life, and she was remembered as the guardian of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. Cerridwen was also connected with the origins of agriculture and the preservation of seeds. One old poetic title describes her as the mistress of many seeds, suggesting a role in protecting the sources of future life. This image recalls the idea of a sacred vessel that carried grain and living creatures through a time of destruction, so that the world could be restored afterward. In Welsh tradition, she was even associated with a mystical boat, reinforcing the connection between the mother goddess and the vessel of survival. A legendary tale known as the story of Taliesin presents these ideas in symbolic form. Although later readers sometimes treated the story as a romantic account of a poet's birth, it is better understood as a symbolic narrative describing initiation into ancient religious mysteries. Beneath its strange imagery lies a structured myth about knowledge, transformation, and the survival of life after catastrophe. The characters in this tale belong to a distant mythical age, rather than to historical time. Even figures such as Arthur appear not as historical rulers, but as cosmic heroes connected with the earliest traditions of the world. Arthur is portrayed as a figure linked with the heavens, associated with constellations and cosmic order. Stories describe him as the leader of a small group who survived a great destruction and reached safety while the rest of humanity perished. These images belong to a symbolic tradition centered on the memory of a universal flood. Within that tradition, Arthur appears not as a medieval king, but as a legendary survivor and guide, closely connected with the same sacred history attributed to the ancient patriarch. Ceridwen herself is described as a figure whose mysteries began in the earliest ages of the world. Some poems present her priesthood as among the first sacred institutions established after creation. Even in later centuries, these mythic figures were still treated as living realities within religious tradition. Their continued presence in poetry shows how deeply rooted the old beliefs remained. The story of Taliesin presents them through symbolic names and characters that conceal deeper meanings. Many of these names appear historical at first glance, yet their meanings reveal that they belong to a mythological framework rather than to ordinary history. Understanding the symbolic sense of these names helps reveal the hidden structure of the story. The tale begins with a description of a noble figure named Tegid, whose home was said to lie within a great lake. This setting carries symbolic meaning, rather than geographical precision. In ancient tradition, lakes were often treated as reminders of the flood, and small islands or floating structures within them were seen as images of the vessel that preserved life. Certain hills near these waters were remembered as places where survivors reached land after the waters receded. Sacred ceremonies connected with the memory of the flood were sometimes held in such landscapes. The Great Lake associated with Tegid was long connected with ancient traditions of catastrophic waters and renewal, making it an appropriate setting for a myth centered on survival and rebirth. In the story, Tegid appears as a calm and dignified patriarch, a figure whose appearance suggests great age and authority. He stands beside Ceridwen as her partner, representing the male counterpart to the mother figure who preserves life. Together they form a symbolic pair representing survival through destruction and the renewal of the world afterward. Their children reflect different aspects of this mythic history. One child is described as dark and harsh, another as radiant and beautiful, while a third embodies darkness before transformation. Through these figures, the story expresses themes of loss, renewal, and the return of light after a time of chaos. Among these children, the most striking figure is the radiant daughter associated with the symbol of the egg. In many ancient traditions, the egg represented the source of renewed life emerging after destruction. Welsh tradition preserves the same idea through this symbolic character, who represents the vessel of survival during its passage through the waters. She is portrayed as vulnerable and endangered, but ultimately preserved. At times, she is linked with a ruler of the deep waters who carries her away, an image that reflects the power of the flood itself. Yet she also appears as the bearer of sacred tokens and the giver of symbolic objects used by poets and priests. In this way, she represents both danger and preservation, destruction and renewal. Similar imagery appears in ancient stories from other lands, where the world is symbolized by an egg exposed to the forces of chaos before being preserved and renewed. In these traditions, a gentle and benevolent figure emerges from the egg to guide humanity toward a new beginning. The location of this event is often placed near the sources of great rivers, reinforcing the connection between water, destruction, and rebirth. Through such images, the myths describe a transition from catastrophe to restoration, presenting the survival of life as a sacred turning point in the history of the world. An egg was often treated as more than a simple symbol of birth. In many ancient ritual systems, it became a compact image of survival itself, because it seemed to hold life in miniature. That idea made it an easy metaphor for a vessel that carried the seeds of a future world through a time of destruction. In some mystery ceremonies carried out at night, a central act involved dedicating an egg as a sacred object. The egg could stand for the world, but not the world in the modern sense of continents and empires. It could stand for a small enclosed remnant of humanity preserved inside a single protective space, a living core sealed away from chaos. This kind of emblem appears again and again across different cultures, which suggests that it became one of the most durable visual shortcuts for the same story. Life shut in, safeguarded, and later released. Old traditions in the Near East and beyond preserved variations on this theme. Some spoke of a divine power forming human beings and enclosing them in an egg, as if the earliest generations were kept intact until the proper moment of emergence. Other peoples described their ancestral gods as having been born from eggs, treating the egg as the first cradle of sacred life. The details vary, but the logic stays consistent. The egg is the container of beginnings, the vessel of continuity, the sealed promise of a new start. In certain sanctuaries, a large symbolic egg was even displayed as a holy object. Sometimes it was linked to figures of motherhood and origin, and sometimes to a stern figure associated with moral order and justice. In some versions, the egg was shown with a serpent coiled around it. That serpent could signify watchful protection, a guardian force that keeps what is precious from being destroyed. It could also suggest renewal, because the snake sheds its skin and seems to return to youth. And when the egg was imagined as breaking open, the image naturally evoked a dramatic transition. A closed world opening into light, an enclosed remnant stepping out into a restored earth. From that wider background, it becomes easier to understand why a famous object in Celtic tradition gained such force. The so-called serpent's egg, treated as an emblem of priestly authority. It was not simply a charm, nor merely an item of curiosity. It functioned as a badge that signalled rank, access, and power. The tradition attached to it insisted on a special test. It was said to move or float in a way that defied ordinary expectation, even when adorned with metal. In symbolic terms, that test matters more than the physics. A sacred token that refuses to sink, that rides the water rather than being swallowed by it, points straight toward the same older image, a vessel borne up by the flood. The token's behaviour becomes a miniature reenactment of a floating refuge. The ritual story, in other words, advertises its own meaning. Timing also mattered. The token was said to be obtained at a particular season, under a particular phase of the moon. That detail links the object to a broader network of symbols, because lunar imagery often accompanies stories about protected passage through darkness and the return of light. A moon-marked rite suggests a religion that reads the sky as a sacred clock and attaches spiritual meaning to cycles of concealment and revelation. The practical effect of the emblem was equally telling. Those who carried it could approach rulers and pass into guarded spaces, and those who held judicial authority could be expected to listen to bearers of the sign. In a society where religious specialists served as judges, advisors, and keepers of tradition, a token that proved membership was a powerful tool. It opened doors, eased petitions, and signalled that the bearer belonged to a feared and respected order. The public explanation for how this token came into being was deliberately theatrical. It told of writhing serpents gathering, producing the object through strange natural marvels and sending it forth with dramatic force. Similar imagery appears in early poetic descriptions, where a radiant, serpent-born prize is snatched up as if it were both dangerous and glorious. Yet the showy surface of the story seems designed to distract outsiders. The language is perfect for rumour and awe, but poor for real understanding. Behind the spectacle, a different logic likely operated. the serpent imagery points less to literal animals and more to the priesthood itself. In early Celtic poetic language, priests could be named with the same words used for serpents. That label makes sense in a symbolic culture that associated snakes with regeneration and repeated renewal. A serpent's annual shedding of skin looks like a small resurrection, a return from age and decay to a fresh beginning. If a religious system taught that life could be renewed after destruction, or that the soul moved through transformations toward a higher state, the snake would be a natural emblem. Under that logic, the serpent's egg becomes the priesthood's own emblem of renewal. The sacred token stands for survival through catastrophe, rebirth after darkness, and the promise of restoration. This helps explain why later observers who saw one of these objects did not necessarily understand it. An outsider might see only the outer material, perhaps a tough, pale casing, and never suspect that something more was hidden within. Yet traditions from Britain describe other related sacred items, often glassy beads or rings associated with serpents, and long believed to carry special power. Folk belief across different regions preserved the same kind of stories about their origin and their protective virtues, echoing the older priestly lore. The objects themselves vary in colour and finish. Some appear deep blue, others white or green, and some are patterned with multiple colours while still looking like glass. Others seem made from clay with a glazed surface. The variety suggests manufacture rather than chance. It also suggests that production was controlled, and that the knowledge required to make them did not circulate freely. In that world, a sacred token could serve two functions at once. It could operate as an amulet in the hands of ordinary people who believed it brought protection or luck. And it could operate as a credential within a closed religious network, identifying those who had been initiated or those who carried authority. The same object could live two lives, one public, fueled by rumour and folk belief, and one private, governed by ritual rules and guarded knowledge. There are hints that certain glass objects were not merely carried, but also displayed as ritual proof. In some traditions, entry into ceremonies depended on producing a specific token associated with a boat or vessel, sometimes imagined as glass. The choice of material is significant. Glass catches light, and in torchlit rites, it would gleam with an otherworldly quality. A glass boat is also an arresting symbol. It suggests fragility and yet preservation, transparency and yet containment. If a religious drama centered on a protected passage through deadly waters, then a shining, crafted token could serve as a condensed image of that story. It could also mirror other ancient traditions where sacred rings or amulets were treated as protective objects within mystery cults, believed to avert danger and prove belonging. Over time, the symbolic boat could expand into a larger concept. A sanctuary or sacred enclosure might even be described as a circle or fortress of glass, not because it was literally made from glass, but because it was imagined as a shining, protected space set apart from the ordinary world. Stories of religious figures travelling by sea in a house of glass likely point to a consecrated vessel used for ceremonial journeys and rather than to anything supernatural. The language is the language of myth, where the material of an object communicates its sanctity rather than its construction. When the egg-shaped token is placed against that background, its meaning becomes clearer. Shaped as an egg, it becomes the token of the egg, the sacred sign associated with a mythic female figure who embodies peril and preservation during the flood. Its prestige suggests that the flood story and the rites linked to it were not marginal decorations, but central secrets of the priestly system. An emblem that carried the idea of the ark, renewal, and guarded survival would naturally sit at the heart of an initiation tradition. From there, attention shifts to a second symbol that dominates the same religious landscape: the cauldron. The cauldron appears as a tool of transformation, a vessel of knowledge, and a source of inspired speech. Yet it is not simply a cooking pot. It represents a ritual process and a long discipline, a slow preparation that mirrors a slow spiritual change. The narrative describes an extended period in which the cauldron must be kept in motion without interruption for a full cycle of time. This is not presented as a casual act. It demands vigilance, controlled fire, and constant supervision. It is a ritual of endurance, designed to produce a small and precious result: a few drops of concentrated power. The story introduces a young attendant placed in charge of watching the cauldron, and a second helper assigned to keep the fire alive. The division of tasks reflects the structure of many ancient mystery ceremonies, where roles were distributed and each role carried strict obligations. The continuing fire is a key detail. An annual ceremony that requires an unbroken flame effectively reproduces the idea of a perpetual sacred fire, a rite well known in many ancient religions. Fire here is not simply heat. It is the active force that makes transformation possible, the pressure that draws out essence from mixed ingredients. At the same time, the figure overseeing the rite is portrayed as skilled in the patterns of the sky and attentive to the rhythms of the planets. This detail situates the rite inside a worldview where ritual timing is not random but aligned with cosmic cycles. Whether this was literal astronomy or symbolic language, the message is clear. The rite claims legitimacy through the heavens. It ties human action to a larger order, as if the cauldron must be tended at the right moments, within the turning of time. Alongside this celestial attention comes a second expertise: the collecting of plants. The central figure spends her days gathering herbs with special virtues, selecting rare species and combining them with careful knowledge. That image links the rite to healing, to purification, and to the power of nature concentrated through craft. In many ancient cultures, priesthoods controlled both ritual and medicine. A ceremony that boils plants into a potent liquid belongs to that overlap, where spiritual cleansing and physical transformation blur into one. Then comes the turning point. 3 drops leap from the cauldron and land on the attendant's finger. The drops burn, the finger goes to the mouth, and in an instant the attendant is changed. The story does not treat this as a pleasant accident. It is terrifying because sudden knowledge disrupts the balance of power. The attendant becomes aware of future events and, more importantly, becomes aware of danger. The one who prepared the cauldron is now a threat, not a benefactor, because the rite was intended for someone else. The attendant flees. The gift of vision becomes the trigger for pursuit. What remains in the cauldron after the 3 drops are gone is described in stark terms. The residue is not merely useless, it is poisonous. It spills out, contaminates what it touches, and gives its name to a place remembered for that disaster. This contrast is the core of the symbolism. A tiny portion is blessing, and the rest becomes curse. In ritual language, the same substance that purifies can also become dangerous, once it has absorbed impurity. After cleansing has taken place, what is left behind must be removed, cast out, buried, or sent away. This logic appears in many initiation systems. Purification is often performed with specially prepared water, sometimes used for sprinkling and sometimes for immersion. The prepared water might include salt, plants, seawater, barley, or other ingredients, and it is treated as a carrier of cleansing power. A sacred vessel holds the mixture, and the rite marks the transition from ordinary life to sacred participation. In the Celtic setting, the cauldron's mixture includes elements linked with the sea and with specific plants praised for cleansing qualities. The details change from place to place, but the underlying pattern remains recognizable. Water is prepared. Water is charged with meaning, and water is used to wash away what must not enter the sacred space. The cauldron also connects to a second ritual element, a consecrated drink. In initiation contexts, a drink can function as a boundary marker. It is taken only after purification, and only as part of the rite. The drink itself often blends honey, water, and grain, producing something like mead or a fermented mixture. What matters is not the taste, but the role it plays. It becomes the shared substance of the initiated, the liquid tied to vows, secrecy, and belonging. The cauldron's preparation may contribute to this drink, either by blessing it through contact or by adding a portion of the sacred mixture into it. The result is a beverage presented as a gateway to inspired speech and elevated knowledge. At the end of the cycle, the rite turns again to disposal. Prepared water that has served as a purifier is no longer pure in symbolic terms. It has taken in what it was meant to remove. The narrative describes a decisive act. The sacred vessel splits, or its contents are divided, and the remaining liquid is poured away into a channel or pit. The earth receives it, the impurities are transferred downward, the community is cleansed, and the waste is banished. This pattern mirrors a widespread ritual gesture in which water used for purification is poured into the ground with formal words, as if returning pollution to a place where it will be swallowed and silenced. The cauldron is also tied to a group of 9 female figures, said to have first warmed it. These 9 are not presented as ordinary assistants. They are portrayed as founders, original keepers of the rite, and sources of inspiration. Their number and role recall a broader mythic pattern, in which 9 attendants appear around sacred figures connected with renewal after catastrophe. In several ancient traditions, groups of 9 women appear as musicians, priestesses, or prophetic figures. Their songs are linked with sacred knowledge, and their presence signals that the rite belongs to the deepest level of religious life. In the Celtic context, such figures are also associated with prophecy, with nocturnal ceremonies, and with the presaging of disaster. In other words, they belong to the same shadowy zone as the flood myth itself: warning, darkness, survival, and renewal. All of this raises a final question. What is the cauldron truly meant to represent? It can be read as a literal ritual tool used to prepare a powerful mixture, and that reading fits the story's practical details. But it can also be read as a grander emblem, the long boiling over a full cycle of time, the purification and renewal it claims to produce, and the final casting away of the polluted residue, all align with a single overwhelming image: the flood itself. In this reading, the cauldron is a miniature universe. The world is heated, shaken, and transformed. Corruption is washed away. A remnant survives and emerges renewed. What remains of the old pollution is sent down into the depths, removed from the surface of life. Within that framework, the flood becomes not only a catastrophe, but also a cleansing. A deadly wind, a spreading poison, a world collapsing into the deep, and waters rising over the land can be interpreted as a violent purification of a corrupted age. The survivors are shut behind a strong barrier, sealed away from contagion. Then the waters rise and carry the refuge upward. The same flood that destroys becomes, for the remnant, the means of preservation. The waters that kill also become the waters that renew. That double meaning is exactly what the cauldron narrative dramatizes. The same mixture contains both blessing and poison, depending on what part is taken and when it is used. Comparable ideas appear far beyond Britain. Some traditions describe divine beings seeking a water of immortality, through a vast churning of the ocean, as if the sea itself must be agitated until it yields a life-giving essence. The resulting fluid is imagined as a blended stream of plant juices mixed with precious substance, a milky foam that carries the promise of renewed life. Out of that churned sea rises a revered figure holding a sacred vessel filled with the water of life. In symbolic terms, this is not simply a fantasy about magical medicine. It is another way of speaking about the world restored after destruction, about life returning through a remnant preserved, and about knowledge of healing and planting carried forward into a renewed earth. Survivors emerge into light, seeds, and survivors emerge into light. Seeds and healing herbs become signs of restoration. A sacred liquid becomes the emblem of renewed life. And a ritual vessel, whether it is called an egg or a cauldron, becomes the portable symbol of that enormous story. Boiling and watching has ended in failure. The long cycle of boiling and watching has ended in failure. And the one thing she meant to secure is gone. Rage turns immediately into violence. She grabs the nearest oar and swings it at the blind firekeeper, striking him so hard that an eye is knocked loose and hangs against his face. The man cries out, not only in pain but in protest. He insists he did nothing wrong. He kept the fire. He followed orders. The disaster was not his. Ceridwen does not deny it. She says the thief was Gwion, the young attendant who tasted the 3 drops and fled. Then she runs. From this point, the story becomes a chase across shifting shapes, like a ritual drama staged in the language of animals and elements. Gwion looks back, sees her gaining, and changes into a hare, the image of pure panic and speed. Ceridwen becomes a greyhound and drives him hard, steering him toward a river. He throws himself into the water and becomes a fish, trying to vanish into the current. She becomes an otter and follows him through the stream. He breaks from the surface and takes flight as a bird, hoping air will save him. She rises after him as a hawk, closing the distance, ready to strike. With nowhere left to run, he drops down onto a threshing floor, into a mound of clean wheat, and becomes a single grain among thousands. Ceridwen transforms again into a black hen with a high crest, scratches through the pile, finds the one grain, and swallows it. The tale then shifts from pursuit to enclosure. Gwion does not simply disappear. He is carried within her for 9 months, and when he is born he is astonishingly beautiful. Ceridwen, still furious, cannot bring herself to kill him. Instead, she seals him into a small coracle, covered with hide, and casts him into the sea on a specific spring date, a moment that seems chosen with deliberate care rather than random desperation. Behind the strange surface, the narrative keeps circling the same set of ideas: fear, death, purification, and rebirth. Ceridwen is not acting like a gentle mother here. She moves like a punishing force, a figure tied to endings, thresholds, and the dread that surrounds initiation. In older ritual thinking, the passage into sacred knowledge is not presented as a pleasant lesson. It is framed as a symbolic descent into darkness, a crossing into a realm where ordinary identity is stripped away. The candidate must be shaken, overwhelmed, and forced to surrender control. That is why the chase is filled with terror. That is why the story repeatedly stages capture, confinement, and transformation. The fear is part of the design. The awe matters too. It is the tool of a vessel, a sign of mastery over water, and it appears at the moment Ceridwen asserts dominance over the ritual process. Then, the animal shapes arrive, one after another, like a coded sequence. Dogs and dog-like guardians often appear in mystery traditions as protectors of sacred boundaries, symbols of vigilance that keep out the unworthy. A pursuing bitch and a hunted hare create a clear contrast. The hunter as temple guardian, the prey as the trembling novice. The river that interrupts the chase feels less like an accident of terrain and more like a required station in the ritual path. Purification in many ancient systems begins beside running water. The novice is driven toward the stream because the stream marks a change of state. The fish and the otter reinforce that logic. The novice becomes a creature of the water and the pursuer becomes a creature that hunts in water, as if a ritual officer is forcing the candidate through a cleansing ordeal. When the bird and hawk replace fish and otter, the scene moves into a second layer. Flight is escape, but it is also exposure. The air offers no shelter because this is not a normal chase. It is a controlled pursuit, a demonstration that the novice cannot outrun the power behind the rite. The final turn into wheat is the most revealing change of all. Grain belongs to a cycle of death and return. Seed disappears into earth, then rises again. It is harvested, ground, buried, and reborn in the next season. By becoming a single grain among many, Gwion becomes the purest image of a novice who has been stripped down to the smallest unit of life, cleansed, anonymous, and ready to be taken into the body of the ritual. The hen is not random either. A bird that scratches out a single grain from a heap is a perfect image of selection and recognition. The rite chooses one. It separates the worthy from the mass. The swallowing that follows is grotesque on purpose because it implies more than being admitted through a doorway. It suggests a deeper confinement, a period of hidden discipline, a deliberate loss of ordinary life. Gwion is not simply accepted, he is absorbed. The 9 months are the clearest signal in the story. The ordeal is framed as gestation. The novice is remade in darkness and brought out again as someone new. Once the birth has happened, the story still does not end. The coracle is introduced as the next stage. The newborn is sealed into a small skin-covered boat and launched onto the sea. This is the moment where the ritual stops being only personal and becomes cosmic. The sea stands in for the flood, the overwhelming waters that erase the old world. The coracle stands in for the ark, a fragile shelter that survives by being carried. The novice is made to reenact the survival narrative, not by hearing it, but by living it in symbolic form. The tale then places this floating coracle in the path of a coastal community with a famous fish weir. Each year on the eve of early May, the weir is expected to produce a valuable catch. That fixed timing is treated like a ritual calendar marker, not a simple fishing habit. A young man named Elfin is described as unlucky, the sort of person who cannot catch a break and seems cursed by fate. His father is troubled by him, convinced the boy was born under a bad sign. Advisors propose a test. Let the son take the weir for that one sacred night, and see whether fortune will finally turn. The next day arrives and Elfin finds nothing. The weir is empty. The disappointment feels final. Then one of the workers notices the coracle lodged against the structure, skin still sealed, as if the sea has delivered something strange in place of fish. A comment is made that this might be the ultimate proof of bad luck, that even the weir's traditional success has been ruined by Elfin's presence. Elfin refuses to accept that verdict. The coracle might hold value. The skin is opened. Inside lies a child, and the first thing seen is the shining forehead. Someone calls him Taliesin, a name tied to radiance, brilliance, and the return of light. Elfin lifts the infant with a mix of pity and hope. He sets the child behind him on his horse, almost as if placing him on a ceremonial seat. Immediately the child sings. The song comforts Elfin, praises him, and promises that the very moment of disappointment will become the beginning of renown. The newborn does not behave like a helpless baby. He speaks like a trained voice, as if everything that happened inside darkness has produced not weakness, but mastery. At the heart of this scene is a claim about what the ritual produces. Taliesin speaks of water as a giver of blessing, of the need for right thought and sincere prayer, and of a providence that cannot be blocked. Then he makes the startling statement that he has been born multiple times, and that knowledge is stored within him. The message is not subtle. This is the initiated voice presenting itself as reborn, illuminated, and authorized. The coracle is not merely an abandoned boat. It is the final cradle of the rite. The sea voyage is not a random danger. It is the culminating proof. The entire sequence reads like a staged progression. The cauldron, the chase, the confinement, the birth, the launch, and the recovery. Each step seems designed to echo a single underlying story about catastrophe and survival, about an old world being cleansed away and a chosen remnant carried through to safety. The spring date and the early May setting suggest a seasonal frame. Renewal after winter, return of life, a turning point in the natural year that suits a ritual about rebirth. Later tradition tries to pin this coastal drama to local history, describing lost lands, drowned plains, and a kingdom swallowed by the sea. It speaks of a drunken figure who neglects a barrier and lets the ocean rush in, destroying cities and driving survivors into uplands and mountains. The tale names rulers, places, and dates, as if reporting events. Yet the pattern resembles myth more than geography. The flood is caused by moral failure, pride, and excess. Survivors flee to high ground, like the survivors of many flood legends around the world. The story uses the language of catastrophe to preserve a ritual memory. The sea coming over the land, the world overturned, the remnant arriving at a place of refuge. Even the names in the tradition hint at symbolism. The figures at the centre carry titles that feel too grand for minor local lords, titles that suggest cosmic authority, solar power, or the role of a priest who stands in for a greater being. The father is linked with a bird associated with water and fishing, a creature that thrives where land meets flood. The son begins in misfortune and ends in glory, like a novice who enters the rite, unproven, and emerges marked. The newborn bard, radiant and speaking from the first moment, embodies the end product of the initiation. A voice that claims access to hidden knowledge, a mouthpiece of the sacred narrative. The fish weir itself can be read as more than a piece of shoreline engineering. Its fixed location and yearly timing make it function like a ritual stage, a controlled boundary where the sea gives up what it holds. The coracle, drifting in and catching on the structure, is not merely convenient storytelling. It is the symbolic recovery of the ark at a designated landing place. The novice is fished from the flood, pulled out of danger and presented to the community, not dead, but transformed. A short dialogue preserved in older verse makes the ritual logic even clearer. The candidate admits a love of the shore, but confesses fear of the open sea, afraid a wave will roll over stone and swallow everything. The officiant answers with assurance. For the brave and worthy, the stones ahead are a harbour of life. The same water that destroys will also declare merit. The timid and unprepared will be swept away, but the steadfast will reach the landing and be accepted. The rite becomes a moral test staged through water. Courage and purity are not abstract virtues here. They are proven in a controlled peril. In that light, the entire drama can be understood as a lesson acted out, rather than explained. The novice is forced to experience fear, surrender, and uncertainty. The closed coracle becomes a moving womb. The sea becomes the flood. The weir becomes the point of rescue. The recovered child becomes the reborn initiate, whose first act is to speak with authority and comfort. The ritual teaches that the same providence that preserved the righteous through the waters will preserve the worthy through the ordeal, and that those who approach without sincerity, without discipline, or with hidden wrongdoing will not be welcomed into the inner circle. The final stage of initiation marked the end of the most dangerous trials. Once the candidate had been recovered from the small drifting boat, he was no longer treated as a fugitive or a victim of the ordeal. He was received with care and dignity. Elphin lifted the initiate into his arms and placed him securely upon his mount, or into a vessel that served the same symbolic purpose. From there, the newly reborn figure was brought before the elder authority who confirmed the transformation. At that moment, the long process reached its conclusion, and the initiate was acknowledged as a bard of the highest rank, one who had passed through the full discipline and emerged worthy of sacred knowledge. The old poetic tradition speaks of these ceremonies with remarkable reverence. They were not viewed as mere displays or local customs, but as experiences believed to shape the entire course of a human life. Through them, the initiate received what was understood to be the purest form of knowledge. The one who completed the trials was described as a person who had regained true understanding and returned to a state of presence and awareness. Such a figure was believed to have moved beyond ordinary ignorance and to possess a deeper perception of reality. Initiation was therefore treated not simply as instruction, but as recovery, a return to a condition that ordinary life had obscured. One short composition attributed to the newly initiated Taliesin expresses these ideas clearly. In it, he describes himself as having passed through 3 births. The first was natural birth into the human world. The second came through Ceridwen, whose symbolic womb represented discipline and transformation. The third occurred within the drifting vessel that carried him across the waters. Through this triple rebirth, he claimed to have learned how to think rightly about the divine order and to recognize a power whose gifts could not be obstructed. All sacred knowledge was said to be gathered within him, and he spoke as one who understood both the past and the future. Later versions of this declaration include elements shaped by a Christian environment. References appear to divine protection and to a saviour figure associated with later belief. These additions suggest that the tradition continued to be repeated long after the older religion had begun to decline. Yet the structure of the declaration remains unmistakably rooted in an earlier system. The reflections arise directly from ritual acts that were themselves inherited from a non-Christian past. The formula seems to preserve an older pattern in which initiation led to recognition of a single ruling power behind the universe, and to the rejection of lesser divine figures as inadequate or deceptive. Descriptions of initiation elsewhere in the ancient world suggest a similar development. Preliminary stages prepared the candidate by teaching that the world was governed by a higher order and that life continued beyond death. Only later were deeper teachings revealed to those judged capable of understanding them. At that point, the initiate learned to see through the traditional stories about divine beings and to recognize them as transformed memories of earlier human figures. The highest teaching emphasized a universal creator who sustained and governed everything through a hidden but constant influence. Those who reached this stage were regarded as people who had come to see reality without disguise. The narrative known as the History of Taliesin presents a complete sequence of such ceremonies. The story describes a series of symbolic actions that reenacted the survival of humanity through a great flood and the renewal that followed it. Each stage of the process mirrors episodes associated with that ancient memory. The parallels extend beyond the local tradition and resemble rites known in other regions, where ceremonies of transformation and rebirth preserved similar themes of destruction and rescue. Fragments of older poetry reinforce this interpretation. In one account, Taliesin describes his earliest formation within the domain of Ceridwen, where discipline and instruction reshaped him. Although he appeared small and unimportant at first, he was carried upward within a sacred enclosure that raised him above the ordinary world. Within that enclosure, he received inspiration and instruction without spoken words, as if knowledge were transmitted through experience rather than teaching. The guiding presence was portrayed as ancient and formidable, yet necessary for transformation. The confinement ended when the vessel set out across the waters, and the initiate was returned to the sea from which renewal would come. The poetic description continues by recalling the sequence of transformations already known from the larger tale. The initiate becomes a grain and is seized by the pursuing power. The enclosing form swells like a ship moving over water. He is cast into darkness and then returned to the sea once more. The experience is described as both terrifying and fortunate, since it leads ultimately to liberation. The initiate emerges convinced that a higher power has guided the entire passage. These images portray a system of instruction based largely on symbolic performance, rather than spoken doctrine. The laws of the tradition were not explained directly, but demonstrated through ritual experience. The Hall of Ceridwen served as the place where the process began, and the guiding figure appeared under several forms that expressed different aspects of the same power. Sometimes she was imagined as an aged presence, sometimes as a bird, sometimes as a mare, and sometimes as the vessel itself moving across the waters. Each image reflected a different dimension of the same mythic identity. In this way, the guiding power could be represented through a sequence of emblems, rather than a single fixed form. Ancient objects from Britain suggest that such symbolic figures were indeed known. Some early coins display images that combine features of animals and boats into a single design, as if attempting to capture the same layered meaning described in the poems. The mixture of forms may appear strange from a modern point of view, yet similar composite images were used in many ancient traditions to represent powers associated with transformation and renewal. Other verses preserve the same themes in slightly different language. Taliesin describes himself as once having been a grain that grew upon a hill before being harvested and carried into a dark chamber. There he was forced to yield his substance under pressure before being taken into the body of the hen and held there as an unborn child. Afterward, he returned to his earlier condition, dying and living again, before finally becoming Taliesin. The process is described as a preparation that produced knowledge and authority, allowing him to compose verses that would endure into the distant future. Different poems give different lengths for the period of enclosure, sometimes 9 nights, and sometimes 9 months, but the meaning remains the same. The initiate is enclosed within the body of the transforming power until he emerges in a new state. The language emphasizes the contrast between the earlier identity of Gwion and the later identity of Taliesin, presenting the change as a decisive rebirth. Another composition presents Ceridwen speaking in her own voice. She describes wandering in darkness while lights burn during nocturnal ceremonies. She speaks of a figure whose life has been preserved after departure from the vessel upon a hillside, an image that suggests survival after catastrophe. Torches carried through darkness and wandering searches across the land recall a ritual setting in which light symbolizes the return of order after chaos. In the same poem, attention turns to Avogdu, once unfortunate but now restored and made fit for happiness. His renewal is linked to a radiant figure associated with protective power and curved forms that surround and defend. This presence acts as a barrier against destruction and ensures that order will continue. Arianrod appears as a figure connected with a shining wheel and a calm dawn, spreading a bright arc across the sky that drives away danger and restores peace. The image strongly suggests the restoration of harmony after a time of overwhelming waters. The poem concludes with a description of a fierce struggle between destructive forces and the powers that preserve life. The hostile beings attempt to bring a new flood upon the land, but their effort fails when the shining ark appears and the waters subside. The protective seat of the preserving power is said to remain established in the land and destined to endure. The tone suggests that the ceremonies being described were intended to affirm the continuing presence of that protection. Another long poem lists the objects required for the celebration of Ceridwen's rites. The speaker presents himself as a keeper of sacred fire and a silent master of hidden knowledge rather than a performer seeking praise. The ceremony takes place at night among stones under the open sky, where inspired songs are recited and secret teachings are preserved. The poet insists that his art reaches deeper than that of ordinary singers, comparing true knowledge to the depth of the ocean. A lengthy catalogue follows, naming the offerings and materials used in the preparation of the sacred vessel. Grain, honey, incense, fragrant substances from distant lands, shining metals, berries, plants gathered from pure places, and water drawn from special sources are all included. Each item appears to have been valued for symbolic as well as practical reasons. Some plants were believed to protect against misfortune or illness, others to aid prophecy or purification. Together they formed the mixture placed within the vessel, from which inspiration and renewal were expected to arise. The ceremony required priests skilled in sacred knowledge and participants gathered under the open sky. Lights burned, libations were poured, and a symbolic vessel represented the means through which preservation had once been achieved. Torches, resins, and ritual plants all played their part. The entire arrangement was intended to recreate in symbolic form the passage through destruction toward restoration. Water played an especially important role. Immersion or washing signified purification, while special plants and objects were used to mark the sanctity of the place. A golden branch associated with growth and fertility formed another important element. When placed within the vessel and subjected to heat, it symbolized the renewal of life after devastation. From this preparation came the stream of inspiration associated with Gwion and the calm that followed the great disturbance. Such rites appear to have continued long after new religious ideas had entered the region. Older practices were softened or partially hidden, yet the central traditions survived in isolated districts. Poets and rulers alike often regarded them not as threats to later beliefs, but as ancient inheritances that could exist alongside newer teachings. Some clergy objected and occasionally denied burial rites to those who persisted in older customs, yet many practitioners attempted to reconcile the traditions, sometimes promising to abandon them only at the end of life. The ceremonies also carried a powerful social meaning. They were believed to strengthen courage and reinforce loyalty during difficult times. For communities struggling to preserve independence, the old rites seemed to sustain a sense of identity and continuity. This practical value helped preserve them even when official approval declined. Evidence suggests that some princes themselves underwent at least part of the initiation. One ruler speaks of longing to ride the sacred steed across the foam-covered waters and to obtain the achievement that would mark him as successful. He describes Ceridwen as a radiant yet delicate figure who guided the young through discipline and instruction. Her teaching shaped character and demanded restraint, and the candidate prayed for acceptance within the sacred grove where her authority prevailed. Later, verses suggest that the desired acceptance was eventually granted. The initiate describes visiting the dwelling of the radiant lady near the shore, and finding there a calm presence that quiets the heart. He speaks of a promise received after severe discipline within the hall of the hidden power. a privilege earned through endurance. The language portrays initiation as both ordeal and reward, a passage through hardship into a state of recognition and belonging. These poems show that devotion to Cerridwen and her associated figures persisted for centuries. The rituals appear to have been treated not as fading relics, but as living traditions. Even when outward belief changed, the symbolic ceremonies continued to hold meaning. They preserved a narrative of destruction and renewal and expressed the conviction that knowledge and order had survived a time of overwhelming danger. An oath once required from candidates shows how seriously these traditions were guarded. The initiate pledged to preserve the laws of the sanctuary, even if abandoned by companions or threatened by enemies. The presiding priest warned that violation of the oath would bring inevitable ruin. The ceremony involved several officiants, each representing a different divine power, while the chief priest stood as the central authority overseeing the rite. Taken together, these traditions reveal a coherent system built around the figures of Hu and Cerridwen. Their ceremonies preserved a memory of catastrophe and survival and linked that memory to teachings about knowledge, order, and renewal. The myths, symbols, and rituals formed a single structure in which the sacred vessel stood at the center. From it came life, law, and wisdom. Through it, the initiate symbolically passed from danger into safety and from ignorance into understanding. The surviving material suggests that this tradition drew upon very ancient ideas while reshaping them into a distinct local form. The rituals combined symbolic performance with poetic expression, creating a system that endured across centuries of change. Even after new beliefs spread through the region, the older ceremonies continued to influence imagination and identity. In them, the memory of destruction and preservation remained alive, expressed through stories of transformation, rebirth, and the enduring promise of renewal. The ancient religious beliefs of the Britons formed a complex and layered system that had developed over many centuries. In the oldest poetic traditions, fragments of very old ideas appear beside later myths and symbolic interpretations. Stories about a great flood and a surviving ancestral family were remembered in symbolic form, mixed with ritual practices and a growing fascination with the movements of the heavens. Early traditions that may once have reflected simple religious beliefs gradually became intertwined with mythology and celestial symbolism. Figures connected with survival after a great catastrophe were eventually associated with the sun, the moon, and the planets, and these heavenly bodies came to represent sacred ancestors and divine powers. Within this symbolic tradition, the figure of Cerridwen was linked to the idea of a sacred vessel that preserved life through destruction. Over time, she was also connected with the moon, which was seen as her image in the sky. Her companion Tegid was remembered as a patriarchal ancestor. But later, traditions associated him with the distant planet Saturn, and sometimes even with the power of the sun. Another figure originally connected with the darkness and destruction of the flood was transformed into a symbol of the returning light. What had once represented catastrophe eventually became a story of renewal, expressed through the rebirth of the sun and the restoration of order. Because of these beliefs, sacred places were designed to reflect both the earthly stories of survival and the patterns observed in the sky. The sanctuaries connected with these traditions were not simply places of ritual gathering. They were intended to represent a larger cosmic order. Ritual language itself was sometimes imagined as a sacred presence, a symbolic voice that carried religious teaching and ceremonial law. This symbolic voice represented the traditions and teachings of the Druids, preserved and transmitted in ritual centres dedicated to the sacred myths. One of the most important names connected with these sanctuaries was Caer Sidi, a term that referred to a sacred enclosure. the chief religious authority associated with such a sanctuary, was believed to speak from a symbolic seat of authority, and the teachings delivered from that place were considered sacred knowledge. The sanctuary itself was understood as a center where tradition, ritual, and cosmic symbolism came together. The name Kaya Siddhi became closely tied to the religious identity of these ritual centers, and its meaning extended far beyond a simple physical location. According to old poetic traditions, the original model for such a sanctuary was believed to have been a sacred vessel in which a heroic figure and his companions escaped a great flood. This vessel was remembered as a place of safety and renewal, and later sanctuaries were thought to reflect its form and meaning. The idea of a protected space surrounded by dangerous waters became an important symbolic image. Within this protected center, there was security and abundance, even while destruction raged outside. These themes appeared not only in stories but also in ritual traditions that preserved the memory of survival and restoration. As religious symbolism developed further, the same sacred name came to be applied to the great circle of the sky. The path along which the sun, moon, and planets appeared to move was imagined as a vast enclosure surrounding the world. This celestial circle became another expression of the same sacred idea that had once been connected with the vessel of survival. The turning of the heavens provided a powerful image of continuity and renewal, and this cosmic circle came to share the same sacred name as the ritual sanctuaries on Earth. The language itself reflected this idea of circular movement and enclosure. The sacred name suggested a place defined by a boundary and marked by continual motion. The concept could describe the vessel that carried the survivors of a great disaster, the circle of the heavens through which the stars moved, or the sanctuaries where rituals were performed. Mythology united these meanings into a single symbolic system in which earthly structures mirrored cosmic order. Descriptions preserved in early poetic traditions portray the sanctuary as a protected center surrounded by flowing waters and open to the life-giving power that descended from above. These images closely resemble the story of a vessel preserved in the midst of a great flood. The sanctuary was imagined as a place where safety, stability, and nourishment existed despite the forces of destruction outside. Such imagery suggests that ritual practices preserve the memory of ancient stories about survival through catastrophe. The same traditions also connected the sanctuary with the movements of the heavens. The circular path of the stars was imagined as constantly turning through the elements of the universe. The sun stood at the center of this cosmic order, and religious leaders sometimes described their own authority in symbolic language that reflected the power of the sun. Their role was understood as representing the divine order on Earth, acting as intermediaries between the visible world and the unseen forces believed to govern it. Questions have long existed about the physical form of these sanctuaries. Some may have been simple natural places such as caves, forest clearings, or small islands surrounded by water. Others appear to have been carefully constructed circular enclosures made of earth or stone. Many surviving monuments in Britain consist of rings of standing stones or circular banks and ditches, and these structures may reflect the same symbolic ideas described in the old traditions. Their circular design suggests a deliberate attempt to imitate the cosmic patterns believed to govern the universe. The symbolism behind these structures centered on two great themes: the sacred ancestors who survived destruction, and the vessel that preserved them. Over time, these figures were represented by the sun and the moon, which were seen as the most powerful lights in the sky. Similar connections between ancestral figures and celestial bodies appear in many ancient cultures, suggesting a widespread attempt to link human origins with the visible order of the heavens. Ancient artistic designs from the Mediterranean world illustrate comparable ideas. Mythological figures connected with fertility and renewal were sometimes shown travelling in vehicles, shaped like boats or crescents, surrounded by symbols representing the changing seasons. The 12 divisions of the year were often marked by symbolic figures arranged in a circular pattern, emphasizing the connection between mythology and the regular cycles of nature. Such imagery reflects the same belief that religious stories and celestial observation formed parts of a single unified system. If a sacred space were designed to reflect these ideas, the central area would contain symbolic representations of the divine powers, while markers arranged in a surrounding circle would represent the constellations and the passing seasons. Among peoples who avoided elaborate buildings or carved statues, these symbols could take the form of rough stones or wooden posts placed in circular arrangements. The stone circles that still survive in parts of Britain may represent such attempts to express cosmic order in physical form. The circular shape of these sanctuaries is suggested not only by surviving monuments, but also by the language used in early traditions. Words meaning circle or enclosure appear repeatedly in descriptions of sacred places, reinforcing the idea that these sites were intended to represent the structure of the world itself. The stones that formed these circles were remembered in early traditions as important elements of the sacred landscape, marking places where ritual gatherings took place. One well-known example stood in a mountainous region near the western coast, where early descriptions mention a circular enclosure surrounded by upright stones. The site occupied an open area on high ground and was visible from a distance. Some of the stones were tall and imposing, while others were smaller but carefully arranged. Nearby were additional standing stones set in geometric patterns, along with stone-built chambers and burial mounds. The entire landscape formed a connected ritual complex that reflected long-standing religious traditions. Hyrule open respect for the sacred rites he had personally undergone makes it unlikely that he would speak carelessly about the shrine tied to those traditions. His position and education would have given him access to local knowledge if deeper investigation had ever been needed. But in this case, the meaning of the place was not difficult to grasp. A sanctuary still used by a living tradition does not require guesswork to explain it. For generations, ceremonial poets and ritual specialists had preserved a continuous chain of practice and memory, reaching back to the age when Druidic religion still shaped public life. Seen in that light, the stone monument in the Givilchi region can be read as more than an isolated ring of pillars. In the period Hyrule described, sanctuaries linked to the older mysteries were commonly understood as earthly counterparts to a larger celestial pattern. Their names, their layouts, and even their ritual language implied that they were images of the great turning circle in the sky. In other words, these sites were treated as models of the zodiac or as structures designed to mirror events believed to unfold within that heavenly band, such as the cycle of seasons, the rising and setting points of key lights, and the repeating order by which time was measured. The most striking detail in the Givilchi monument is the circle of 12 stones. The number is difficult to dismiss as accidental in a culture that consistently attached meaning to repeating counts and recurring cycles. 12 naturally suggests a division of time, a ring of stations, a sequence that returns again and again. In many ancient systems, 12 marks a full sweep of seasonal change, a complete circuit that resets the world. The Givilchi circle, described as having upright stones around its outer edge, fits that symbolic logic. A sanctuary built to represent the turning year would not only be circular, but would also be organised in a count that matched the calendar of the sky. Even when the surviving description is incomplete, it still points toward a familiar type of monument found across Britain. Similar stone circles appear in widely separated landscapes, from southern plains to northern coasts, and they share the same basic language of design. A ring, a measured diameter, upright stones placed, as markers, and sometimes additional stones set apart with deliberate geometry. Antiquaries have long argued that many of these circles were not built at random. Some appear to follow astronomical alignments, while others seem designed to embody calculations and repeating periods used to track time. The recurrence of certain numbers in these monuments has fueled the idea that they carried a practical function as well as a ritual one. 12 appears often, but so do other counts associated with longer cycles, including 19, 30, and 60. These numbers can be linked to different ways of reconciling lunar and solar rhythms, or to methods of counting ceremonial generations, or to traditional systems of reckoning time in large, repeating blocks. The Gvilci sanctuary itself was never meant to rival the monumental scale of the most famous rings on the island. It was a regional site, not the centerpiece of a national landscape. Yet even a provincial sanctuary can preserve the same symbolic grammar found in grander monuments. The repetition of 12 in much larger complexes suggests that the number carried a recognized meaning, shared across regions. Other sites also show arrangements that echo the Gvilci pattern, including a triangular grouping of stones set apart from the main ring. Such a feature appears again and again, as if builders wanted a secondary marker for a specific direction, a ritual focus, or a key event in the cycle of light. From this smaller sanctuary, attention naturally shifts toward the larger rings that dominated collective imagination. Stonehenge, above all, stands as the monument most often treated as a high temple of the old religion. Its design has repeatedly been interpreted as evidence of skilled observation and careful planning. The structure is circular, its interior spaces are organized with a sense of hierarchy, and its approach routes emphasize specific directions. Interpreters have argued that the site's entrances and axes point toward meaningful sunrise positions, and that its counts and sequences reflect a concern with major time cycles. Whether every proposed calculation is correct is a separate question, but the broader point remains. The monument clearly embodies intentional geometry and a consistent symbolic plan. Saw divine power expressed through the saw, divine power expressed through the heavens. An open sanctuary makes a certain kind of sense. It allows the sky to remain present as the ceiling of worship, and it turns the movement of light into part of the ceremony itself. Archaeological discoveries reported at such sites, including animal remains, have been used to argue for sacrificial feasting within or near the sacred boundary. Even allowing for uncertainty in interpretation, the idea that large gatherings occurred there is not difficult to imagine, given the size, visibility, and formal organization of the place. Yet a different kind of evidence matters just as much as architectural theory. Memory, story, and the way later generations spoke about the monument. A dramatic and widely remembered act of violence connected Stonehenge to national history in a way few sites could match. The event described in early accounts is not a battlefield defeat, but a planned killing carried out under the disguise of peace. According to the narrative, a Saxon leader proposed a meeting meant to settle tensions and confirm an alliance. The invitation promised safety and required that both parties come without weapons, a gesture meant to remove suspicion. The chosen location was Stonehenge, a place already loaded with authority and symbolic weight, and the meeting was scheduled for a season associated with renewal and public assemblies. Behind the scenes, the Saxon leader is said to have prepared an ambush. His followers were instructed to conceal knives and wait for a signal. The Britons, trusting the arrangement, arrived unarmed and were seated in alternating order among their guests, a layout that looked like a display of confidence but functioned as a trap. At the height of the feast, the signal was given. In an instant, the hidden blades appeared and the Britons were struck down where they sat. The number of victims in the tradition is large, described as the flower of the nobility. Men known for leadership in council and war. One figure is said to have been spared, not out of mercy but for leverage, to force concessions afterward. Alongside this main story, another strand survives. The account of a British survivor who escaped the slaughter and fought back with whatever could be seized in the moment. Later tradition gives him different titles, as if memory struggled to place him neatly within a single category. Some sources treat him as a prince, others as a churchman, and some later writers split the identity into two brothers to explain the overlap. The simpler explanation is that one prominent figure carried both political and religious authority, which was not unusual in eras when leadership and sacred roles could merge. In the aftermath, stories of vengeance, burials, and the raising of memorials attach themselves to this same person, and in some versions he becomes closely linked with the rise of a new leader who takes power during the crisis that followed. For poets of the 6th century, such an event could not remain unspoken. The massacre was the kind of catastrophe that demanded lament, and the surviving poetry repeatedly circles around the same image. A feast turning into slaughter, a gathering arranged as if for friendship becoming a scene of sudden death. In one poem, the focus falls on the sanctuary itself. The language depicts a sacred circle where authority is exercised, and ritual drink is served, a place of order and ceremony that is violated by treachery. The plot is painted with sharp contrasts: formal hospitality against hidden intent, celebratory music against the sudden sound of violence, trust against calculated betrayal. The poem does not read like a calm record. It moves like grief, shifting from praise into rage and from ritual language into the imagery of waves, storms, and blades. In this poetic memory, the leader associated with the sanctuary appears as a presiding figure, someone connected with ceremony and also with protection. The feast is described as a deliberate arrangement, equal numbers invited, drink distributed, and a conference staged as if it were a lawful assembly. Then, the entire scene collapses into killing. A bardic voice is described as the first victim, a resident singer tied to the sanctuary, struck down before the wider slaughter unfolds. That detail matters, because it frames the violence not only as political murder, but as an assault on sacred order, aimed first at the voice that carried ritual authority. The sanctuary is not merely a backdrop, it is part of the meaning. A holy precinct turned into a trap. Geography reinforces the impression. The feast is placed not inside a closed building, but within a defined open area near the temple. A long, bounded space in the landscape, marked by ditches and measured breadth, has been interpreted as part of the ceremonial approach to the main ring. If temporary structures were raised there for a great gathering, the setting would match the story's logic. An assembly held in the shadow of the most imposing sanctuary, close enough to borrow its authority, but arranged in a space suited for large numbers. The poetry also preserves how the monument was perceived. It is called a great circle, a great sanctuary, not simply a heap of stones. The wording suggests prerogative and central status, as if the site still carried the rank of a national temple in the era when the massacre occurred. That may feel surprising to later eyes, but it fits an age when conversion to new faiths was incomplete and older practices remained embedded in local identity. Religious life in such periods often shows overlap rather than clean replacement. Older rites persist at the edges. Older sanctuaries remain meaningful, and public belief becomes a mixture of inherited custom and new language. A second major poetic witness offers an even larger canvas. The work, commonly known as the Gododdin, survives as a series of intense songs, rather than a single continuous narrative. The voice behind it belongs to a bard who lived in the late 5th and 6th centuries. The surviving text is difficult, shaped by archaic spelling, regional dialect, damaged transmission, and the habit of describing people through epithets rather than names. The songs often assume that the audience already knows the individuals and events, which makes later interpretation difficult. Over centuries of copying, the text accumulated broken lines and fragmentary passages that no longer carry clear sense, and many parts exist in multiple variant readings. Even so, certain themes remain unmistakable. Again and again, the songs return to a central horror. Not warriors falling in open battle, but nobles slaughtered without weapons in a moment of supposed peace, seated among armed enemies at a feast. The number given is strikingly consistent with the massacre tradition. The details also match: the mixed seating arrangement, the sudden signal, the shift from celebration to bloodshed. The bard speaks as someone who witnessed the catastrophe, yet the songs appear to have been composed years later, during a time of hardship, possibly in captivity. That distance explains why the event is treated both as memory and as wound, revisited repeatedly in separate songs as if the mind cannot leave it behind. The songs avoid direct naming in many places, and that avoidance can be explained without forcing it into mystery. A poet composing under the shadow of enemies would have reason to choose insinuation over accusation. Epithets allow anger to be expressed while maintaining a layer of protection. They also sharpen the poetry's bite. A traitor can be painted as a predator, a plotter as a wolf, a killer as a storm, without needing a formal identification. The audience in the poet's own time would have understood the targets, while later readers inherit the riddle. The internal logic of the songs also suggests that the feast catastrophe occurred decades before composition. The bard appeals to the testimony of earlier authorities, to the remembered words of older poets, and to establish songs already associated with the event. He gestures toward later political consequences and shifting leadership after the slaughter. That kind of backward glance fits an older man speaking about the disaster of his youth, turning it into a set of songs meant to preserve the truth when open speech is dangerous. When the timing is adjusted for that interval, the catastrophe lands naturally within the era of the famous Stonehenge massacre tradition. No other event preserved in British or Saxon memory aligns so closely with the core elements repeated in the songs. The feast, the treachery, the unarmed nobles, the scale of the killing, the presence of a major sanctuary, and the long shadow it cast over subsequent years all converge on the same historical anchor. The poetry does not read like a detached chronicle, but it does preserve a consistent shape of memory, and that shape matches the story attached to Stonehenge more closely than any other surviving episode. Gododin can describe a northern region in early sources, yet in the poem it also seems to mean the very site where the nobles gathered, drank, and died. That double use looks confusing at first, but it may reflect careful wording rather than simple inconsistency. The name itself can be understood in more than one way. It can describe a district partly shielded by a defensive barrier, and it can also describe an open sanctuary, ringed by an earthwork or bank, roofless above, protected around. In a world where sacred circles and fortified boundaries shared the same visual logic, a single term could slide between landscape and shrine without breaking the listener's understanding. Ambiguity could even be useful, allowing a poet to point toward a place while keeping language just indirect enough to avoid danger. A similar issue surrounds Catraeth. It resembles the name of a known town in the north of England, but the poem's use does not require a northern town at all. In this tradition, names often carry symbolic meanings drawn from religious language. Catraeth can function less like a map label and more like a title for the great ritual enclosure itself, the place where authority was proclaimed and formal speech was delivered from a presiding seat. In that sense, it becomes a poetic shorthand for the sanctuary and its ceremonial precinct, not a fixed settlement. The poem's own patterns support this reading. The assembly at Catraeth is described like a ritual gathering, a planned feast, a managed seating arrangement, and an ambush executed within a sacred legal framework. That scene fits a major ceremonial site far better than it fits a random battlefield town. Working through this kind of text requires more than a quick translation. The language is old, compressed, and often damaged by centuries of copying. Many lines survive in variant forms, and proper names are frequently replaced by sharp epithets that would have been obvious to a contemporary audience, but feel cryptic now. The surviving work also reads less like one single poem and more like a chain of short songs that return again and again to the same central wound. The voice shifts, the focus tightens, then pulls back as if the poet is revisiting the memory in fragments. Each song another attempt to say what happened without giving enemies an easy handle for punishment. Across these songs, one core picture repeats with relentless clarity. This was not a normal battle where armed men fell in open combat. It was the killing of unarmed nobles during a supposed peace meeting at a feast where guests were arranged side by side with armed opponents. The moment turns on a signal, a sudden movement, and a pre-planned strike executed at the tables. Even when the poem speaks in metaphor, wolves, sea rovers, storms, ravens, it keeps returning to the same mechanics of betrayal. The guests arrive confident, expecting agreement. The attackers arrive prepared, carrying hidden blades. The feast becomes the trap. In the earliest songs, the poet pauses over a young bard or companion, someone associated with peacemaking and ceremonial order, cut down before the spear is even raised. The language paints the cruelty in a bitter sequence. The floor stained with blood before the feast truly begins. The raven fed before a proper fight can even happen. It is not just grief for a friend. It is an accusation that the rules of hospitality and sanctuary were deliberately profaned. This opening loss sets the tone for everything that follows. The poem is not simply mourning dead warriors, it is mourning the collapse of trust itself. Then the portraits widen. A leader appears again and again behind the violence, a sea-born chief, decorated and conspicuous, presented as both diplomatic and predatory. He proposes conditions designed to disarm suspicion, no weapons, no shields, claiming the restriction will prevent quarrels and keep the gathering safe. The poem treats this as a performance, a staged reassurance. Beneath it, the attackers are already organized. The signal is agreed upon. The knives are ready. When the moment comes, the strike is described as quick, intimate, and systematic, each killer turning on the person beside him. The poem's repeated emphasis on the lack of shields and spears is not decorative. It is the moral core of the charge. The next layer of blame is even darker. The poem implies that the trap was enabled by internal politics. A British ruler returned to power after earlier disgrace is framed as the one who opened the door and made the selection. The feast becomes a political purge as much as a foreign ambush, an opportunity to remove influential nobles who had fought under a rival leader and who might still challenge authority. That is why the poem keeps describing the dead, not as ordinary warriors, but as the strongest counsellors and fighters of the land. Men whose absence would cripple resistance. Treachery is not limited to the attacker. It is presented as a network. The songs also preserve small details that make the scene feel staged, like a ceremony. Torchlight, rich cloth, deliberate displays of wealth, formal serving of drink, chosen attendants, even the arrangement of transport for a convenient escape. All of it reads like a public occasion designed to project confidence and unity. The poet's bitterness comes from the contrast: golden cups and polished ritual language, followed by the most brutal kind of close-range killing. The peace meeting becomes a mask that makes the crime more complete. At the centre of the aftermath stands another figure, the governor of the feast, a powerful leader tied to ritual authority and public order. In the poem, he is not simply a warrior. He is someone positioned at the threshold between ceremony and violence. When the massacre begins, he is described extending a long spear across the dividing line, as if trying to halt the rush or create a barrier. Around him, the scene turns into fire and confusion. Temporary structures burning, smoke rising, crowds surging, the attackers thrown off balance. The image is chaotic but precise, a sudden uprising against men armed mainly with short blades, disoriented by flames and resistance. The poem presents this response as the first moment when the attacker's certainty breaks. From there, the songs move into retaliation and pursuit. Ravens and eagles appear in the imagery, not as decoration but as a grim measure of battlefields after the feast. The leader who survives the initial shock becomes the driver of counter-violence, pushing the attackers back, scattering them, then hunting them again later. Names remain elusive, and the poem often refuses to be explicit, but the pattern is clear. The feast is only the first act. What follows is a chain of campaigns, reprisals, and power shifts that reshape the land. The poem hints at captured chiefs, forced withdrawals, and territories contested at the margins of northern and western frontiers. Interwoven with the massacre songs are laments for an earlier British champion who had once driven the Saxons away, only to die through poisoning and court intrigue. That elegy sits beside the feast narrative like a warning. The nation lost its defender, then lost its nobility, and the gap was filled by men skilled at manipulation, offering friendly cups that concealed death, speaking peace while preparing knives. In the poet's memory, the cup becomes a recurring symbol. Intoxicating drink as celebration, drink as deception, drink as a tool for murder. The strongest documentary thread comes from how consistently these songs describe one specific kind of catastrophe: a mass killing at a feast, carried out through a signal against unarmed nobles in or near a sacred enclosure, followed by desperate defence and fire. When that pattern is compared against what is otherwise remembered in British tradition, only one episode fits with real force: the notorious massacre associated with Stonehenge. The poem's ambiguity in placed names then looks less like confusion and more like strategy. Language that can be heard two ways, protecting the speaker while preserving the truth for those who know the story. Caradic's name survives in the old memory as something steady and reassuring. He is pictured as a man who knows his place in the world and keeps it safe, not through arrogance, but through discipline. Before the moment of danger, he moves with calm restraint, gentle in manner and careful in speech. Yet when conflict becomes unavoidable, he does not lose himself in fury. He fights with clear judgment, brave without being reckless, measured without being weak. In the tradition that preserves him, this balance is part of his honour, a protector who can be peaceful when peace is possible, and formidable when it is not. The hope expressed for him is not the reward of conquest, but the simple idea that a guardian who served well might find his way home beyond this life. In the scenes that follow, he appears leading through chaos with a shield that catches the light, organising the camp and holding a position that others might have abandoned. Spears splinter as they strike, and blades bite deep. The fighting is described as close, exhausting, and unforgiving. Still, he remains where he is needed. His duty is not only to advance, but to keep a particular point from collapsing, to prevent panic from turning order into stampede. Even when the story turns toward his fall, the emphasis stays on what he completed before he went down. He kept the station. He held the line until the moment could no longer be held. That is why his name is spoken with admiration rather than pity. Caradoc is remembered in a different register, as if the language itself becomes louder when he enters. When he surges forward, the comparison is not to a careful defender, but to a force of nature. A boar breaking through brush, a bull at the centre of the herd. The picture is not subtle. He cuts into the press, opens space with sheer momentum, and draws others into motion by a gesture that signals where the violence will concentrate. Witnesses are invoked not as footnotes, but as a way of saying that this was not an invention of later storytellers. People once swore they saw it, and their words passed along. Caradoc survives hard fighting in more than one place and returns from brutal encounters that should have taken him, yet the tradition insists on the bitter irony that courage in battle does not protect a man from the cup offered in false friendship. After the clear drink is placed in his hand at the fatal gathering, he does not return to his father again. The old songs linger on that contrast. The warrior who escaped steel on open ground is undone in a hall meant for peace. From there, the narrative widens to a roll of men whose names are spoken like a tolling bell. They arrive together, confident and united, the sort of company a country leans on when times turn harsh. They are described as men proven in earlier trials, riders used to hard dawns, fighters who had carried their weight when the day demanded it. But at the feast, the price is paid in lives. One by one, the list is given. Caradoc and Madoc, Pil and Iwan, Peredur with iron strength, Gaudur and Aedan, who once escaped the crush with a battered shield. The tradition does not pretend they were flawless, and it does not romanticize their last moments. It says simply that none of them returned to ordinary life. They had struck down enemies before, and they themselves were struck down. The turning point is not that they were outmatched in fair combat. It is that they were taken where no one expects the rules of hospitality to be broken. The account of that year is heavy with condemnation. The gathering is remembered as a shared table and a shared drink, yet also as an engineered trap prepared by designers who planned the scene in advance. The result is described as a sickness that spreads into the land, grief that does not fade, resentment that outlasts funerals, and a kind of shame that follows a community that allowed such a meeting to happen. The text paints the dead not as strangers, but as men who should have been protected by their own society. Their end is described as a stain in a place that should have been clean, a flaw that drinks in blood where songs once carried. The cause is traced back to two forces moving together: the chosen drink offered by a ruler who hosted the feast, and the rage left behind by a decisive victory in an earlier battle. The implication is clear. The killers were not acting in sudden passion. They were settling accounts. That earlier battle is then recalled in vivid detail, as if the narrator wants to prove the worth of the dead before describing their betrayal. The warriors who later fall at the feast are shown in their true element: mounted strength, red armour, shields lifted, spears upright, sharp lances glittering mail, swords that do not hesitate. The story insists they were not weak men who wandered into danger for sport. They had broken through enemy ranks, dropped whole formations, and forced the fight to turn. They had also honoured the sacred order of their world by giving gifts at the altar and rewarding the singers who carried fame forward. Their deaths at the banquet are framed as a theft from the entire community, because the men who fell were the ones who had held the enemy back. When the narrative turns to the great sanctuary and its precinct, the tone becomes almost architectural, as if describing something meant to endure. The place is presented as powerful, carefully formed, and not built as an arena for brawling. It is a site of ceremony, order, and the controlled fire that stands for continuity. Yet violence erupts there anyway. The first open outrage is remembered as the killing of a chief singer, someone whose role was to keep memory and lore alive through voice. The attacker is described as armed and hardened, carrying a piercing weapon, more like a predator than a guest. The blow that ends the singer's life lands at the stone boundary of the shared sanctuary, and the story marks that moment as a point of no return. It is not merely a murder, it is a public violation of the place itself. Then the defender appears, called by many titles in the old songs, but always recognizable by action. He does not sit idle. He does not hesitate. He turns the sanctuary into a position to be held, not a symbol to be mourned. The tradition describes a counterstroke that is fast and punishing, a spear point driving through painted corselets, forcing horses into flight, breaking the attacker's order before it can fully harden. Fire becomes part of the defense. Temporary structures and outer areas fill with smoke. Those who came expecting easy plunder are pushed back through heat and confusion, and the story dwells on the panic of a retreat that suddenly becomes necessary. The attackers are mocked as men who did not earn their drink, slaves to a host they flatter. Now discovering that the ground they violated does not belong to them. The next movement is retaliation beyond the feast itself. A battle is recalled where the fleeing host is struck hard, shields dragging, formations broken, the retreat turned into a rout. The image used is not delicate. A roaring force, like a herd driven forward by a leader who fights as a symbol of the community's rage. The enemy's hope is crushed not only by swords, but by the refusal to grant them the mercy they denied at the tables. A message comes from the defeated side, carried by an elder counsellor, marked with the sign of a prancing horse. An offer, a plea, a request for protection. The response is not negotiation. The refusal bursts out like a shout, shaped by memory of the earlier deception. The old story treats this moment as justice rather than cruelty. The demand is that the plotter should receive the same kind of kindness he showed when he signalled for stabbing. The narrative returns again to the first victim, the learned singer whose death ignited the defence. His killing is mourned as the piercing of a skilled mind, the cutting down of a melodious voice that should have been protected by the rules of sanctuary. In response, the defender's spear is described turning into a shield for the sacred place, a visible barrier raised in anger and duty. The tradition also remembers that the cycle of betrayal had already poisoned the land through court intrigue and treacherous gifts, and it folds that into the same moral lesson. A smiling invitation can hide a knife. A bright cup can carry death. The treacherous figure associated with that pattern is said to perish as an expiation, not because vengeance is sweet, but because the story demands that betrayal should not be left unanswered. Afterward, the surviving material becomes uneven. Fragments, damaged lines, partial scenes. Even so, the outline remains visible. There are disputes about decisions made in desperate moments, arguments over whether a city should have been entered, whether riches should have been seized, whether orders were clear at dawn. The voice of the narrator shifts into something more personal, not proud, not theatrical, but tired. He refuses to rage at mockery, refuses to perform bitterness for applause. Instead, he places himself in a grim setting, chained, injured, confined in a dark underground place, composing short pieces in the hours before morning. The songs become a way to survive, a way to keep hold of memory when everything else has been taken. The narrator presents this not as heroism but as necessity, a mind refusing to go silent. Then the story opens again, showing that time has passed and the narrator has been freed by a generous lord from the north, a man praised for courage and restraint. Gratitude is offered plainly. The liberator is described as someone who would not have tolerated the disgrace of a sacred meeting being turned into a slaughter, someone who would have provided weapons if violence was inevitable, and who would have defended guests with his own arm, rather than trusting an enemy's promises. This contrast is deliberate. It shows what honourable leadership looks like, so the earlier betrayal appears even more disgraceful. The account of the feast returns with sharper detail. Booths and horses, prepared space and hidden knives, blood and armour, the long blade ready to thrust, everything arranged before the guests understand what is happening. The seating is described as alternating, an armed man beside an unarmed man, a deliberate pattern disguised as friendliness. The story stresses that the victims were not cowards. They were men who had defended many places in many fights. They were lured not by weakness, but by trust in a public compact. That trust is what was exploited, and the result is said to be total. The whole assembly pierced through, the best support of the land removed in one engineered moment. Even the bitter dialogue that survives from these traditions keeps the same moral centre. The treacherous alliance is ridiculed. The paramour's promises are treated as poison. The trapped ruler is mocked for the consequences of his choices, and the invader's hunger is described in blunt, animal terms. The point is not comedy, but disgust. The story refuses to let betrayal pretend it was strategy without shame. With a shield slung high on his shoulder, he moved through the aftermath like a man pouring victory and vengeance from a clear vessel. The old voice insists on the contrast. Bloodshed, released as freely as wine, yet treated by the killers as a kind of payment they demanded. Those who once squeezed silver from a hall of drink were forced to return gold in exchange, not as generosity, but as the cost of what they had unleashed. In that reversal, a grim idea takes shape. The banquet that began as a show of power ends as a reckoning, and the men who thought they could buy safety with ceremony discover that the debt is collected in a harsher currency. The story turns again and again toward the same obligation, to keep the names of the defenders alive. It frames remembrance as duty, not entertainment. After the first shocking blow, the surviving champions are described as a renewed current, as if courage itself had to be refilled when the land was suddenly drained. Their hands are shown feeding the scavenging birds and the prowling beasts. Images meant to say that battle left nothing untouched, and that the price of betrayal was counted in bodies. Yet the point is not to glorify cruelty. It is to underline consequence. Treachery did not end the struggle. It widened it, drew new fighters into the storm, and forced the betrayed to answer violence with violence simply to remain standing. Among those who rode toward the fatal gathering, many wore gold chains, marks of rank and trust, and they came because a mountain ruler summoned them. The tradition does not pretend that help arrived from every horizon. It stresses something sharper. No distant saviour appeared at the last moment. The strongest protection came from within the same world that was being attacked, from a leader whose name becomes a measure of worth. Again and again, the narrative returns to the claim that no better champion stood for the Britons in that crisis, and that his value was proved not by speeches, but by what he held and defended, when the hall turned into a killing ground. Then the language shifts into mythic scale, not to preach religion, but to show how the people of that age imagined their sanctuary. The temple is portrayed as a world in miniature, a circle that represented order, memory, and sacred continuity. In that vision, The chosen priest was not simply a warrior with a title, but the appointed guardian of the circle, the man fitted to stand between a holy enclosure and a force that wanted to strip it bare. The tradition emphasizes the bitter outcome. Despite the wealth, despite the horses, despite the confidence of the gathering, almost no one returned. One dignified survivor stands out, the presiding defender linked to the structure itself, and the loneliness of that return becomes part of the tragedy. It is not a tale of a narrow defeat. It is a tale of near total loss. The blame, however, does not fall only on outsiders. The account repeatedly names an internal hand that arranged the seating, selected the unarmed, and dressed certain men in fine display as if they were guests of honour rather than targets. The act is remembered as cold planning disguised as hospitality, and the memory of it burns through the entire narrative. The meeting takes place in early May, at a season of solemn rites beside a purifying fire meant to represent renewal. The tradition lingers on the rhythm of a full ritual week. Dark garments worn, then bright clothing cleansed, duties performed day by day, victims led around the circle, processions repeating their path, and the order of ceremony unfolding as if nothing could break it. That detail matters because it makes the collapse more shocking. The same circle that promised protection ends up witnessing a flood of violence so overwhelming it is described as rising to the belt. After the rites and the toil, a report spreads from camp to camp. Only a fraction survived. The number changes from passage to passage because these are songs and memories, not ledgers, but the message stays consistent. The gathering did not end with a fair contest. It ended with slaughter. The narrative's insistence is simple and relentless. A proud assembly was reduced to almost nothing, and grief did not fade because the dead were not strangers. They were the visible strength of their world. When the focus tightens on the moment of crisis, the scene shifts to an early morning tumult at a gate near the ceremonial course. Something breaks open. Fire appears suddenly, not as decoration, but as a barrier. The defender is described like a boar guarding a treasure mound, forcing an enemy to confront heat and confusion before reaching the heart of the sanctuary. The ground stains dark, and the imagery of hunting birds returns, suggesting raiders and predators circling the prize. This is not presented as a heroic fantasy where one man saves the day with ease. It reads like desperate improvisation. Kindle the passage, block the entrance, gather allies in formation, and push forward before panic becomes defeat. A speech is placed into the defender's mouth, and it explains the moral core of the tale in plain terms. The attackers are accused of turning shared merriment into butchery, of striking down an unarmed singer, of violating an older privilege that protected a ceremonial messenger. The story treats the branch the singer carried as a symbol of restraint, a sign meant to quiet conflict before it ignited. The claim is that the songs were not entertainment, but an instrument of peace, a recognized method for calming armed men before battle. In that worldview, killing the singer while he bore that symbol was not merely murder. It was an assault on the rule that kept society from tearing itself apart in an instant. From there, the account moves quickly into action. The defender, usually described as calm, is shown crossing a line. Outrage forces him into war, and his allies follow, refusing to scatter. They fight as if survival depends on discipline, because it does. Trappings and horses are called for. Bands are tied around temples, and the imagery turns harsh. The image of death becomes the role forced upon a man who would have preferred order. Spears are set, shrubs are lit like torches to provide light in the confusion. And the musical tribe, the men of ritual and song, are shown fighting with whatever they can grasp. The point is not that they loved battle. The point is that the sanctuary and its traditions have been struck, and there is no choice but to answer. The story widens again, describing vengeance that reaches beyond the first attackers and falls upon the local architect of ruin as well. This figure is painted as talented and capable, even charming at feasts, yet empty of loyalty to his own land. His punishment is described not as a private assassination, but as a public collapse, a stronghold consumed and a ruler swallowed by smoke and flame. The tradition speaks as if justice had finally caught up with a man who treated the country as a tool for his own security. Yet even here, the narration remains more judgment than celebration. The land does not suddenly heal. Victory does not erase the earlier wound. After that, the songs speak in the voice of alarm. War spreads to coasts and borders. Spears rise against former allies. Blades hack in wild uproar. A prosperous leader stands in front, carrying a banner marked with a horse, turning a symbol once used for deception into a sign, recognized on the battlefield. Fire burns before him and will not be blown aside. Commands are given. A guarded front line is arranged. The leader descends upon scattered enemies, taking the weight of the clash when the cry goes up. The account insists that some of the defenseless are saved only because his arm shields them. It returns again to the cruel detail of the feast. Shields were excluded under a false excuse, a so-called need for light and open space, while the raiders kept their own protection. And in the middle of that trap, the defender appears in a strange ritual posture, seated on a grey horse as if holding a ceremonial office even while death begins to fall. The songs preserve the absurdity because it reveals the shock. The world was still pretending to be orderly at the exact moment it became lawless. A final image is repeated like a stamp. A high viewpoint above a river and a ceremonial fire below. A procession moving as if the old rites still held power. Then disorder breaks loose, and the next sight is a shout rising with a severed head carried aloft. The language is brutal, but its purpose is clear. It marks the end of the chief plotter and announces that the betrayal was answered in a way that could not be ignored. The songs do not treat this as clean justice that restores peace. They treat it as the hard settlement of a crime that shattered the rules of meeting, song, and sanctuary. In the aftermath, the narrative describes the removal of enemy bones, banners raised, ships driven back toward the sea. The victorious leader is pictured pushing outward, ordering a descent before the enemy can regroup, refusing to let the conflict return to the same doorstep. Yet another shadow hangs over the tale. The leader who should have died in open battle is said to fall later by deceit, undone not by an equal blade but by a pale drink offered under a false role. The story uses that detail to remind the listener that treachery did not vanish with one execution. It remained a weapon in the hands of those who could not win by strength. From there, the voice becomes more reflective and mournful. It looks back across years of struggle and admits a bitter truth. After all the labour, the land still suffers for mistakes, for divided loyalties, and for the decision to share a feast with men who had already shown their nature. Great names are listed as if the narrator is trying to keep them from slipping away, and each name carries the weight of a vanished generation. A previous leader is praised for planning, for logistics, for refusing to let cowards stall the line, for gathering supplies, weapons, and messengers before the crisis arrived. But the same sentence turns, because planning did not save the banquet. Strength did not prevent the trap. After the intoxication, there was no full deliverance, and the enemy never truly left again. Other figures enter the later landscape, commanders of fleets, men who raised signals on shields, leaders whose fame ran ahead to harbours where anchors were lifted in a rush. The songs describe swift movements, ships departing like birds released, warriors eager and bright with purpose. Even here, the banquet returns as a haunting image, the generous bowl, the large vessel, the easy confidence of men who believed fellowship could hold. The tradition cannot stop circling back to that moment, because it sees it as the hinge of the age, the place where the old protections failed. Finally, the narrative turns to an elegy for the ruler, whose choices helped open the door to catastrophe. He is described retreating into wild country, clinging to horses and arms, believing it fortunate merely to be left alone. Yet warnings come to him from a man of song, and the attack arrives soon after, carried out by those who claim both royal blood and sacred purpose. The end is presented as a stripping away of privilege and reputation before the earth closes over him. The songs do not ask the listener to pity him. They ask the listener to understand what his actions cost. The last sharp note is a bitter mockery aimed at the invader's heir. It ridicules the hunter's boasts, the wild calls, the trophies brought down from hills and streams, and then twists the knife by reminding the audience where that skill truly showed itself. Not only in battlefields, but in a hall where guests were butchered. The mockery ends with the same vision from the high ground and the same carried head, repeated, like a verdict. It is not subtle. It is meant to seal memory into the listener's mind. After all that, the narrator shifts into a calmer, almost explanatory tone and draws a conclusion that the disaster was tied to a great stone sanctuary and a ceremonial course nearby. The argument is that the site was ancient even then, not built to commemorate the massacre, but selected because its reputation carried weight in a superstitious age. The meeting was chosen precisely because the place was sacred, because serious decisions were expected to be made within consecrated ground, and because the season of early May carried the force of tradition. Temporary wooden structures were raised for the gathering, and old rites were performed alongside newer claims of faith. The songs themselves reveal the contradiction. A society calling itself Christian while still burning, with devotion to older sacred figures and older ceremonial habits. The explanation does not excuse the singers who preserved and praised those older rites. It observes, instead, that belief was mixed and imperfect, and that the priests of that world often guarded the old customs with stubborn loyalty. The conclusion is bleak but steady. The catastrophe was not an isolated crime. It exposed a fragile society where ceremony could be turned into a trap, where sacred ground did not prevent betrayal, and where the very institutions meant to restrain violence could be exploited by men who understood the power of ritual and used it to disarm their victims. The final reflections turn outward toward the wider landscape of stone circles and upright pillars found across the land. The suggestion is that such circles functioned as temples, places of worship and assembly, not random monuments. Triangular groups of stones near circles are considered part of the sacred design, sometimes seen as inner sanctuaries or focal points of presence, rather than mere decoration. The lack of carved images is treated as meaningful, not as absence, but as a different habit of representation. Instead of sculpted figures, sacred power may have been attached to raw stones, upright pillars, and simple forms that served as emblems of the divine. The argument does not claim certainty. It offers a plausible way to read the landscape through the lens of the songs. A world where stone and circle, fire and procession, oath and feast carried enormous weight, and where the betrayal of those symbols became one of the most enduring wounds in the memory of an age. In one telling, the poet describes a strange, symbolic life cycle. He imagines himself not as a man at first, but as a single grain linked to an older, flood memory tradition. That grain sprouts on a high place, becomes a stalk, and then forms a full head of corn. Only after reaching that stage does the reaper appear, not to harvest in the ordinary sense, but to take the living ear and hide it away in a tight, smoke-darkened space so it can ripen out of sight. The image is agricultural on the surface, yet it points toward a deliberate, controlled transformation. Something raw is removed from open air, kept under pressure, and shaped until it becomes fit for a new role. Elsewhere, the same process is described more directly. The poet speaks of enduring a strict confinement inside a sacred enclosure associated with a powerful female figure, a place where discipline and instruction are combined. The purpose is not simple punishment, but reformation. The novice is treated as unfinished material, pressed and corrected until he can be presented as complete. Another voice from the same tradition repeats the idea in different words, which strongly suggests that these are not separate stories, but different angles on one ritual sequence. The womb, the hall, and the smoky recess appear to be multiple names for the same experience, being shut away for an intense period of trial, humility, and private teaching, inside a space considered sacred and identified with the goddess herself. Interpreted this way, the confinement becomes the heart of an initiation drama. The enclosure is not merely a room, it is a symbolic body. The novice enters it as one thing and must emerge as another. The logic matches a pattern known from other ancient mystery traditions, where admission into deeper knowledge is preceded by a staged death, followed by a staged return. Some old Greek formulas even preserve a similar idea through the language of being covered, concealed, and held inside a prepared space before being allowed to step forward into the greater level of the rite. The surface details differ across cultures, but the underlying rhythm is familiar. Concealment, endurance, transformation, then release. A practical question follows naturally from this interpretation. If such confinement mattered so much, where did it take place? One possibility is that some British stone structures, long grouped under a single popular label, were originally built for this purpose. These monuments often consist of upright stones arranged to form a chamber, covered by a huge flat slab. They appear near stone circles and ceremonial grounds, sometimes at the edge of those complexes, sometimes at their very centre. Their age is immense, their original function is mostly forgotten, and that forgetfulness may be the reason later observers began to treat all examples as the same thing. When people see one chamber used for burial, they may assume every similar structure was a grave. When they imagine one as an altar, they may assume the whole class was built for sacrifice. Yet the variety of form and placement suggests multiple functions, not a single explanation. The old arguments have long been divided. Some insisted these chambers were primarily altars for bloody offerings. Others claimed they were nothing but tombs, pointing to bones and urns found beneath a small number of them. But both explanations run into obstacles. Many of these stone tables are slanted or rounded in ways that make them awkward as altars, and they often show no clear traces of burning on their upper surfaces. The burial theory also falters when a number of excavated examples contain no remains, or stand on solid rock, where a grave would be difficult to prepare. The more careful conclusion is that similar shapes can serve different roles, and that later discoveries in one place should not be forced onto every site across an entire region. There is another explanation that sits between these extremes and, in some ways, connects them. Initiation often imitates death. A novice may be treated as if he has died to an old identity and is being rebuilt into a new one. In that kind of ritual logic, a chamber that resembles a tomb can serve as a training cell without contradiction. It can represent burial without being a real grave. In older British tales, the candidate is described as passing through a river of death in a small boat, guided like a soul crossing into another realm. But before that stage can be reached, the novice must already have undergone a symbolic burial. The stone chamber, dark and enclosed, could play that role. It is a voluntary test of endurance, more than a prison of force. A trial designed to break arrogance, sharpen attention, and mark a boundary between ordinary life and ritual status. Traditional terminology also points in this direction. Some Welsh descriptions treat these stones as part of formal bardic procedure, placed within a circle linked to oaths and collective authority. Certain names connected to these monuments carry the sense of a chest, a coffer, or an ark. That language matters because it aligns neatly with the theme of confinement and rebirth. A stone cover becomes more than a roof. It becomes the lid of a symbolic container. If the initiation culminated in the novice being born again from a sacred enclosure, then a structure imagined as an ark or chest fits the story's inner logic. The chamber is the place where the candidate is hidden, reshaped, and then released. Mythic storytelling reinforces this. In Welsh tradition, a powerful female figure is repeatedly linked to an ark-like presence, and the sanctuary associated with her is portrayed as a living model of that ark. A famous motif describes a huge stone being dragged or rolled from low ground up to the top of a hill by extraordinary strength. Read literally, it sounds like a heroic feat. Read symbolically, it sounds like the transport and installation of a massive capstone, the defining element of a stone chamber. The stone ark becomes not one unique slab, but a general feature of a certain monument type. The image preserves the sense of collective labour and ritual significance, and it also connects the chambers to flood memory, because the ark is the central object in any deluge narrative. When specific monuments are described in detail, they often look less like simple tombs and more like deliberate ritual constructions. One celebrated example is a massive capstone supported by several smaller pillars, arranged so the space beneath forms a chamber. Beneath it lies a well or spring, and local tradition notes a rising and falling of water that seems to respond to the sea. Whatever modern science might say about such behaviour, the symbolic meaning is easy to grasp. A sacred chamber paired with a living water source echoes the idea of renewal and rebirth. Similar cells elsewhere also contain springs, sometimes named in ways that suggest purity or justice. In many ancient mystery settings, water features recur as part of cleansing and symbolic transition, which makes their presence under or beside these chambers feel more intentional than accidental. Other examples sit directly within stone circles. A ring of upright stones encloses a central chamber covered by a giant slab, and the ground beneath is carefully paved, surprisingly neat given the overall roughness of the construction. That kind of arrangement looks like a designed stage, a place intended for repeated use, not a one-time burial. A paved floor makes sense if people entered the space for ritual acts, even if only a few were permitted inside at a time. It also makes sense if the chamber served as a containment space for a novice during a period of darkness and discipline. A tomb does not need a prepared floor in the same way a ceremonial chamber might. Names attached to these sites add another layer. Many are linked to Arthur in later folklore, but that link may not originally refer to a historical war leader at all. In Welsh myth, Arthur can function as a symbolic figure connected to enclosure, survival, and return, themes that naturally attach to ark imagery. Other monuments preserve an even clearer connection to the goddess figure and her pursuit of the novice through animal transformation. In one area, a stone table carries a second name that can be translated as a couch or bed associated with a greyhound. That detail matches old tales in which the goddess takes the form of a hunting animal to drive the novice toward a crucial threshold. Similar place names reappear in multiple counties, suggesting a pattern rather than a coincidence. Springs also carry related names, as if landscape and story have been braided together over centuries. A second mythic mask appears as well. The same goddess is sometimes described as a giantess, old and darkly smiling, and there are enormous capstones locally named as the flat stone of a giantess. Nearby stand other stones counted in meaningful numbers, pillars with titles that imply guidance, and separate stone chests described like beds. The clustering is important. It looks like a complex, not an isolated object. A tomb can stand alone. A ritual landscape tends to gather features around a central place. Chambers, markers, counting stones, and named pillars, all forming an environment where procedure and symbolism can unfold. Place names around some of the largest chambers also preserve strong links to a bardic and druidic world. Surrounding settlements carry titles that translate as Town of Druids, Town of Bards, or dwellings of ritual specialists. Nearby stones are described as belonging to Judgment Hills, suggesting formal assemblies or decisions. In one region, a parish name itself declares Druid Stones, and the primary monuments that justify that name are stone chests covered by great slabs. Local tradition even calls them prisons. That word can sound literal, but in a ritual context it can also reflect the memory of confinement as a test. A stage of initiation rather than a criminal sentence. If a novice entered such a chamber voluntarily and remained there for a time, later generations might remember only that people were shut inside. Even traditions that label some chambers as graves do not necessarily undermine this interpretation. Myth and ritual often overlap with burial language because initiation mimics death. A monument dedicated to a goddess of descent and return can easily become a burial place later, or be reinterpreted as one by communities who no longer practice the older rites. A famous story about a princess linked to the sea and to an underworld lord may preserve, in disguised form, the identity of a goddess figure associated with descent and confinement. When later tellers treat that story as history, the chamber becomes her tomb. When read as myth, it becomes her cell, the place where the ritual drama was staged. Old triads and poems intensify the same theme through lists of legendary prisoners. One figure is described as the sea itself in a mysterious form. Another is linked to lightning and distant northern peoples. And a third is described through a poem that unmistakably echoes deluge imagery. A prison called a deep enclosure, chains of blue, a ruler whose power covers the shores of the world, and a voyage in which only a few return. The language of the prison slides easily into the language of an arc. The first to enter the enclosure reads like the first to enter survival. The captivity becomes the act of being saved inside a container, while the world outside is overwhelmed. Within that mythic frame, the prison has two levels of meaning. In its earliest layer, it is the ark itself, the ultimate chamber of enclosure and survival. In its later, local layer, it becomes the temple and the stone cell that imitates the ark's logic. That would explain why the same words can refer both to cosmic events and to physical places on hillsides. It would also explain why terms associated with wrath and its remission appear as names for the enclosure, the deluge as punishment, the recession of waters as release, the shift from danger to safety enacted as a ritual sequence. Seen through this lens, the stone chambers, their capstones, their springs, their surrounding circles, and their persistent names begin to form a coherent picture. They are not all the same, and they did not all serve one purpose across all time. Some may indeed have become graves. Some may have been repurposed or misread. But a substantial number fit the practical needs and symbolic language of an initiation system built around confinement, endurance, purification, and rebirth. A novice could be placed above ground in a sacred cell, held in darkness and smoke, tested and instructed, and then released as a new person. The old poems preserved the experience as metaphor. Grain ripening in hidden heat, a man reshaped in a sacred hall, a prisoner in an ark-like enclosure, and finally a return that feels like being born again. Some early Welsh poets use a striking word for a sacred enclosure: anoeth. In their verses it can point to a great ritual precinct, a fair circle, studied and approached with awe. Another poet treats the same idea through paired opposites, describing a deep realm where wrath is absent, and another deep realm where fierce anger remains. In the background sits a simple pattern. One space is imagined as calm, reconciled, and safe, while another is imagined as turbulent, threatening, and full of pressure. The language sounds poetic, but it behaves like a map. It divides the sacred world into zones of danger and zones of release, and it frames initiation as movement between those states. That same symbolic geography appears again in stories of captivity. A figure named Gwere and his descendants are said to remain imprisoned inside this enclosure forever. Taken literally, that claim makes little sense as history. Read as myth, it functions as a statement about identity and legitimacy. The tale suggests that the true family line of the primal survivor is not defined by ordinary birth alone, but by belonging to a ritual community. The descendants are those who have been brought inside the ark-themed mysteries, reshaped by them, and kept within the rules of the order. In that reading, perpetual imprisonment is not a sentence in chains. It is a boundary marker. It means that membership is maintained by strict adherence to the system, generation after generation. Undergoes a confinement that mirrors Gwere's, and in a separate poem he appears not as a battlefield hero, but as a presiding figure aboard a sacred ship. The ship is described in the language of marvel and labour, and the voyage ends with almost everyone lost except a small number who return. The imagery is not subtle. It echoes flood survival myths, where the world becomes a sea and salvation is a vessel. In that setting, Arthur becomes another mask for the same ancient survivor, the many-named patriarch who passes through catastrophe and emerges as the anchor of a renewed order. A second confinement is placed beside a powerful female presence, the Lady of the Supreme Leader. Later storytellers turn this into a romantic and adventurous narrative, but the older layer points toward a goddess-like principle tied to generation, motherhood, and renewal. In other words, the episode can be read as a duplicate of the same flood and rebirth theme, or as a separate set of rites linked to a mother figure whose sanctuary serves as a symbolic body. The motif remains consistent: concealment, testing, transformation, and release. The third confinement is even more explicit in its ritual shape. Arthur is said to be held under a flat stone inside a cell connected to a name that also means ark, chest, or mystery. The phrase is important because it points to a physical reality scattered across Britain. Stone chambers tucked under enormous capstones. These flat stones still exist in many places, often near circles and other ceremonial features. The older myth treats such a chamber as the place of emblematic confinement, the stage where privileges are granted and identity is remade. It is the kind of space that could function as a threshold. Entering it marks a death to the old self. Leaving it marks admission to a guarded society. The name attached to that chamber also drifts between meanings. In one line, it appears as the name of the Ark-themed goddess and the Ark itself. In another, it is used as the name of the creature that swallows Jonah in an old religious poem, hinting at a shared image, the belly as a container of trial and rescue. Whether the old British imagination pictured the Ark as a fish, a chest, or a hidden cell is less important than the recurring logic. Salvation is represented as enclosure. Rebirth begins inside a sealed space. A person is remade by being contained. Some copies even replace the chamber's owner with a simpler label, the prison of mystery. That shift is revealing. It suggests that later scribes no longer understood the older names, but they still remembered the function. It was a confinement linked to hidden knowledge. The flat stone above it was not just weight and rock. It was an instrument of admission, the lid over a symbolic boundary. That is why another title for the same stone can be read as the flat stone of shared privilege. The act associated with it was not merely endurance, but incorporation. The candidate who emerged was recognized as part of a regenerate group. One story claims that Arthur is freed from these prisons by a hero named Goru, described as the best, and linked by wordplay to a famous imperial name. Read literally, that detail becomes awkward. A later human rescuer cannot release the ancient survivor from the original Ark. But in myth, names often shift into puns and characters become labels for functions. Best fits the role of the initiator who opens the chamber. The minister of the Ark fits the role even better, the ritual specialist who controls entry and exit, and who grants the new status. From this point, the narrative widens. Beyond individual confinements and single poems lies a much bigger question. How did the religion behind these images change over time? And why did it eventually fade? Tracing the rise and transformation of early British ritual systems is tempting, because the surviving material is vivid, strange, and full of echoes. Yet, it is also frustrating. There is no clear timeline, no reliable chronicle written by neutral observers, no orderly record that explains what came first and what came later. What survives is a thick layer of mythic fragments, hints embedded in poetry and symbolic tales, copied long after their original context had begun to disappear. The best that can be done is to sketch patterns from repeated motifs, and to treat those patterns as cultural memory rather than courtroom proof. Even with that limitation, a broad outline emerges. The earliest layer looks like a distortion of an older, simpler faith. Flood survival remembered, then ritualized. A righteous survivor honored, then elevated toward divinity. A vessel of preservation transformed into a sacred model. And a mother figure joined to the story as the genius of the container, the one who governs rebirth. In this layer, the flood narrative is not merely a story about the past. It becomes the framework for identity, authority, and initiation. Over time, another element pushes into the system: star and sun religion, the worship of the heavens, the attraction of bright divine powers linked to cycles, timekeeping, and celestial order. In the British material, that solar figure often appears as a third presence, a younger addition rather than the core. That detail matters because it suggests an innovation. The worship of the patriarch alone, or the Ark-focused memory alone, seems older. The blending of the patriarch with the sun seems like a later fusion, a shift from remembrance of survival toward a more cosmic form of worship, and in some stories, that blending is criticized. Reason is portrayed as pushing back against the summer-shine usurper. The tale reads like a moral correction delivered through myth. The bright sky power is an intruder into the older, Ark-centered order. A long and complex triad captures this evolution through a deliberately earthy metaphor. Mighty swineherds and their herds. It sounds comic to modern ears, but it is not meant as a joke. In many ancient cultures, the pig is linked to earth, fertility, and the power that makes grain grow. In Britain, the mother figure connected to cultivation and rebirth even takes on a sow-like form in myth, addresses her followers with pig names, and is served by boar-like priests. The language is crude only on the surface. Underneath, it is a coded description of roles. The goddess as the source of abundance, the initiates as her herd, and the priesthood as the managers of her sacred stock. The first great swineherd is a figure whose name suggests deep thought and careful consideration. His father's name suggests prudence and reason. Their family line is presented as noble in the old tales, but the names behave like allegory rather than genealogy. The sea, guardian, lofty hillman, fire of the east, and ancient deluge appear in a chain that reads like a mythic formula. It signals that a ritual system arrived through an eastern connection and carried both flood memory and celestial symbolism. The tale does not say it directly in modern terms. Instead, it builds a lineage out of images. That same first system is tied to a coastal region famous in legend for mystery. The land itself is described as veiled, concealed, wrapped in secrecy. It is the kind of place where rites could be imagined as older than ordinary kingship, administered by powers linked to thunder and the deep. In this setting, a story unfolds about a lord of prudence who sets out on a ritual hunt. The chosen ground is literally named as a Valley of the Boat, and the approach runs through a grove associated with a mysterious egg preparation, an image that appears in several ancient mystery systems as a sign of containment and rebirth. The hunt turns strange quickly. Another pack appears with a different voice and a different authority. The dogs are described in a colour pattern traditionally associated with the otherworld. Bright bodies and marked ears, as if dressed in ritual whites with coloured crowns. The Lord drives them off and claims the quarry for his own system, but the master of the other pack arrives and challenges him. This master declares himself ruler of the deep, the arc-themed sovereign. He offers reconciliation, but only on a condition. The intruding Summershine, who harasses his realm, must be defeated. The structure of the bargain is clear. The older deep power claims primacy. The bright sky power is framed as an aggressor. Prudence is invited to take the deep ruler's form for a complete year, presiding over the submerged world as the patriarch once did. Then, to strike down the summer rival in a single blow. The details of the year-long exchange are presented with moral flavour. Silence, restraint, discipline, and self-control. The ruler in disguise is placed in the royal bed and must behave as a person of integrity, even when tested. The result is a return home to a flourishing realm, followed by a permanent alliance with the deep sovereign. This is not just entertainment, it is ritual logic turned into narrative. Initiation as a year of symbolic deluge, ethical testing inside a restricted space, and reintegration with enhanced authority. Then the story shifts to a public seat of power, a raised presidential platform where whoever sits must be wounded or witness a miracle. The Lord sits, and a radiant woman appears on a pale horse, moving slowly along the main road toward the platform. Messengers cannot catch her. Even a rider on a fast horse cannot close the distance. The phenomenon behaves like a rainbow. Visible, steady, seemingly near, yet always beyond reach. The rest of the tale is missing in many transmissions, but the symbolism is still legible. After deluge comes a token of reconciliation. The token is beautiful, unreachable, and meant to be seen rather than seized. That is the first stage, a strongly arc-centered system, occasionally used to criticize solar worship as a later distortion. The second stage is introduced through an even stranger tale, a mystical sow guarded in Cornwall, heavy with young, feared because her offspring are prophesied to bring harm to Britain. A famous champion gathers forces to destroy the sow, but the animal escapes by sea, and the guardian clings to her bristles as she travels. Along the way, she drops gifts and monsters, grains that explain regional fame for wheat, barley, and rye, bees that explain honey, and later, more dangerous creatures that become legendary local threats. A kitten thrown into the sea is rescued, nursed, and grows into a famous menace. It is a wandering myth that reads like nonsense only if taken literally. Read as tradition about religious change, it becomes more coherent. The guardian is not a single man, but the personification of a priestly agency, the managers of a system. The sow is the ark-mother figure, the container of new rites. Her offspring are religious innovations spreading through the landscape. Some bring benefits to cultivation and wealth. Others bring social disruption, conflict, and fear. The journey begins in Cornwall for a reason. Cornwall sits on the edge of sea trade, tied in legend to foreign merchants and distant ritual currents. A system that arrives by ship would be remembered as something that put to sea and came ashore in new places, leaving changes behind. The Triads support this reading by describing three modes of mysticism, three eras or styles of priestly practice. The first is older and more simply arc-centered. The second is linked to a red, bony giant figure and is said to have been taught through Cornwall, suggesting foreign influence and an intensification of star and sun worship alongside flood memory. The third is a blending, the native tradition mixed with imported rites, producing the kind of crowded, hybrid mythology found in later bardic material. In that blended stage, flood survival, mother goddess imagery, celestial worship, and ritual hierarchies are all present at once, no longer neatly separated. Coal can be treated as the key operator behind a later, imported layer of British ritual life. In the traditions that surround him, he is less a single historical man than a symbolic agent for a new package of rites arriving from outside and slowly taking root. That is why the strange tale about his sacred sow matters. Taken literally, it sounds absurd, yet as myth, it behaves like a coded report. A foreign religious system enters by sea, is guarded by specialists, and begins to reproduce itself through converts and local foundations. The animal at the centre of the story is called Henwen, the Old Lady. The title fits an ancient mother figure, an emblem of cultivation and renewal. And in these traditions, the sow is not simply an animal at all. It is a ship. Old Welsh usage could apply sow words to vessels, partly because of shape, partly because the mythic language liked to hide a sacred object behind an earthy image. The Old Lady is therefore best read as a revered craft, a ritual carrier, something that arrives on the coast with a freight that is not ordinary merchandise but symbolic equipment, sacred signs, and the people who know how to use them. That reading also explains why the cargo makes no sense as trade goods. Wolves and eagles are not practical imports, they are religious emblems. The grains mentioned in the tale speak to a cult of seed, storage, and survival, an arc logic, where preservation of life and food is the central image. Even the odd verb that describes the sow laying her offspring, as if producing eggs, becomes clearer once the mother figure is remembered in other Welsh symbols as bird-like as well, capable of taking on the role of a hen in the mythic imagination. The story uses barnyard language to talk about sacred containment and sacred birth. Another detail reinforces the point. The vessel is said to travel by land and sea. That is not a shipping route. It is mythic shorthand for influence spreading across regions, carried by people and institutions. The priest who follows the sow, never letting go, is not a farmer but a ritual specialist, a guide for the cult. The place where the sow begins her journey is also telling. Cornwall, in British memory, is a gateway zone, coastal, trading, exposed to outsiders. The sow is said to belong to blind men and to a master of hidden rites, and she is kept in a veil of mystics. In plain terms, the story frames this system as secretive, foreign, and potentially disruptive to local tradition. That tension is built into the prophecy. Britain will suffer harm from the sow's offspring. In other words, the older religious establishment expects trouble from the new movement once it begins to multiply. The mythic Arthur responds by gathering forces to destroy the sow's line, but the attempt fails. The system survives, spreads, and leaves traces behind. The tale is not describing a chase scene, it is describing a contest between an established native order and a growing imported ritual fashion. The deposits made during the sow's journey can be read as foundations and introductions. The first deposit is wheat and a triad of bees. Wheat clearly signals a cult of grain and blessing. The bees are just as meaningful. In ancient ritual language, they often represent temple attendants, especially female service roles associated with mother goddess sanctuaries. In this reading, the sow's first landing point marks the creation of a new centre, an arc-shaped set of symbols and a small priestly team. The story then repeats the pattern elsewhere with barley and a pig. It is the same idea expressed in different regional colours. A foundation is planted, food symbolism is installed, and the cult replicates itself. Then, the tale becomes darker. A wolf cub and an eagle chick appear next, placed high in the mountains. Both animals function well as solar emblems, predatory, skybound, associated with power and the bright realm above. Their appearance signals that this imported package is not only about survival and seed. It carries a second ingredient: heavenly worship, especially sun-focused symbolism, stitched into the arc-based frame. The blend matters because earlier traditions sometimes criticized sun worship as an intruder. Here, the intruder arrives embedded inside the new cult's toolkit. The mountain site tied to these deposits is described as a formidable city on a high ridge, with multiple walls, many tower bases, and a reliable water source within the innermost enclosure. Its scale and placement suggest something more than a simple fort. An elite centre, a protected complex, a place where secrecy could be maintained and where ritual authority could claim a commanding landscape. Nearby stands a circle and chamber complex associated in older memory with a mother goddess sanctuary. In that neighbourhood, other stories also place dragons, figures closely tied to fiery, solar power in Welsh mythic language. The motif is consistent. High places, enclosed compounds, hidden wells, guarded symbols, and a belief that the fate of the land depends on keeping certain forces properly contained. The final deposit is the strangest: a kitten left under a black stone, then thrown into the Menai, rescued, and later remembered as the Palak cat of Anglesey, a notorious menace. This is not zoology, it is idle language. Cat imagery is widely used in ancient religious symbolism because of its association with night, the moon, and cyclic change. In this British setting, the cat becomes a sign of the same mixed religion, part arc, part heavenly worship, possibly lunar as well as solar. The tale insists that the cat and its foreign-speaking attendants are disturbed and targeted. That hostility fits the larger frame. The older establishment treats these imported emblems as dangerous innovations, and destroying them becomes a virtuous act inside the narrative. With Cole and the old lady set aside, the Triads introduce a third major swineherd, Tristan, better known later through romance as Tristram. Here the symbolism shifts from a cult arriving and multiplying to a native figure negotiating, adopting, and reshaping what has already taken root. Tristan's story is framed as scandalous, adulterous, and incestuous. But that moral language is doing mythic work. It signals illegitimate fusion, a crossing of boundaries, a blending of systems that should not have been merged. In this reading, the love affair becomes a metaphor for religious syncretism. Tristan's name marks him as a proclaimer, a herald figure. He is repeatedly positioned as a high-ranking operator in the sacred world, an authorized voice, a ritual leader, someone whose commands cannot be refused without consequences. His associates are similarly symbolic, and the repeated insistence on his authority mirrors what external observers once said about Druidic power in general. He is not presented as a simple lover. He is presented as a moving force inside the religious machinery of a particular era. The herd he guards belongs to a Cornish ruler named March, literally horse. That name is not a random nickname. In many mythic systems, horse is a word that disguises a vessel. The horse of the sea is an old pattern, a transport that carries life through waters of danger. In Britain, the Cornish horse is described not only as a ruler but as a master of ships, reinforcing the idea that the title points toward a sacred craft, an ark-like vehicle, or an ark-themed cult identity. The woman tied to him, Esilt, whose name suggests spectacle or focused sight, carries further symbolism. She is linked to the horse through imagery of a white mane, placing her in the mare tradition that often surrounds mother goddess rites and their priestly attendants. In this setting, the swine that Tristan protects are not animals. They are priests, followers, and sacred assets of the cult. This also explains the unusual episode where Arthur and his companions attempt to seize even a single pig and fail by every method: gift, purchase, trick, force, theft. It is a mythic statement about the resilience of an institution. Neither violence nor persuasion can strip it of its members or its sacred resources. The herds are returned intact to their rightful owners, with their full increase. In other words, the system not only survives pressure, it grows. The Triads preserve many hints that Tristan belongs to a later phase than Cole. Cole appears as the foreign introducer, present before the sow has farrowed on British ground. Tristan appears when the pigs already exist in numbers, still contested, but established enough to require management, negotiation, and protection. Cole is consistently marked as an outsider, bringing a new set of signs. Tristan is native, already prominent, and then becomes entangled with the imported tradition through the figure of Esilt. Later, medieval romance reshapes this mythology into chivalric drama, but traces of the older pattern still show through. Tristan's father becomes the rolling flood in name. His mother becomes a white flower, and his ties to King Mark reflect the older Cornish horse. The mythic flower functions as a token of union and a sign of belonging, like a badge shared by a fraternity. The hero is raised by a figure remembered as a successor who pushes ritual beyond legitimate limits, adopting the child and teaching him an altered law. Even the language of hunting and courtly skills can be read as a mask for initiation training. The inversion of Tristan's name in some versions signals the same idea. He is formed within a system that is close to the old one, but not identical to it. The romance then introduces another strange ship, arriving on the Cornish coast, freighted with hawks. Again, this is not commercial shipping. Hawk imagery is a long-standing sacred symbol in Eastern and Mediterranean cults, and in Britain, the mother goddess tradition can also take hawk-like form. In the romance, Tristan wins these hawks by playing chess and distributes them to allies. Mythically, that looks like dispersal of sacred insignia and the building of networks through gifts and patronage. Soon the hero is recognised by a ring, admitted to rank, and surrounded by attendants bearing boar heads. An unmistakable echo of swineherd symbolism. He then wages conflict against an older authority figure, kills him, and transfers power to the innovating patron who raised him. In Triad language, the successor replaces the previous ruler. In myth language, a newer ritual order displaces an older one. Then comes the most famous sequence. The hero is wounded with poison, becomes socially intolerable, and entrusts himself to the sea in a drifting ship. This is a classic renewal motif. The damaged initiate is removed from ordinary life, carried by a vessel, and restored through the skill of a powerful woman and her court. Once healed, he becomes instructor to a princess, Esilt in another form, teaching music, poetry, and elite knowledge. It reads like training within a sanctuary. The return to Cornwall triggers the political marriage plot, but the decisive engine of the myth is the potion. A queen prepares a powerful drink meant to secure harmony between bride and groom. Through accident and fatigue at sea, the drink is consumed by Tristan and the princess instead, binding them in a sudden, irresistible passion. Even a dog that licks the cup becomes inseparable from them. In symbolic terms, the potion functions like an initiation draft, a sacred mixture that changes status, bonds participants, and creates an irreversible connection. In Welsh tradition, the cauldron and the drink are central images for admission, transformation, and the receiving of benefits from the rite. Romance turns it into a love-tragedy mechanism, but the older logic still pulses beneath the surface. A consecrated drink creates a new condition that ordinary law cannot easily undo. Finally, the figure who carries the drink and oversees the princess appears as a shadow of a British underworld bride, an attendant figure tied to Ireland and to a cauldron-bearing tradition in older myth. Romance names her differently, but the structure remains. A woman associated with a sacred vessel mediates the transition, and her action, intended for lawful union, produces instead an illicit bond mirroring the larger theme of mixed and contested religious systems. All of this can be narrated as a documentary-style interpretation without claiming certainty where the sources are symbolic. The safest conclusion is also the most consistent with the material. These stories preserve cultural memory of competing ritual programs, an older, arc-centered tradition, a foreign-influenced package that blended arc symbolism with solar and possibly lunar emblems, and later, hybrids that spread through Cornwall into Wales and beyond. The animals, the ships, the grains, the towers, the potions, and the scandals are not random fantasies. They are the dramatic clothing of an argument about origins, authority, contamination, and survival. In the later retellings, even the smallest details are treated like signals. A name such as Hodain is not handled as a random character label, but as a coded marker. It is linked to ripening grain and the ear of corn, an attribute often tied to the old agricultural mother figure. In that symbolic language, a person described as a dog can still represent a temple attendant, because priestly groups in several ancient traditions were imagined as hounds, and Welsh stories repeatedly picture ritual personnel as white dogs, moving under a supernatural command. So the faithful dog who follows the lovers is read as a figure for a devoted minister within a serial-centered mystery cult, dressed in animal imagery to conceal the religious meaning. Once the romance shifts into motion, the story starts behaving like a map of transmission. Isonde becomes queen, and soon an Irish admirer arrives disguised as a minstrel, steals her away, and carries her off by ship. On the surface, it reads like court drama. Underneath, it can be understood as an initiation route. The minstrel disguise fits the idea of a ritual specialist moving between courts, and the ship becomes the vehicle by which a set of rites travels from Cornwall to Ireland. The narrative then reverses the abduction. Tristram recovers Isolde and returns her to the king, while maintaining a secret private link to her. That double structure, public restoration, private continuation, mirrors the way an official cult might condemn a practice while private circles keep it alive. One of the most striking secret link episodes uses floating pieces of wood inscribed with hidden signs. In a documentary reading, this is not romance decoration. It is an allusion to divination by lots. Marked sticks, cut from a fruit-bearing tree, used to consult the gods and communicate decisions through coded symbols. The scene is staged in an orchard, which can be taken in two overlapping ways. It can be a literal grove where sacred trees are kept and ritual materials are cut. Or it can be a metaphor for the whole symbolic system, a managed landscape of signs. In Northern tradition, an entire circle of mysteries is even described as a vast orchard of matching trees, equal in age, size, and form, suggesting a disciplined, standardized body of sacred tallies, each one a piece of the same hidden grammar. After this, Tristram is promoted into a role that looks like a high ritual office. The keeper of hidden knowledge, granted access that would normally be forbidden. The romance expresses that privilege through sleeping quarters near the Queen, then turns the arrangement into scandal, exile, and wandering. When the hero arrives in Wales and defends a ruler against a giant, the pattern repeats: political adventure on the surface, religious competition underneath. In many mythic frameworks, a giant often stands for an impious rival mode, a heterodox priesthood, or a cult imagined as brutal. Killing such a figure in single combat becomes a symbolic victory over a practice judged unacceptable by one faction. The Welsh episode adds another detail that looks decorative until it is read as emblematic. A small dog, spotted with red, blue, and green, is given as a gift and then sent onward to Isolde. In this interpretation, the dog again represents a minister or initiate, and the three colours function like visible ranks, tokens worn by different orders, with blended colours suggesting a person trained across multiple grades. The romance converts coloured insignia into a living mascot because that is what myth does. It gives an institution a body and a face. The lovers' retreat into the forest pushes the symbolism further. A forest in these narratives often behaves like a sacred grove, and the cave they find, said to have been made by giants, resembles a consecrated chamber built by an earlier, rival system. The lovers survive there by venison brought by dogs. That can be read as priestly attendants, bringing in novices, with the deer standing for candidates who are hunted, tested, and symbolically taken. When the king discovers the pair sleeping with a drawn sword placed between them, the romance explains it as proof of innocence. In ritual terms, the sword can be understood as the boundary marker of discipline, the weapon drawn against transgression and then formally sheathed again in solemn assembly, a symbol used to show control rather than violence. The later Brittany sequence extends the same logic across the Channel. The Cornish hero enters the service of a Breton lord and marries another Isolde, presented as more proper, more restrained, and less entangled in scandal. The marriage is loveless because the hero's ring, his remembered sign of an older bond, pulls him back to the Cornish queen. In a neutral documentary voice, this can be framed as the encounter between two ritual climates, a simpler local tradition and a more sensational, worked-up version imported from Cornwall. The Breton version does not satisfy the Cornish specialist because it lacks the particular features that made the Cornish system powerful, theatrical, and socially dangerous. That difference becomes sharper in the episode involving a fearsome neighbouring giant named Baliagog. The Breton lord warns the hero not to hunt on the giant's lands. The hero ignores the warning, hunts there, defeats the giant, and makes him a subordinate. Read symbolically, the giant here can stand for a solar cult, Beli as a sun title, a bright power that some groups considered a late corruption. The romance is consistent with a larger pattern found in British myth. Whenever corruption is described, some solar reference tends to appear close by, either through a name, an emblem, or an act of forbidden ritual, hunting. Then the tale delivers one of its most revealing images. The subdued giant is ordered to build a hall in honour of two female figures tied to Cornish mystery tradition, and the hall is built inside the giant's own fortress, with a secret approach known only to the Cornish hero. In a documentary adaptation, this can be described as the establishment of a shrine within the stronghold of the solar power, a deliberate fusion of two currents, arc-centered symbolism and heavenly worship, arranged so that access is controlled and hidden. The hall is decorated with sculptures showing the hero's entire previous life, including the central court figures and the dogs. If the scene is treated as mythic memory rather than literal architecture, it describes a full doctrinal tablet, a visual program that records the rites, the hierarchy, the key actors, and the ritual assistants. Essentially, a portable religion turned into a carved narrative. At this point, the story begins to resemble a tradition about export and study. The Breton prince, overwhelmed by the images, faints. Once recovered, he becomes obsessed with meeting one of the female attendants and sails to Cornwall under the guidance of the British ritual expert. The voyage ends in marriage within the forest grove setting. Through this lens, the romance describes a movement of initiation from Britain into Gaul and back again, with Cornwall acting as the main hub, an idea that matches older claims that those seeking deeper instruction travel to Britain to learn. Even so, the romance itself is not presented as history. It is better handled as a dim lantern in a dark corridor, unreliable in detail, valuable in pattern. When the episodes are laid beside triadic summaries and older Welsh mythic structures, a coherent outline emerges. First comes an early arc-centered religious memory that resists star and sun worship as an intrusion. Then comes a Cornish introduced system that keeps the arc framework but blends it with celestial devotion, especially solar symbols. Finally comes a hybrid phase, represented through Tristan/Tristram, that spreads widely, reaches Ireland, concentrates in Cornwall, and leaves enough of an imprint to be recast into medieval European romance. The narrative then turns northward and forward in time, toward pressure, suppression, and survival under new political conditions. Official power is portrayed as hostile. Pagan rites are restricted. Groves and altars are targeted, and public sacrifice becomes harder to perform openly. Yet older custom rarely disappears overnight. Remote districts, language barriers, and semi-autonomous local rule provide shelter for private ritual life. In that sheltered space, poems are memorized, symbols are preserved, and less visible ceremonies continue. From scattered northern traditions, an even sharper claim appears. A northern centre of pagan training persisted beyond the reach of immediate control. In this view, a druidic establishment somewhere in the far north, or in an offshore refuge, continued its discipline for generations. Some stories imply that it retained brutal elements, including rites imagined as human sacrifice, The symbolism used to hint at this is vivid. Dark birds guarding treasure, wearing a golden yoke and consuming people daily. Whether or not this reflects literal practice, within the mythic code it signals a cult associated with predation, tribute, and fear, marked by solar emblems such as the eagle. The leader attached to these birds is remembered as Gwendoleu. The texts treat him in two ways at once: as a northern ruler and as a title that looks like a solar epithet. His family connections are presented in a vocabulary of sea, enclosure, preservation, light, mist, memory, precisely the sort of naming system that myth uses to declare divine or semi-divine identity. Poems attributed to a northern seer describe him collecting offerings from the ends of the land, then being covered by red turf, a death image that reads like the fall of a major sacred authority. That northern seer is Myrddin, depicted not as a wandering poet in the modern sense, but as a high-status judge, ritual specialist, and prophet. In these materials, bard points to office, not hobby. A role tied to law, divination, and the custody of sacred knowledge. Myrddin's world is filled with signs, books of inspiration, visions, and the language of hidden rites. His genuine northern idiom is sometimes detectable beneath later political prophecy that others added afterward. In one key poem, he appears again as a swineherd, another coded title for a mystagogue, living in a remote waterbound refuge, practicing divination by seabirds, until persecution forces flight. The persecution is led by a Christian champion figure associated with the Strathclyde region, a king remembered as generous but relentless toward pagan practice. In the mythic retelling, the swine are warned to burrow into secret places in the forest and avoid the hunters of the watery dwellings, language that becomes coherent if the swine are read as initiates and the watery dwellings as their insular or coastal refuges. Another short dialogue dramatizes the pressure to accept baptism. A visiting scholar threatens royal vengeance on those who refuse to enter the water. The scene frames conversion as a demand enforced by authority rather than a quiet persuasion, and it portrays the old priest as defiant, destructive toward churches and schools, yet finally frightened into pleading for forgiveness. The same pressure is also hinted at through the famous Battle of Eagles, dated in tradition to the late 6th century. In a documentary adaptation, it can be presented not as a single sword clash, but as a campaign of suppression. Edicts, sermons, demolition of idols, punishment of resistors, expulsion, and forced public rituals of conversion. The eagle imagery, the cannibal human dog, and the collapsing pagan strongholds become part of a symbolic language used to describe the dismantling of a northern sacred hierarchy. The sea crossings described in these old traditions are placed in a narrow window of time, after Roman authority faded in the 5th century, but before the broad Christian shift across Wales was firmly settled toward the end of the 6th. In that gap, the stories imagine something more than travel. They picture a deliberate return movement, ritual objects, trained specialists, and a complete ceremonial household being carried back from the north into Welsh territory. Even the name given to the leader of the first group hints at the kind of religion being carried, because it sounds like a title that points toward the sun, and solar symbolism has already been tied, elsewhere in the cycle, to the Cornish ritual innovators. The second lode in the triadic sequence is introduced with the image of a horse marked by small crescent horns. The detail matters because a crescent, in this storytelling language, often works like a passport or badge. A simple object can stand in for a vessel, a ceremony, or an authority recognized at night gatherings. The horse itself behaves like a ship, and the crescent becomes the sign that opens doors, the token that grants entry to secret celebrations. The travellers carried by this crescent-bearing craft are not random heroes dropped into the list for colour. They appear as relatives, allies, or members of a northern cult circle, tied by pedigree and association to the same northern power centre. In that group, certain names return again and again in the northern material. Some are linked to sea ancestry, to brilliance, to preservation, to a family line that reads like a mythic genealogy, rather than a normal royal house. The tale also includes figures whose reputations turn dark. One of them is described in later tradition as a human dog, a monstrous being who delights in offerings of people. That should not be read too quickly as a literal creature. It signals a sacrificial reputation, the sort of rumour that grows around a rival priesthood or a grim cult image. The story then insists that such a figure is ultimately killed by a leader associated with learning and reform. A pattern that repeats whenever the old system is shown collapsing under new religious pressure. A third load is attached to another seahorse, and here the text plays with language that points toward bees and swarms. In this symbolic world, the bee is not a naturalist detail. It is a religious emblem closely connected with temple service, with guarded sanctuaries, and with a female presence in the mystery tradition. The ship is not described as transporting everyday goods. It transports a ritual network, a moving shrine, a travelling household of meaning. The leader connected to this craft is shown as master of a sacred bull, a creature treated as demonic in one line, yet tied to an arc-centered divinity in another. That contradiction is typical of these sources. One group's holy symbol becomes another group's horror story. The place associated with this bull and its priest is drawn as a northern headland or island mount, a refuge beyond easy reach, a seat of authority in the far regions. In the story, it functions as a major temple castle within the imagined realm of the great mythic king. Much later, when Christian power becomes dominant, the same kind of site is said to become a church centre. That shift fits a familiar historical pattern. New sacred buildings rising where older sacred ground once stood. Not because the old place was forgotten, but because it was too significant to leave empty. The northern stronghold is linked to a name that appears in poems about a seer living near a fort of the wheel and a ford of the wheel, a landscape of ritual geography rather than ordinary travel notes. The story then makes a bold suggestion. The hidden northern seminary may have been an island sanctuary that later became famous for Christian learning. The reasoning is simple in its own terms. The island is tied to a short, powerful name associated with the old patriarch figure, and another major island sanctuary in Wales is explicitly called the Island of Praise for that same figure. In other words, the names themselves are treated as fossils, preserving the memory of what the place once meant before it changed owners. From that northern refuge, the sons of the northern priest king are imagined sailing south. Their stated purpose is revenge, but the symbolic meaning can be framed differently. A return attempt, a reassertion of honour, a replanting of rights that had been weakened under imperial oversight. Among the names listed in the expedition is one that functions like a title for the Flood Patriarch, the same figure who appears throughout the older mythic system. The implication is that the journey is not only political, it is also doctrinal. The returning group confronts a quieter, diminished form of the old religion that had survived in the south, and by force of energy and confidence, they restore part of the northern programme in Welsh territory during a brief moment of independence. This sets the stage for the later crisis. The collapse of the northern cult is remembered under the name of a famous battle, but the battle reads like a compressed symbol for an entire campaign. edicts, raids on sacred places, public humiliation, punishments, and forced conversions. A poem attributed to a northern seer, treated as genuine by some scholars, is presented as the voice of a defeated priesthood. It speaks in images that can be taken as the last language of a closed order. In the aftermath, the seer's personal grief is made heavier by a tragic mistake during the conflict, described as the killing of a close family heir. The incident is too poetic and too uncertain to pin down as a literal event. It works better as a moral marker. It suggests that, in defending the old fraternity, the seer committed an act that damaged the cause from within, an error that brought shame and weakened the already collapsing resistance. After this, the story says his mind broke, his social life ended, and he fled into the deep forest. Yet the poem that follows does not sound like true disorder. It sounds controlled, coded, and deliberate. It reads like a prophet's disguise, a performed madness that discourages questions, while the hidden structure carries messages to those trained to hear them. The poem's surface claim is simple. A lord once showed the seer an orchard of 147 perfect apple trees, all identical, all precious, and the seer carries the orchard's gift in memory through every wandering. That image cannot be literal. The orchard is too exact, too portable, too obviously constructed as a symbol. The number is one of the clues. In this tradition, certain numbers carry weight, and 147 is treated as a sacred count. The orchard is said to have been revealed at dawn, the moment when night rites end and initiates emerge from secrecy. The trees are identical in every measure, as if they are tallies rather than living plants. That points toward a specific practice: divination by marked pieces of wood, lots cut from a fruit-bearing tree, thrown under a covering cloth and read as messages from the unseen. In that reading, the orchard becomes a complete library of omen sticks, a system of sacred signs disguised as a grove. The poem then turns one tree into a stand-in for all the rest. The blossoms are described as pure white, the branches wide, the fruit sweet but difficult to digest. The image suits a priesthood that prides itself on white clothing, wide authority and doctrine meant only for trained minds. The tree is said to have grown in a wood set apart, a grove kept away from common gaze. A female figure, described as appearing and vanishing, speaks prophecies from within the orchard's shelter. The guardian is not named as a human woman in the way a court romance would name one. She is the ritual mistress of the place, the presence that protects the secrets and delivers the words that come to pass. As the stanzas continue, the seer claims to guard the trunk with sword and shield in the Caledonian forest, as if defending a physical tree from attackers. But the true object is knowledge. The small shoots are not for eating. They are for reading. They are the sprigs from which lots are cut, the pieces on which signs are carved, the materials that can become both message and weapon. The poem hints that the guardian figure addresses him as a little pig, an insult on the surface, but a title inside the older code. The swineherd is the keeper of initiates, and the swine are the initiated group that must hide when hunters arrive. Then, the poem introduces enemies. It warns against dark-clad intruders climbing the branches. The imagery fits a cultural clash: black-robed religious agents trying to expose the grove's secrets, while the old priest vows to defend them. In this section, the seer speaks like a man whose world is shrinking. Former allies no longer greet him. His complexion is faded by mourning. Familiar faces vanish, replaced by strangers who do not recognize him. The tree is loaded with fruit, yet it becomes a source of fear because the woodmen might dig up the root and corrupt the seed so that no apples ever grow again. In plain language, the Order fears total eradication, the destruction of their materials, their sanctuaries, and their line of transmission. The poem continues to paint the pressure in social terms. Princes are accused of inventing pretexts, assisted by gluttonous and dishonest clerics and bold young agents who rush to destroy what they do not understand. Sacred circles are trampled. Raised rings and stone assemblies are flattened. The grove that avoids rumour is forced into the open. The priest's language makes his goal clear. Keep the orchard hidden, keep the signs intact, keep the knowledge from becoming common property. Even the metaphors emphasize resistance. The tree would rather be unseen than displayed. Attempts to make it public are compared to water trying to soak a duck's feather, a futile effort against something built to resist. Despite despair, the poem also clings to hope. It imagines future restoration, a time when the old sanctuary will regain strength and the bard will receive his due. It speaks of long endurance measured in centuries, as if the tradition has already survived one long era of restraint and expects it may survive another. Yet the present feels bleak. The tree is surrounded more often by a violating wolf than by a youth able to enjoy its fruit. The line can be heard as the priest lamenting that persecution is more common than apprenticeship, that predators outnumber students. As the stanzas grow sharper, the poem names its persecutor more directly, a regional ruler presented as enemy of the bardic community. The seer complains that the grove has no skilled protector against this ruler's chiefs. The roots are trampled while crowds gather. He speaks of having ruined a son and daughter of authority, a confession that suggests bitter conflict and dangerous acts. He begs for death and refuses consolation. He remembers wearing a gold collar in the days of honour, a symbol of rank. He longs to stand again among the white-robed ones. In the background is the fall of his lord and the destruction of the northern centre. The poem also reveals something uncomfortable about the defeated order. One prophecy is described as coming from the guardian presence itself, and it places victory in the mouth of a child of the sun, bold in his courses. Saxons are described as being driven out, and bards flourishing again. Whatever the exact historical meaning, the symbolism is plain. The old system is not purely arc-centred in this late phase. Solar language has entered the heart of its self-image. The seer's order imagines renewal through a figure carrying sun authority, even while earlier layers of the tradition treated solar cult as corruption. Later stanzas add more coded promises. Conferences at named fords, the arrival of eagles from across the sea, the division of long-haired ranks into gentle and fierce, the return of justice and reward. The language is intentionally hazy, filled with animals and titles that can be read in more than one way. That haze is not accidental. It is a security measure. The poem repeatedly insists that the fruit is not for the multitude. The sweet fruits are prisoners of words, locked inside code, carried by trained mouths rather than public pages. Even if the orchard image can stand for Druidism as a whole, a closer reading points to something narrower and more practical. A specific technique of divination built around marked pieces of wood. The repeated pattern is hard to ignore. The moment the hidden trees are contemplated, a prediction follows. Sometimes the seer speaks it directly. Other times it is placed in the mouth of the elusive guardian figure who appears and vanishes like a ritual presence. That rhythm suggests the trees are not simply a poetic ornament. They function like instruments. In the language of the old tradition, they align most naturally with omen sticks, lots, or lettered tallies used to draw messages from chants and pattern. Because Myrddin was treated by later generations as the last great northern prophet, his authority became almost untouchable. His voice did not fade as fashions changed. It was kept alive for centuries, repeated, reshaped, and preserved as a kind of sacred inheritance. And when political pressure demanded fresh predictions, later, poets often chose the easiest solution. Instead of inventing a new prophet, they expanded the old one. They inserted new lines into older poems, or they made it seem as if the dead seer was still speaking from beyond the grave. In that way, the name stayed the same even when the message shifted. The power of the brand mattered as much as the content. To a modern ear, these prophecies rarely sound impressive. Their confidence can feel unearned, their images exaggerated, their certainty disconnected from reality. But that weakness is not unique to a single culture. Many societies have elevated seers, treated private guesses as public guidance, and given sacred weight to predictions that later proved hollow. Some of the most famous ancient oracles became targets for revision precisely because people believed them. When a prophecy carries authority, rewriting it becomes tempting and dangerous. A polished prediction can justify an invasion, stir panic, or provide moral cover for ambitions that would otherwise look like naked aggression. That is why certain communities punished the tampering itself. Altering sacred predictions was not merely a literary crime, it was a political weapon. After the poems attributed to Myrddin fall silent, the narrative itself changes. Northern Druidism fades from view. The remaining traces become scattered hints, regional memories, and later legends rather than a living public system. The focus moves southward toward Wales and the shifting boundary between older customs and new religious authority. What survives is not a neat record, but a patchwork of claims, symbols, and reworked traditions that still carry the shape of an earlier world. From that point, the story turns into a closing assessment. It frames the bardic claim plainly. The bards insisted they preserved the secret knowledge of the Druids, and when their writings are set beside outside testimony, there are enough overlaps in themes, practices, and symbolic habits to suggest that the claim is not pure invention. The material is tangled and often obscure, but it does not float free of history. It repeatedly touches the same fixed points. When attention shifts from speculative philosophy to rites and belief, a broad structure emerges. The old British system is described as two interwoven strands. One strand centres on flood memory. It preserves a story of destruction and survival, then turns that survival into sacred drama, a preserved family, a vessel that carried them, and a continuing reverence for the figures connected to that rescue. The second strand centres on the sky. Sun and moon and the host of heaven become objects of ritual attention, sometimes as symbols, sometimes as powers in their own right. What makes the British case notable in these traditions is not uniqueness, but mixture. Similar pairings appear across much of the ancient world, where flood remembrance and sky worship often travel together, braided into one religious fabric. The material also draws a distinction between what is presented as original and what is treated as later intrusion. Flood remembrance appears everywhere in the deep layers of the tradition. In origin, stories, in national beginnings, in the way the landscape is explained. That constant presence is used to argue that the earliest settlers carried a corrupted form of an older, patriarchal religion, one that had already drifted into symbolic worship. In contrast, the worship of sun and moon is repeatedly described as a disruptive addition, arriving through specific regions and spreading outward. Cornwall becomes the key doorway in the narrative, a coastal hinge where foreign contact is imagined to deliver new ritual habits. The tale frames this sky-centered element as an alloy mixed into an older base, not the base itself. Seen from that angle, the religion described here does not stand apart as a separate species. It looks like a local variation of a wider, ancient pattern. Flood-centered myth and sky-centered devotion appear in many places, often bound together, often feeding off each other. The interesting question is why those two strands fuse so easily. What links a rescued family and a salvific vessel with the glowing bodies that cross the sky? Why does a preserved patriarch become entangled with solar imagery? Why does a mother figure become tied to lunar symbolism? Those questions cannot be settled here, but the pattern itself invites a plausible sequence. In the earliest stage, the survivors of a catastrophic flood would naturally be treated with reverence by their descendants. While alive, their counsel would carry weight. Their memory would be guarded. Over time, reverence can slide into invocation, and invocation can slide into worship. A family remembered as miraculously spared can be recast as a family of mediators between humanity and the highest power. The vessel that carried them can shift from memorial to talisman. A symbol once used to recall survival can be treated as a pledge of future safety. Once that happens, imagination supplies the rest. The vessel gains a guardian, the guardian becomes a universal mother, and the entire story turns into a drama that can be performed, repeated, and expanded. Then astronomy enters as an amplifier. Early post-flood sky observation may have begun as a commemorative tool, a way of fixing memory into the stars, arranging signs and constellations as a moving calendar of survival. At first, such a system could be innocent, even meaningful. But once the heavens become a vast painted record, the temptation grows. If the stars carry the story, then the wandering lights might be treated as living emblems. If the sun and moon travel through the houses of the immortals, the mind begins to treat sun and moon as signs of those immortals, then as mediators, then as powers worthy of ritual attention. In this way, the flood story and sky worship can merge until they are no longer separable. The ark becomes a cosmic pattern. The patriarch becomes a celestial force. The old memorial becomes a full theology. Even within these traditions, that merger is not presented as the very first stage. Many myths speak of resistance, reluctance, and conflict around the adoption of sky-centered worship. New gods are admitted late. New rites are argued over. The stories themselves preserve the sense that something changed, and that the change was not universally welcomed. The British material follows that same logic. It keeps pointing back to an older baseline, and it labels the solar and lunar focus as an innovation that arrived with contact and trade. At the same time, the tradition does not pretend that the older strand was pure. It admits that the patriarch figure was treated as divine and that symbolic worship grew heavy and literal. Yet it also preserves fragments of a different awareness. The flood survivor is sometimes described as righteous rather than cosmic. The story implies he rescued by a higher power rather than rescued by the survivor's own divinity. The same body of material can speak in two voices. One voice turns the survivor into a god. Another voice hints that the survivor was a human being preserved by the will of a supreme ruler. From this tension comes a wider judgment about what paganism looks like from the inside. The problem is not always ignorance of a first cause. Many ancient systems still speak of a highest power, of providence, of moral responsibility. The rupture happens when the highest power's place is given away to something else. When symbols take the throne, when creatures become the focus that should belong to the creator. The old British system, in this reading, is portrayed as a mind divided against itself. It can still recognize a supreme ruler in moments of honesty, yet it continues to build ceremonies that honor lesser images as if they were ultimate. That recognition also leads to another observation. When a religion is a corruption of an older one, it may still preserve genuine fragments of its source. A system can drift, deform, and misapply, while still carrying intact pieces of earlier belief. That means it is risky to assume that every sacrifice, every purification, every sacred emblem found among ancient peoples must be a pure invention. Some rites may be survivals, altered in meaning but rooted in older practice. A corrupted channel can still carry clear water in places, even if much of what flows through it has been tainted. This point matters when critics try to dismiss ancient scriptures by arguing that certain rituals or symbols resemble those found in Egypt, Syria, or Mesopotamia. Resemblance alone does not prove borrowing in the late direction. If early revelation existed in the remote past, and if many peoples carried broken remnants of it, then parallels become expected. A renewed revelation could repeat older symbols, not because they are pagan, but because they are ancient and foundational. In that view, shared motifs across cultures can be read as evidence of a common deep memory, rather than a one-way act of plagiarism. Finally, the flood theme itself is treated as more than folklore. It is presented as a worldwide imprint, pressed into mythologies far beyond one land. The argument implied by this kind of material is simple. When many distant traditions, each distorted in its own way, still converge on a story of overwhelming waters, a preserved righteous figure and a saving vessel, the convergence deserves attention. Even when later ages transform the survivor into a god or attach the story to the sun and moon, the core claim remains. A catastrophe happened, and a small group was preserved. Across these traditions, the survivor is repeatedly marked as different from the perishing crowd, not by strength, but by a moral or sacred distinction.